Hey y'all, happy Sunday. How is everybody doing? I hope you guys are having a good Sunday. I'm getting off to a slow start, but we here. Like I didn't go to church. I've relocated a little bit. Y'all know, some of y'all don't. So I'm not close to my old church, my regular church, my whatever you want to call it. So I'm in a different area. So I got to find a church that I want to attend. So I didn't go to church today, but I did want to take a minute to talk about this whole Danae Jackson interview and everything that she shared with us about Derek Jackson. Y'all, please hit that like button as you come in, because y'all know I didn't set it in time, and you know they not gonna send out no notification, and you know the only way y'all can help me is by hitting that like button. So please help me out and hit the like button, okay? But we're gonna talk about this, and I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. This is gonna be a little bit of a crown chat moment too, because a lot of the things that this lady talked about are things that other women have experienced, some of which are still experiencing. So, we're gonna recap it. We're gonna talk about it. We might hear a little bit of the audio. I did put the link for the channel, and shout out to Dear Future Wifey Podcast for doing this interview. I think he did an excellent job. I did see where he got some criticism, and I really couldn't even see why. I felt like people were reaching for that. But we're gonna have a little bit of a chat about it. It's gonna be a little bit of a crown chat moment, a little bit of a reality check accountability moment, a mirror time moment. We're gonna do all that. So please feel free to dig into your royal family emojis, because we might need a few of them. I got a few things I want to cover, and we're gonna cover them together. So let me greet who's in the room. Y'all, please do me a favor and hit the like button. Help me out, okay? Because we gonna talk, and I know y'all got a lot to say. So I'm gonna start running the StreamYard link through the chat sooner than I normally would during a video, because I want to hear what y'all got to say. And those moments that if you can relate to it, talk about it, okay? But let me greet who's here. Y'all continue to hit the like button, please, and thank you. I sure appreciate it. And then we're gonna get into this thing. We got some things to get into. And y'all, please make use of your royal family emojis. If you're a royal family member, okay. If you're a channel member, y'all know we got royal family emojis. Again, this is a crown chat moment, okay. And we're gonna get into it. A little bit of gossip, whole lot of crown chat on this one, because it's some stuff, okay, with some things that were said, and we're gonna address it. Hey, Patricia Joaquin, how you doing, Miss Tampa? Kia Coco Pop is in the house. Happy Sunday. She heading to the cookout. Bring us a plate back. There go my sis. I love you. She gonna catch us on the replay. She out traveling and stuff and things. Hey, Nacho Twins mama, she in the chat. Philly join in the chat. How you doing, girl? Miss Vita is here from Denver, y'all. Okay. Who else up in here? Uh-oh, it's my sissy Lita. She is in the house. What's up, girl? Cool Gamer is here. Always cool, always on deck. Auntie Eva, you made it. All right, all right. Ashley, she in the house. Hey, Bookie. Good to see you, Red Majestic Diva. How you doing, lovely? It's good to see you, as always. Miss Knox up in here. Hey, Mr. James, how you doing? Vanessa Comagate, there's my sis. Okay. You say you need this teacup in your life. You know what? I'm always making things. If I can find a way to like make this and duplicate it, Vanessa, you got it. It's good as yours. I need to study it for a little bit, because that's like, if I can find a way to recreate that, just trust me, you got it. Katrina, what up, Trina? That's right. Rise, shine, give God the glory, glory. I remember that. I love that song, actually. Y'all know part of me is still a big old kid, so I remember all the little Sunday school songs. Y'all know what time it is. Hit the like button. Hey, Faye. I'm glad you caught alive too. Happy Sunday. It's so good to see you. It is, and for everybody, if this is your first time, it's good to have you here. You're welcome. Tay, good morning. Hello, good morning. Y'all, it's Niecy Rose's birthday. I don't know if we're going to get her. I know she's got a PayPal. I was hoping that Verdana could help me out. Hey, E. Davis, happy Sunday. with a message, but I guess I have to try to type it myself. It's Country Girl Queen. How you doing, girl? Shani, you did hit the like button. Thank you. You like my little kaleidoscope? I just be trying stuff, you know. Hey, Fifi, how you doing? Debbie Parnell, hey, sis. I'm so glad you made it. I miss you. I don't get to talk to everybody all the time. I don't know. I've been feeling disconnected, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, MJ, how you doing? Y'all know I love my MJ. Nicole Lampley, how you doing, Bookie? All right. No, I didn't make this one. I'm saying if I can find a way to recreate this cup for you or like make something similar, I'll do it. I did not make this one. I cannot take credit for that. I didn't do that. It's just a pretty picture. But if I can find a way to make it for you, I will do it. I got you. That's what I'm saying. So again, it's Niecy Rose's birthday. Let me see if I can get her stuff because maybe Verdana is busy and she wasn't able to. Y'all, please hit that like button. It's only a few of us in here because y'all know they don't send out the notifications when I don't do stuff early enough. So y'all, please hit the like button and help me out. It's Ian the Coed Junkie. That's my boo. So I reserved my spot before I came in. I pre-hit the like button. I know that's right. You reserve your seats. Leave your bag on your seats and nobody can touch it. Okay. Y'all, let me get Niecy's PayPal because, you know, she's not in America. She's in Canada. So Canada don't have Cash App. So I have to kind of do it different for her and DT and then like a few other royal family members who are not in the U.S. because we want to show them love and it's not always easy to, you know, as easy to do our thing. So let's do this real quick because I don't want to neglect our sister. My right hand might be busy, but today I'm gonna use my left hand, okay? All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. I found it, y'all. I found it. Hey, Miss Sparkle is here. I know that's right. Our resident Mary Kay ladies in the house. Okay, Faye, you say you notice you never get a notification about me going live or updates on your channel. That's weird. You know, I upset people apparently because I'm not nasty and I refuse to not tell the truth. Y'all, would y'all believe my last two videos? I didn't even talk about nothing serious and they still were reporting my videos. So you know what I'm saying? Some people are just like that. When you tell the truth about about their faves or they can't control what you say, you know, you kind of have to have it in mind that people will report you. They'll lie on you. They be like that. I'm gonna try to be live on Wednesday if something's happening. Hey, Couture Bay, how you doing? You at a soul food festival. Oh man, everybody eating good food. What is going on? Happy to be happy driving to work. Well, we happy you made it. Drive safe. Okay. So let me put a happy birthday message here for Niecy Rose. And then we're gonna get into this commentary. Couture Bay, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for the support. Y'all know I might not get a lot of support over here, but I'm so grateful when I do. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you a million times. Thank you. That's so sweet. Hey, Miss Gigi. How you doing? Ah. Oh. Listen, we're here for each other. Okay? We're here for each other. If I was able to help you through a dark time, then I'm grateful for that. And just know that you being here, being present, connecting with me, y'all be helping me too. I'm just not somebody to talk about what I be going through, but y'all are helpful to me too, okay? That's just how it is. Rochelle, hey sis. You in Austin. Oh, the Soul Food Festival is in Austin. Dag nabbit. I wish I could go. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Listen, I don't know. Like, I really, y'all, while I'm typing this, let me just say, the last year for me has been very rough in that I didn't break. I didn't break down. I would never do that. I feel like that would have dishonored my mother so much. So I never did any of those things. But hey, DS, I would be lying to say that the passing of my mother didn't affect me. It did. And it affected me, in my opinion, I feel like in a real positive way, because I've been more at peace with things. But also, like, one thing I noticed about the effect of mama's passing on me was that anytime something becomes negative or toxic or confrontational or adversarial, I just back away. Like, I will literally let you have it. Whatever you want to do, you got it. Like, when people, like, honestly, that's what happened to the FNN, to our news updates. People start reporting videos because I'm telling the truth and I refuse to just repeat what CNN said. Fine, you got it, no problem. Like, I was, in my heart, I just felt like I'm not going to fight that fight with you. If you want to believe whatever without researching it, I'm going to let you have it. You know what I mean? That's just me. And so that's what I did. And I backed off, and I noticed that, you know, people don't really like folks to tell the truth. Faith said, yeah, it's sad how they try to silence the real ones, especially if you're not butt kissing. Yep. And y'all know I don't even buy that brand of lipstick. I ain't got it. Oh, thank you. That's right, girl. Get us a plate. Get us a plate. Don't worry, Vanessa. I don't know how to be nobody else, and I ain't gonna try. Hey, boo. Diva Law 888. Love you. Hey, Miss Nisi. Yeah, like, it really did. It affected me in a lot of ways. And Patricia said she missed the FNA. I miss bringing the news in the morning because I still get up and research and do and get all the news anyway. I just don't share it because it gets exhausting every time you go to share the news. You got your own people reporting your channels just for telling the truth. Love my dogs too. That's my sis. I love you so much. Girl, I almost called you the other day. That's how I was really thinking about you. For real. Faye, we do have a Patreon. We need to go live on Patreon this week because I want y'all to be able to, like, vent in a safe space too, so that it's not just everybody able to walk in and say whatever to you and get involved and listen to what you're saying. Because it's been a lot of toxic stuff going on online, nationally, even on YouTube, and some stuff y'all just want to get out. And that's what our Patreons and members onlys are supposed to be for, like a safe space for y'all to talk. Quiet Storm 87. I'm so glad you caught a live. I miss you when you're not here. I know you've been going to school and stuff, but just know that you're missed when you're not here. Hey, Dana Cutlass, Steelers Nation. You in the hospital? We still praying for you, Bookie. Love you. Dialogue Sisters in the house. Okay. DSA, since you were doing the FNN, it made me pay more attention to what's going on. Thank you for that. That's exactly why I did it. Yeah, you got to be truthful, and it's like I'm gonna be and being honest about being truthful. Hey, Dialogue Sisters, is that when you're telling the truth and other people prefer to lie, they literally are angry with you, because when you have one person that refuses to lie, it makes it kind of stand out that they're not doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to check into that stuff. You have to really, kind of take it for what it is. You got to take it for what it is. So I don't get upset no more. I just know to fall back. When I see resistance or whatever, I don't push myself nowhere. I just, bring what I'm gonna bring, talk about what I feel like I can talk about with integrity, and I stick with that. I stick with that because I'm not willing to compromise who I am to fit in, for profitability, for popularity. I can't do it. Ain't gonna do it. So I'm gonna always, just be neutral, tell the truth, give my opinion. Might not always be right, but it's gonna always be really what I think. You know? So let me finish her birthday message and then we're gonna get into this interview. Again, it's on the Dear Future Wifey podcast or the Dear Future Wifey channel on YouTube. Again, I think this gentleman did an excellent job with this interview, in my opinion. I feel like he did an excellent job. And he allowed her to really just be authentic and say it how she needed to say it in order to be comfortable. He kept everything very light, and respectful. Kept it very light and respectful. And I also feel like he did an excellent job of just maintaining her comfortability, to make sure she was comfortable while she told her side of what happened. And that's fair. Okay, so y'all, this ain't the best birthday message because I'm doing it from the laptop and I don't know how to do the emojis and stuff on here, but it's there. Let me try to pin that to the top. And like I said, when I start putting the StreamYard out, I'll just keep putting it in the chat. And moderators, those of you who are here, if y'all can help me once I put the StreamYard out and keep it running through the chat, that would be awesome. That would be totally awesome. Okay. So let me pin this. And then we are good to go. Happy birthday to Nisi Rose. We love you bunches, okay? Bunches and bunches and bunches, we love you. Y'all hit the like button. Okay, the number's going up, so that means y'all been hitting the like button. Thank you for helping me out with that. Because it ain't like y'all don't know what I'm up against over here. You know. So y'all please hit the like button. Continue, please, as you come in. Please hit the like button. Okay. If I sound a little congested, it's just because my sinuses are raggedy. Okay. I ain't sick. Just got some raggedy sinuses. Okay. Shannon want to know who we talking about. Good question. So the lady in question, y'all know this fella, Derek Jackson. Let me pull up his picture because I want y'all to see this dancing bear. I want y'all to see this dancing bear because that's what I call him. He looked like a dancing bear to me. From what is that thing? The Jamboree, Country Bears Jamboree. That's what he gives me. Just big and uncomfortable looking. Real big, uncomfortable looking fella. But I want y'all to see him. So let me pull up the picture. Shannon, you absolutely right to ask that question. Okay. So once the pictures are pulled up, quite possibly, you might recall seeing this dancing. Okay. Thank you, Shannon, for hitting the like button. So let me go ahead and share the screen. We got time. Because we ain't got to talk about RHOA Drive Behind show till tonight. Okay. So let's share the screen. Let's share it. I want y'all to see the bear. Okay, does he look familiar to you, Shannon? He could be. This is this little boy. And I do mean little boy. And I'm a matter of fact, since we just talking and we got time, do y'all mind if I just talk and be myself? Can I be me? I don't know how to be nobody else anyway. So look, this little boy, and I'm gonna say this, I blame grown women too. But this is the little boy who was going on social media, making these little short videos, pandering to women who wanted to be accepted and told what they wanted to hear by black men so bad. And he would literally make these videos, y'all, and I would call him Captain Obvious, because he would just jump on the video, say some obvious stuff, and black women were all just clapping. Oh, yes, that's great. Oh, yeah, you better preach. You better tell it. He always do. I said, wow. This man would literally make videos for those who don't know and jump on there and be like, hey, ladies, if he ain't calling you back, it's because he just not into you. That's all it is. And I'm sitting there like, y'all clapping for this? Y'all clapping for this? And they literally made this man rich by him jumping online, Facebook, YouTube, wherever, however. And I think I noticed him on Facebook. I don't remember seeing him on YouTube until people started talking about him on YouTube. I just thought he was a Facebook person. And I didn't even know this child's name. Okay. Hey, Kimber. And they legit, and you're right, Miss Gigi, it does make you see life in a different way when your mama go. Well, see, this is the thing. He was doing this ignorant mess before Steve Harvey decided to really capitalize on it. That's what he was doing. Just stating obvious crap. Steve Harvey just say a bunch of tell women to do a bunch of dumb stuff. Think like a man. Ain't nobody thinking like no man. Men don't think very well. I'm not interested. Okay. Yes, the pandering peddler. Not your twins mama say it's been a no since go. Okay. So this is who he is. And so it became a big thing because the women sitting up all excited because he dark skinned it and he had some muscles and he was showing his chest and stuff and them extra medium shirts. That's all it was. That man could have came out there and gave y'all the recipe for SpaghettiOs, and a lot of sisters would have been like, oh yeah, he sure right too. That's right. Hey, Ebso. How you doing, gorgeous girl? That's who he was. And so a lot of them put all these hopes and, deified this little boy. Because he's a little boy. A little boy. According to Danae, him and her ain't but 33. These is children. And it was grown old women listening to a children. I know I'm not using the right tense of the word. I don't care. I can do that. I'm just educated enough to speak properly and improperly at the same time. And I don't mind dialect, and y'all might get some today. Full grown old women listening to a children. Deifying a children. This is a little boy. He's still pissing on his nuts. A little boy. Because he been doing this crap for a long time. And if he just now 33, y'all was listening to a 20-something-year-old little boy. And then after everybody put all their hopes and dreams into this little boy, and I'm going to find somebody like this little boy. Oh, this little boy saying everything I want to hear. I'm going to find somebody just like him. And see, Derek got it figured out, and he has a huge lady following of ladies. And so, in walks Latasha Kibi, however you say her name. Because, see, we going to, y'all know my favorite song. Sing it with me, since we talking about all of it. He definitely a predator, but he's just like the little kid who goes around grabbing all the ladies' tatas at church. He's just a little boy. He's just a children. Ian the court junkie say always talking from inside the car because he was always outside them side chicks' house. Right. And we're going to talk about that too, because Danae talked about all that. But we're going to talk, we're going to use my favorite song first. Back down memory lane. Let's go back down memory lane. Because I'm going to talk about what got him into all this here. What he in right now with this girl telling all the business. And I'm glad she is, okay? Shannon said, you're speaking just fine. We all understood the words coming out of your mouth. Go on, talk, sis. Thank you, Shannon. Because y'all know I like to play with the words, okay? We can be proper, improper. We can be geeky. We can be pigeon. We can be whatever you want us to be. Trina say, telling women about things that he was out here doing. That's why he knew what to say. Right. And he was just predatory enough to know what women wanted to hear. So he just said it. Hey, Calinola. The videos didn't come up for me, but I just remember seeing this little boy on Facebook. Okay. I remember seeing him on Facebook. But we finna go. That's right, Queena. Back down memory lane. We going back down memory lane, okay? I saw a photograph. Well, this little boy that y'all looking at on the screen, Derek Jackson, okay? Little Jackson. He got himself in a little smidge of trouble. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Now, all of his whoring and whatnot, nobody know nothing about. You understand? Because little Danae wasn't putting him out there. She wasn't telling his business. She was allowing this little pissy boy to torture her in private. Let me repeat it, okay? Y'all hit the like button, please, because that's the only way we're going to get in the algorithm today, because I did not set it up in advance, and I'm not depending on YouTube for notifications. So please hit the like button so we can get in the algorithm, because the talk that we need to have today, I want all the ladies to be in on it, okay? So y'all please hit the like button. So I'm going to repeat what I said. There go my sis from the 305, the baddest chick in Miami, Miss Angie. She cleaning and listening. Y'all hit the like button. She allowed this little piss-tail boy to torture her in private. Danae allowed this little piss-tail boy to torture her in private. Hey, Virgin Love, how you doing? Thank you for hitting the like button, baby. So nobody knew. All I knew was, who is this little boy? And why is everybody clapping for him and making him internet famous? Because he's saying obvious stuff. Hey, ladies, y'all ever notice how water is wet? Hey, ladies, y'all ever notice how the sky is that way? And black women was eating it up. I want black women to, be accountable for this one. Let's take this L. Now, I didn't participate, but I'm just going to tell y'all, this one here, black women, take this L. Y'all made this man famous. Hey, Marlette, how you doing, girl? Y'all made him famous. It wasn't nobody but black women. It wasn't nobody but sisters made this man famous. Hey, African Violet, how you doing? Yeah, black women made this man famous with this mess. So a time came, y'all, when the boy, hey, Nene Ashley, and I do mean boy in the most disrespectful way possible. I do. Me do. This little boy started getting a little too famous on the internet. And apparently he started trying to carve out a space for himself in the YouTube. Now, this was before I even got here. All this thing went on. Because y'all know I ain't been here that long as it relates to all these other people that's been on YouTube. Okay? That's right. They were stuck on stupid. There you go. Sitting up because he kept taking pictures in them gray sweatpants and all that stuff. A whole Frankenstein. But he started to get a little too famous, y'all. We still on memory lane. We ain't got on, catch up street yet. And so a time came when Latasha Kebe reached out to this little boy and said she wanted to collaborate with him. You understand? And she wanted to collaborate with this young man, and he said he didn't want to do it. And so Tasha, y'all know Tasha Kebe is the get back queen. She tried to get some get back on Cardi B, and now she done had to file bankruptcy, but that's neither here nor there. Y'all hit the like button. Before somebody get mad and go to reporting me, please hit the like button. So anywho, Anywho, she held it in her back pocket, y'all. And then when she had an opportunity, she made sure that the whole world knew that he had been out there tricking and treating on Danae. And the internet exploded. Y'all should remember, they talked so bad about it. And then another girl reached out to Tasha K and said that it was her too. And then she came back and said she lied because she just wanted to set up Tasha K. But by then the cat was out of the proverbial bag. Yes, it was. Not your twins, mama, girl. Tell them again. Hit the like button. Cat was out the bag by then. Oh, it was so terrible. Now, mind you, this young woman had already been tortured in private. Yes, she did. She was tortured in private. And then now her private pain, shame, humiliation had been made public by the likes of Latasha KB. And the internet exploded. It exploded, y'all. This was stuff this young woman had already dealt with, had been, hurt by. She had to swallow it. She ate it up. And now she had to relive it on the internet, thanks to the bloggers and the viewers. And this young woman was told, hey, stand by your husband. Y'all done worked it out. And so she did. And then the internet, and I will say this, I want to say 98% of who I seen attacking this woman was other Black women. See, this is why this is going to be a little bit of a crown chat moment too, because sisters attacked this girl. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They attacked this girl. They talked about her. Oh, she can talk about the hell men of salvation like y'all ain't never read Ephesians chapter 6. Stop the bull crap. Yeah, I know it's trendy to be like, oh, I'm not a Christian and to pick on Christians, but a whole lot of y'all are Christians. A whole lot of y'all might have been in church last Sunday. A whole lot of y'all was raised in the church. So it ain't like you ain't never heard it before. No, it ain't that. It was trendy to attack and pick. So that's what a lot of Black women did. They went so far as to say that this girl was in a cult. They sat up here and talked about how this woman looked, tried to call her ugly. They called this girl a lesbian, said she's a homosexual. They called her all sorts of names. They did nasty things to this girl when it was the man that was hoeing around. The man was hoeing around, but Black women attacked the girl. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. If I'm telling the truth, put a 1. If I'm lying, put a 2 and correct me. Because y'all know I'm not uncheckable. Thank you, as Country Girl Queena. That's what happened. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is what took place. Some of us tried to, redirect it lovingly and call out the bull crap lovingly. The fact that this young girl was in church, why y'all saying she in a cult? Like some of y'all didn't grow up in the sanctified church. Now all of a sudden the church is a cult. Oh, yes. And the attacks I saw were coming from Black women. Oh, yes. This man done cheated on this girl, humiliated her, drug her through the mud. Everybody could see it. And it was the girl that got attacked. She had a mishap a few months back, and I talked about it over here. And I understood what was going on, but I still dealt with it lovingly and pointed out the fact that, hey, you got some misplaced aggression and you're angry and you lashing out at the people. And that ain't really what the book of Psalms is for, sis. But, I understand. Child, the people exploded again, called this young woman a witch. Went back to saying she was in a cult and everything else. There go my beautiful Bianca. Hey, Bookie. I tried to call you. Trina said that woman was just looking beat down and tired and depressed. It was sad. It was sad. And still, it did not stop her own people from attacking her. It didn't stop her own people from attacking her. People saw she was tired. They saw she was beat down. And that did not stop her own people from attacking her. Meanwhile, this dancing bear was the one that did the hoeing. It was this dancing bear that hoodwinked, bamboozled, and swindled y'all. He knew what black women wanted to hear. He said it. Everybody clapped for him. He became the hero. And even after he tortured this girl, he was protected and she was attacked. I went and looked under one of his videos out of sheer morbid curiosity, and there was still black women supporting him after how he drugged this girl. Hey, Cynthia Gross says, say it, Shanicia, when black women gonna stop taking the bait, we can offer critiques without being mean. And my thing is this: if the man cheating and the man is lying, what did the woman do? What y'all after her for? That's what I didn't understand. I was confused, and maybe somebody can help me. Hey, D. Marie, I didn't understand it. I was confused as all outside. Leader says supporting her abusive husband while putting the wife down. That's a darn shame. Yep, but that's exactly what black women did. And I'm going to call it out. Y'all know that's who I am. I calls it out. That's why I'm always, somebody always mad at me reporting something, this and that. I don't care. Today, you just going to have to be mad. Black women did that to this girl. Yeah, he had them secret lovers. Shout out to Atlantic Star. Dialogue sister say giving advice and couldn't cover his own wife. Wasn't going to cover her. And he proved that he didn't have to. Because after not covering her, black women still supported him. They were still in his comment section. They still were showing up to his live videos. His channel had support. Meanwhile, it's black women content creators that have integrity, and we get reported. Oh, God, today. Virgin Love say, women, let's be clear. We didn't compete so hard for these black men's love. They can't do what they do. And that goes for all women. It's true. Not just love, baby. They're competing for acceptance. They want to be accepted and chosen. And Danae talked about that a little bit too. There's our birthday girl. Happy birthday. Oh, what you got planned for your birthday, Niecy? I'm just saying. Miss Knox, I got to call it out. Oh, yes. It is very funny how it works. Very funny. Very funny. Mm-hmm. Lita Nisi say thank you for her birthday money. So I don't want to just, labor on that too long. But I just wanted to give a little background as to what happened before we get into the interview, because I'm aware that everybody was not front and center during the debacle. But I wanted to be very clear on exactly what happened. Okay? Y'all, please hit the like button. We about to get into this interview. Now, the Dear Future Wifey channel. Now, they did part 1 and part 2. Part 1 and part 2. Muna, make that air go off. Your mama cold. I'm sitting right up under this vent, y'all. Okay. Whew, child. Sinuses. Then I got hot flashes. Then when I turn on the air conditioner, it's blowing right in my face. Y'all, I'm suffering today. I'm suffering. But we're going to talk about this nonetheless. We're going to talk about it. Niecy's PayPal is pinned to the top of the chat. Again, she is in Canada. And in Canada, there's no Cash App. So if you want to show love, that's kind of how we have to do it. Oh, my sister's going to make me cry. Y'all so sweet. Oh, no. Love my dogs, too. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you for the support. It means a lot. And Philly Joint, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate the support. Let me send my hearts back. My sisters made me feel loved. I know that's right. Love my sisters. Got me a little cold drink money. Okay, Renee, I just got your text if you're listening. All right, will do. I'll take care of it. So let's get into this thing. So he did a part 1 and a part 2 with her. So we just gonna go through it. If y'all don't mind, I got the time. We gonna go through it. So let's just get into this thing. Because it ain't no nice, neat way to do it. I want y'all to really hear it in her own words. And I'm going to be honest, I went back and forth, y'all, with this. I went back and forth with whether to just give you a recap of my opinion or to let y'all hear this girl for yourselves, okay? We're going to do audio. Y'all know I'm not comfortable playing other people's videos on my channel. I don't care how cool they are. I don't trust that. Because sometimes people will be all right and sometimes they won't, and it'll turn into, okay, well, now I'm gonna just strike everybody because I'm mad about something. So, I still give credit, I still tell you where to watch it, but I'm just not comfortable doing video, of other people's stuff on my channel. I'm just not. Like maybe some TikTok or some IG stuff, but like that's literally all for me. Okay, Renee, I got that. I'm gonna send that over right now. Thank you, sis. So listen, part one, we're gonna get into part one first. We're gonna get into part one first, and we're gonna hear what Miss Danae had to say. And I'm gonna tell y'all flat out, some of this stuff is very triggering. It's very triggering. We're gonna play it by ear. If it get a little too rough for y'all, let me know, and we can fast forward through certain parts if y'all just can't handle it. Okay, but let's get into it, and let's hear what Danae had to say. Okay, because we've all heard from him and his disrespect and everything, but it's time to hear what she had to say for herself.
What did I get myself into, right? And now I'm practicing toxicity, right? I'm practicing toxic behavior and cycles with holding things in, not talking about it, and then either being passive aggressive or just super aggressive, but nothing in between. And then he has no idea what's going on because he doesn't know what I'm freaking out about.
And what you done seen,
right.
What prompted you to start looking through his phone?
I would always get like a feeling, or he would touch me different, right? So after most rape victims are very sensitive to touch. And so any sign of him touching me, any type of, any different, I'm like, there has to be somebody else. There has to be,
You're
right?
talking about with a change of a touch.
With a change of a touch. There has to be, right? And so I would go snooping around because I'm a snooper.
I never imagined my public healing.
Okay, hold on. That's his intro. Let's get past that.
Fans, we married forever. And we wanted to, so you can be notified first that do and trying to get you to come on their platforms. Why have you said no to all of them and yes to the Dear Future Wifey podcast?
One, because the Lord didn't give me permission to go on any other platforms. So I have to be obedient to him. And when you reached out to me, it was automatic, like, yes. And so here I am, being obedient to the Lord. But second to that is that I haven't had an opportunity to have a voice or to have my voice heard. It's been drowned out with all of the noise, all of the drama surrounding my life and marriage and all of that. So I appreciate you creating a safe space for me to come and speak about my truth, my life, and allow my voice to be heard so that others can be healed and made whole as I testify.
On the podcast, we have a mantra. We say we keep it lit. We live intentionally and transparently.
Yes.
Are you going to keep it lit today?
Lit all the way.
All the way.
Turned up.
You and I have had some conversations in the pre-interview. We've been getting to know each other for about the last week and a half.
Yes.
And man, when I tell you, I've been blown away by your transparency, your vulnerability. As social media had this way of trying to make you look like you crazy.
Yes.
And when I met you, I talked to you, I was like, this girl, not only is she not crazy, she's absolutely brilliant. So,
wow,
what was that? What was that about?
Well, I think the world did not see me for so many years, so they have nothing to go off of.
Facts.
And so they're seeing me for the first time when all of this crazy stuff is going on. And then I'm sitting up here talking about Jesus, talking about a helmet of salvation. So it's like, oh, she has lost her mind. She is.
And I want to say this, because and y'all, I'm gonna tell you in advance, I'm gonna be stopping through here when I have something to say, and I will be reading y'all's comments. And T Hutch, I believe he was laughing to keep the mood light because Danae was funny, and y'all will hear her comedy. She's very comedic, and he was laughing and keeping the mood. Like, I really didn't have any negatives for his interviewing style at all. And I actually appreciated the fact that he was honest that he had been that person. I appreciate that. Imagine how it would have been if little piss tail Derek had been honest that, hey, I'm a serial cheater and a whore and a liar. So I'm the fact that he said that he had done so and didn't want to do that to nobody else. I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't know, people being transparent and honest don't bother me. I like transparent people. I like honest people. You know, if you've been a scoundrel in your life, be honest that you've been a scoundrel. It doesn't bother me. Y'all hit the like button. But the thing that I wanted to really stop to address is the whole making the girl look crazy. It's easy to make Christian women look crazy. You know? It's easy to make Christian women look crazy. I can dig that, T. Hutch. I dig that. And the thing is, it makes sense that you would feel bad for her because what she went through, she was tortured. That man tortured the piss out of her. I'm just grateful for her healing and her restoration. But it's easy to make Christian women look crazy. Reason being, the world is so conducive and acceptive of sin that if you start talking about being Christian, being saved, being delivered, you start talking about faith and leaning on God's word to a heathen, that is going to sound crazy. And unfortunately, the world at large is real heathen. Like, I mean, they repping the Satan squad hard. So, you know, the fact that she was being, you know, open about her Christianity and not speaking in code, that is going to sound crazy to some people. And for a lot of people, and this is just the news flash, those of you who are openly saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost and ain't hiding it, everybody think you crazy anyway. Let me just be clear. I don't know if y'all know this or not. See, she was on the internet and you know, people were focusing on her. So they called her crazy openly. If you're a Christian in this wicked, filthy, sin-filled world, they think you crazy anyway. They talk about us Christians real bad. I want y'all to know that. If you're not aware, I don't know how you could have missed it, but they talk about us Christians real bad. Real bad. They say all kind of nasty stuff about us Christian folks. They say that we worship in sky daddies and imaginary people and that Jesus don't exist and he ain't coming back. So the fact that they painted her up as crazy, I want y'all to really take a look at that and understand that that's how they see you too. That's how they see me too. Because let me be very clear. Y'all know from the inception of this channel, I ain't never hid, never gonna hide. I love my Lord. I love God the Father. I love God the Son. I love God the Holy Ghost. And I can guarantee you that they're going to say something bad about you when you openly proclaim that you're for Christ. Just know that. Okay, I wanted to address that because, you know, he kind of mentioned it, but, you know, everybody ain't the same. So I'm not knocking him for not just coming at it like a battering ram. Y'all know I'm a little more of a, you know, I'm the gorilla. So I'm coming at it like a battering ram. I do respect him being, you know, having a little more finesse about it. Okay? I respect him having a little more finesse about it, but I just had to stop that right there to hit it and call it what it is. Okay, Nene? That's how it go. The minute you Christian. Yes, Christian. Yes. Hallelujah. Christian. Right here. My whole house is the Holy Ghost headquarters. You might mess around and get saved coming over for dinner. Be careful. So that's really what it was. And we gotta talk about what it is. We got to talk about what it is. A lot of the attacks against this girl were an attack on her Christianity. It's the truth, Bianca. You know what I'm saying? You know I got to say it like it is. Hey, Ufoma. Say Christianity is the only religion where it's acceptable to publicly disrespect. Oh, yes. Publicly disrespect, persecute, attack, and it's okay. We're the open target. It's okay. I'll take that. I'll be a big girl. So I'm okay being a target. You won't miss. Shoot your shot. All right, let's let her keep talking. But like I said, I will stop here and there when I want to point out some stuff. So y'all hit the like button. Let's roll.
Right. And I'm like, I'm saying I have a sound mind, and I know what's going on right now because I've been delving into the Word. I'm discerning the time that I'm in from a spiritual state, and now I'm trying to protect what sanity I do have with the Word of God. So I think that's kind of what fueled all of that. They're trying to get a feel for who I am.
But you haven't.
Thank you, Fifi, for the super chat. She says, "Amen, Christian here. Speak
Always been
all day."
No.
I want to take an opportunity to get to know you before we talk about what everybody wants to know, because like I said, I want to provide this opportunity for us to get to know you, Danae, outside of your spouse. Who is Danae?
Danae is a girl from Denver, Colorado, born and raised. I have some brothers and three brothers and a sister. And while I was introduced to Christianity and actually did have some roots in the church, I had to figure out that on my own. I had to identify with Christ and believing in him on my own. And so when I was younger, I had a belief in Christ, but I felt like I was doing it more so because that's what I was supposed to do.
Right.
You're supposed to.
Ladies, haven't we all been there? We were in the church because Mama and Big Mama put us there. Sometimes Auntie put you there, but once you get grown, you got to get to know him for yourself. I think that's what Little Mama talking about here. But let's let her go.
Believe in God. You're supposed to do this, and I'm very shy. I'm very reserved and laid back. But then at the same time, you can get a side of me that's very just like let's throw some spikes in your hair and just go, do something completely odd that nobody's expecting. So you kind of get a range there. And so that's me pretty much in a nutshell. Very reserved. I'm very loyal. Sometimes clearly to my own detriment.
Yeah.
And so, that's a little bit about me.
Well, when you say loyal to your own detriment, has that always been the case?
I feel like it has, at least in my adult years. Probably not so much as a child, but when I'm looking back on why that is, it stems back to a root of rejection and abandonment that I had. And so as I grew up into my adult life, I definitely would say it was more in that aspect. So
we think about abandonment. What do you go back on when you hear yourself say, when I think about the abandonment that I've come from? Let's unpack that.
Yeah, so abandonment. With my father, I had teenage parents. My mom was 16 when she had me. My father was 18. They never really had a relationship per se. They were just supposed to be playing video games.
They were playing with other things.
Here you go. Merry Christmas, right? Because my birthday is in December, a couple days before Christmas. So video games, here I go, the present. And so, there's a little bit of rejection and abandonment there, right? Because I never really had parents that were a couple.
Yeah.
Right? And then in that, because of that, there was some question about whether or not I was actually my father's or not. And so then I had that, even though I wasn't even born yet to receive that per se, but that still affected me because
Y'all, we got to dig into this. That's why I told y'all this is more of a crown chat moment than a gossip moment, but we're going to address it as all of that, okay? Y'all, it's a lot of people dealing with this. Yes, it is powerful, Fifi. It's a lot of people dealing with this. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please, please, please. Let's get us in the algorithm so we can get more ladies in here so we can just talk. Now, mind you, this has never been my story. But I don't live in a vacuum. I don't live in a tunnel. And I'm close with some ladies who have this story where the father was not with the mother. The father did not play his role as a father. And it affects these girls. It affects young women, the way they develop, who they end up looking for in mates, the fact that they don't know who to look for as a mate. The fact that she was feeling abandoned and rejected, it helped to mold her into the perfect victim for some no good, trifling, good for nothing man. And it's a lot of ladies walking around carrying this trauma, but they're not really expressing it. And I think sometimes also it comes down to not recognizing what you're doing and what your motivations are. So I can see here, Miss Thing has been to therapy. She's been and gotten some help, and she's able to recognize where a lot of the root cause of her actions and motivations are actually coming from. Okay. Thank you for using your royal family emojis, not your twins mama, with that bullseye. Okay. That's right. Ufoma, she was rejected in the womb. Yes. But y'all know that is a real thing. And it happens so much with this baby mama, baby daddy culture. It is disgusting. I said it. I stand by it. It's disgusting. Because a lot of these children feel rejection from the womb. If you think a baby is not able to feel the things that their mother is feeling, you are crazy. And she said they was questioning whether she was even her father's child. Sharon White, how you doing, boo? Yes. You visiting family? Okay, I'm glad you popped in. You know we had to discuss it on the porch, boo. You know we had to. Just Jules JG, hey sis. So we're gonna get back into it. Like I said, I will be stopping because there's so many things, so many bits and pieces that I feel like need to be unpacked. We just got to. So let's go.
I grew up and found out about that, and then there was rejection, and then just the relationship that I had with my father growing up. I felt like he just wasn't as present as he could be, or he would always not come through or follow through on his promises when he said he would do something. And so that all affected me. And then boom, he died when I was 12. And so then, I'm just left to try to figure out this thing on my own. And so there's abandonment, there's rejection there. And as I was younger, I used to be like a tomboy per se, right? And that was because I wanted the affection of my father. I had two brothers at the time, and so they were playing football. He was their football coach. He was involved in all their activities, and I'm over here, just this little chubby girl over here.
You're chubby.
I was fat. I was fat, and
fat little girl.
I was. My mom was in culinary school at the time, so she was practicing, and I was eating.
Able to pass her assignments.
Exactly. And so I would try to, win his affection and his love by trying to be like a tomboy, like my brothers, like play football. I wanted to be on a football team. My mom was like, absolutely.
Ooh, are y'all hearing this? Are y'all hearing this? This is the perfect storm. The perfect storm. They literally set this baby up to be the perfect victim. Some of y'all got daughters. I got two of them. Thank you, Just Jules. He saw her coming and used her, saw a sucker and licked her. I'm telling you. And the reason I say that is the fact that, one, chubby kid. Nobody don't want to address it because now everything got shaming attached. You shaming this, you shaming that. Let me just tell you something, okay? Young girls have a need to feel beautiful. Let that sink in for a minute. Let me drink some water while y'all ruminate on that for a minute. Let me repeat. Young women have a need to feel beautiful. Beauty matters. I don't know who need to hear this, but beauty matters, okay? I'm going to say it again. Beauty matters. Did y'all hear how this baby, just described herself? Oh, I was fat. I was chubby. Mama was cooking and she was practicing and I was eating. She's joking about it because she's gotten past it to a certain degree, but there's still some hurt in there with that chuckle. That's how that man was able to get her. Let me tell you something. Mothers, if you want your daughters to be victims, don't pay attention to their beauty. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Make sure that you pay no attention to your daughter's beauty. Don't make them feel beautiful. Don't check them and make sure they're dressed nice. Don't check them and make sure that their hair looks a way that you know that's flattering and they feel lovely when they look in the mirror. Just let them eat everything in sight. Let them get thick as cold cheese grits all about the middle. And then just turn them loose and see if a no good man don't get his hands on your girl. Add that to the fact that her mother was allowing, and I'm not picking on her mama, but I'm telling the truth. Her mother was allowing her to try to play this tomboy role. Lord and Grace, girl, it's been so long. How you been? Good to see you. Jackie Gaines. Hey, sissy. Just leaving church. I'm glad you're here. Yes. So this is the thing, right? Allowing her to play this tomboy role. Like, oh, he's paying more attention to my brother, so let me act like them. Now, mind you, let me be very clear. That's a normal response from a child who just wants the love of a parent. In her child's mind, her child's mind said, okay, he seems to like them. Let me behave like them. But the adult watching should have said, no, baby, don't do that. Don't do that. This is a him problem. This ain't a you problem. There's nothing wrong with you. You don't need to alter you. He is the person that's sick. I'm gonna get on past some of this kid stuff a little bit. I'm gonna let it run, but I'm gonna get on past it because I don't want us to take too long. But I did want y'all to hear her words and how she got into this situation with that dancing bear that y'all call Derek Jackson. Here she go.
Not, but all of that stemmed from my childhood, and then that transformed as I grew older, and then transformed into the relationship that everybody is interested in. So,
So, did you deal with any type of childhood trauma when you think about it outside of abandonment?
So again, my dad did never follow really through on his promises. So when I would go over there, sometimes that would cause some issues between him and my stepmom, and then I would be at my grandma's house. And so
you say it was cause issues like what? What do you mean?
So they would just have like their little arguments or whatever, and I felt like it was always about me. But of course, I'm a child, so I don't know adult things at that time. But how I internalized it and what I carried with me is that, oh, this is about me being over here. Now I'm over here, I'm disrupting their little family union, and you know, my mom is over here, and I feel like maybe she's jealous of my mom or something like that, you know. And this is all going on while I'm a child, so this is what I grew up with the capacity that I had. And so that was pretty much the main trauma that I had. I didn't have another trauma until I was 19, where I was raped, and so I still kind of include that in childhood trauma. So
it's been an interesting thing with this season of the podcast. It's like almost every woman that has sat down on this couch during this season have dealt with sexual trauma, sexual assault, rape.
Yes.
There was a statistic that I read that was 1 in 5 women would have dealt with sexual assault, and then now they said there's probably 1 in 3 or something, like crazy.
Absolutely.
What happened in that? Was it a boyfriend, a date rape situation, a relative, or what happened, if you don't mind sharing?
So I was 19. I was on summer from college actually, and I was going out to a party that I didn't tell my mom about. I was, doing my own thing, and I went there, and I did have an ex-boyfriend there, and a couple other people, my family, my brothers were there, and their friends and things like that. And so we were all drinking, having a good time. I was downstairs, and one of the people there decided that they, seen me, and they wanted what they wanted. And so I was grabbed from behind. I was pushed down, and then, there's that story of being raped.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
actually
get
held
past that because that was a lot.
6 years, 5 years, 5 years, and then I briefly mentioned it to Derek at one point because he was talking to someone at the time, and then it came up like in a conversation. I was like, I was raped, and this just triggered that. And he was like, what? So he didn't even find out till 5 years, and it was just brief conversation. And then I never really dealt with it. I never got that therapy or counseling, and I didn't get that until I was 30, which at that point was about 12 years after the experience. And when I started,
and you know what? That's another thing. Add that to the list of things that I feel like Janaea has in common with a lot of other women, Black women in particular, is the assault that she endured. Okay, I was trying to kind of slip through a lot of that because it is triggering for a lot of us, myself included, very triggering. So I definitely did not want to hang on that too long, if that makes sense. I really didn't. But that's something that a lot of ladies have in common with her. And another thing that a lot of Black women have in common with Janaea as it pertains to that is that, like Janaea, a lot of people kept it to themselves, did not tell anybody. Didn't tell anybody. Internalized it. And it came out in other ways. Some ladies went through those assaults and it turned into promiscuity. Some ladies went through those assaults and then it turned into masculinizing themselves and, deciding, well, I'm going to be a lesbian. Sometimes it turned into anger, acting out, violent behavior. Sometimes it just turned into toxicity and accepting toxic behavior from other men just to feel like you had protection. So a whole lot of Black women have that in common with her. And the reason, there's a very good reason why I'm pointing out all the similarities between Janaea Jackson and a large portion of Black women is because, again, like I said, when we started this live, it was Black women who were attacking this young woman. The same women whose story is so similar to hers. So similar. But these, we're the ones. I didn't do it, but I am a Black woman, so I'm a part of the collective, and I'm going to just say it. We did not support this young woman at all. Alita said, yep, she was his prey. He knew she was vulnerable and took advantage of her situation. Oh, yeah. But she didn't even tell him about it until 5 years after they knew each other. He just saw low-hanging fruit. See, men who are predators can always tell when you iffy about yourself. Fifi, you suffered in silence for years. A lot of people did. Trina say, child, Derek was the serpent in the apple tree. He played on her low self-esteem and used her for intelligence. Yes, he did. Ed says it's a general feeling of being unprotected. Yep, absolutely. Say, Nacho Twins mama said those assaults then serve as a remark that other predators can identify and try to exploit. Oh, yeah. I've heard people say they can tell when somebody been touched, boy or girl. They can tell when you've been touched before. And Grace say, we don't deal with our trauma. So true. We're good at masking pain. I guess that's where our strong woman perception stems from. Yes, that whole strong woman thing is a trope that's been put on Black women to normalize you being victims. They want to normalize you being abused, normalize you being acceptable targets, normalize you being punished and tortured, and saying that you're strong because we can torture you and you can take it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And what's unfortunate is that as many Black women as there are that can identify Their life stories so closely mirror this young woman that it was black women, the same women, her sisters, were the ones that were attacking her because a man tortured her. The same men that tortured you tortured her. And black women were the ones who attacked this girl. T. Hutch say, when I met my husband, he inquired about my relationship with my father because he said it's too many women who have issues because of their fathers. I'm the apple of my dad's eye. Me too. But I don't blame my sisters for it. But I also understand that it creates deficits in them, that men who are predatory identify and they zero in on it like some kind of heat-seeking missile. Still attack. Yep. Still attacking. Yes, they are. And they're not even ashamed of themselves. That's the bad part. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. This is, I'm just saying, let's get on through the rest of this, y'all. This is a lot.
I was just on edge because I said I just never wanted my daughter to ever have to experience that, and for me to have to experience that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how I would have reacted and responded.
You know, it's hard. It's hard when you have girls, and a lot of times it happens with people that you know.
Yeah.
And that you.
Yeah, we got to get through that. I can't take too much of that, y'all.
With the rape, I pretended like in very.
And it evolved to something greater.
Yeah. So I actually was very quiet. Again, I'm pretty quiet overall. And
so now she's talking about how she met this clown, Derek. Hey, Gossip News.
Myself, but he see me in class. I was the quiet girl in class, and he was like, "Hey, are you a model?" I was like, I used to do some modeling, right? Because I had all these pictures of me doing some modeling stuff from high school and all that on my little binder. Yeah. You know, I'm still having this high school mentality with all the pictures on the binder. So I'm like, this is cool. I'm going to put all these picture collage on here, right? And so I had all that on there. And he was like, did you model? And I was like, I used to do some modeling. And he's like, can you tutor me? I was like, yeah.
So you wasn't just a quiet girl, you was a smart girl too?
Yes, quiet and smart, right? And I had these crazy braids in my hair that were not upkept. I had pimples all over my face. So it's like one of those classic movies where it's like that, the ugly duckling, smart girl in the corner, and then all of a sudden, look at this face, you know, you're right. And so it was like one of those classic fairy tale kind of stories in that regard. But
y'all caught that, right? So he slid up on her, hair not together, skin a mess. Oh, did you used to model? Because he saw her pictures. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's some straight predator behavior. Yes, Ufoma. He was speaking to her insecurities. He knew that her hair wasn't right. Let me tell you something. The only people that seem to be confused about how important beauty is to women are women. Men know it. I used to hang around a bunch of dudes, and I remember hearing some of them say things about, oh no, they never talk to the cute chicks. Because they know the girls that's a little bit hit, that ain't all the way put together, their weight ain't just right, your figure ain't just right, your hair ain't just right, your skin ain't just right. Oh, that's the one they want, because that girl, she's going to accept a lot more abuse, a lot more disrespect, a whole lot. All they got to do is dangle that carrot and love bomb her in the beginning, and then make her live with the constant fear of having it snatched away. T-Time say, I found it weird how so many women were even making fun of this woman. We have all been crazy over a man, but she wasn't even crazy. Maybe not to her extent, but we've all been in a hurt place that we needed to heal from. Yeah, but they, black women attacked this young lady. Ed said he was probably not together himself. I saw his picture. He really wasn't, but he thought he was. And for black men, they don't have to be together. All they got to do is make sure their shoes match their shirt. And y'all fall out. Just lay out in the aisle, slain in the spirit. Yeah, we need to quit teaching them the fairy tale crap. But it was the fact that he saw that she wasn't together. He targeted her. He saw, okay, let me break it down. Let me break it all the way down. Can we talk? Yes, Queena, he had been checking her out. He saw, yep, just like acrimony. He saw she had pictures of herself when she was modeling. So obviously she does, there's a desire to be seen as desirable. There's a desire to be seen as pretty. There was a desire for people to know that she had taken pretty pictures or that possibly she had modeled at some point. She had that desire. The desire was there because she did not feel pretty. She's definitely a pretty girl, but she didn't feel pretty because her skin wasn't together and her hair wasn't together. And she had ate a little too much of mama's cooking. All of that. So she didn't feel pretty. See, your beauty, when you're confident in your beauty, it comes out in your behavior. And she was not confident in her beauty. She didn't have it together. She probably didn't know how to put it together. Sometimes that happens. Y'all know our beauty sometimes can be like a physics class or biology class. You got to get the formula right and all that stuff. But he saw that. He saw she wants to be pretty. She desires to be pretty. She wants people to know that she used to model. She don't quite look like she's together. She wants to feel beautiful. Let me make her feel beautiful. That's what he did. That's why he went over there and said, did you used to model? He saw her are you a model? He saw her pictures, but he also saw what she looked like in that moment. He knew darn well she wasn't a model. He just knew she had a desire to be asked that. He knew that she had a desire for someone to acknowledge that those pictures are pretty. I recognize those are modeling pictures. I see you as somebody like, oh, you were a model or you're a model. He appealed to what she desired. Let me tell you something, y'all. It's important to be honest with yourself because even if you lie to yourself, a real predator can see what you desire and they will offer it to you while you're lying and saying that you don't want that. I'm going to let y'all keep listening, but I wanted y'all to hear, the slicktivity because he was real slick. And the fact that they were 19 years old when they met. And at 19, this little boy was predatory. I'm going to let, we going to keep listening. We're going to keep listening.
Went to tutor him. We met up in the library and, I'm so awkward. He's like, I'm sitting on the opposite end of the table, and I'm just like this.
You're talking about way across.
Yeah, way across, and I'm just like, okay, are you ready? And he's like, why are you so like stiff? Like, why are you sitting?
You heard that? Mind you, he played on her desire to be attractive and desirable. Asked her to tutor him because he knew she was the smart girl and he needed help because he's a dummy. And something tells me that everything he's been able to do so far is mainly because of her. He's been using her brain since the beginning. And then when they get in the library, she's stiff and awkward and kind of standoffish from him because even though he played into what she desired, she couldn't trust it. And he then went to making her feel like she was doing something wrong by having her guard up. Ladies, sometimes when you feeling awkward and uncomfortable and you can't trust something, it's because you shouldn't. Sometimes that's your discernment. Let me say it again. Sometimes that's your discernment. He made her feel like she was doing something wrong by being standoffish. Why you acting like that? Loosen up. Here you go.
That far, like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, it is okay to like be a little bit closer.
Had you not been in a relationship before then?
I had a boyfriend? I had a high school boyfriend.
Hold on. What you talking about, gossip news? No, I called him a boy. I meant boy. Buckle up, because I'm going to be calling him a boy the whole time we on this stream. I promise you. Boy.
Yeah. And, But it was I went to all-white high school.
Okay.
So, let's put this in some context. I went to all-white high school pretty much. There were some black people there, of course, but it was different than going to all-black college. So.
Oh, yeah, the culture shock.
Culture shock, right? And so.
You said, where all this swag coming from?
Right.
These guys
I don't even know what this means. Like, I don't know what that is, It's different in a more diverse or lack of diversity school. And so it was an adjustment all around. And so I had to get used to that because he introduced me to a whole new world of Black culture. I got my black stripe going to Tuskegee and being in this relationship. So.
And so how did it transition from you being his tutor to him tutoring you in some things?
That is good. That's good. I got schooled, okay, for years. No, after the tutoring, we were having conversations nearly daily. Like the first 3 days, it felt like I know him for my whole life.
Yeah.
And literally, we were on the phone, we're sleeping on the phone, like those first 3 days, having all kinds of conversations. It was like, oh my gosh, I've known you all my life. This is a fairy tale. I love you. Like, when are we getting married and having kids? Like, it was all of that.
This, or were you saying this?
All of it.
Y'all were talking about marriage and stuff?
Not necessarily marriage, but it was definitely
having
like,
kids.
I like you. Like, I've known you my whole life. Like, this is so easy.
Yeah.
Like, where have you been?
Yeah.
This is right here in this
19
moment.
years old.
Yes.
Where have you been all my life?
Exactly.
All the 19 years of my existence.
Exactly. All 19 years of my life. I miss you. I love you. This is what, and so it was great. It's pure ecstasy. And so from there, we spent pretty much every day together. And about 1 month after just meeting, he asked me to be his girlfriend on Valentine's Day. So that was like our unofficial anniversary for years. He had this big old heart and he had his shirt off and he was like, will you be my girlfriend?
He had his shirt off?
Yes. He was fine too. I was like, yes, Danae, look at you. Everybody thought you were a nerd, but here you go.
That's what I'm about to say. What were people thinking? Here you.
Okay, you heard that, right? Oh, look at you, Danae. Everybody thought you was a nerd. That's what he did. He knew by giving her what she thought she could never have that she was going to be on her knees forever. And God said no. But I'm just saying, y'all peep the game, right? Peep the game. Pretty girl, but your stuff ain't together. Your self-esteem, your self-value is raggedy. And here come a man to take advantage of that. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to let it play.
This quiet little nerdy girl that you said to have pimples all over your face, but then you get the
doesn't match.
You get the sexy. What did he play football?
He
did
play football.
So you got the sexy jock. What was that about?
Fire. Like for me, that's what I was thinking. Like, listen, Danae, you have upgraded. You are coming into it, right? And so, I think there's a lot of hatred overall. Yeah. Most people didn't say a whole lot, but I think there's a lot of hatred about it. And then it's like, it doesn't match because he is more outgoing and personable. And I'm just like,
You heard that? It was a lot of hatred and she was enjoying, feeling like she was being envied and that it didn't match. And, because he's this and I'm just this. So she put in her mind, she was on a lower level. And she was being elevated, and her elevated status was attached to this little boy. It was attached to this little boy. In her mind, he's somebody she not supposed to have. Emerald, what's that? Okay. Y'all forgive me. I'm still being mama. But y'all hearing this, right? Yeah, that clown had more games than The Price is Right. You sure right. And I'm going to tell you something else that was working in his favor. By him grabbing the girl that wasn't all the way together and maybe, wasn't quite as polished as them other girls, that made the other girls jump through hoops and do everything possible to sleep with him. Like, okay, he chose her. Now they got something to prove. I look better than her. I'm slimmer than her. I'm cuter than her. My butt bigger than her. My hair longer than her. And now he's winning on every side. Hey, Alex. Yes, he was getting his sister wives together. Mm-hmm. So, child, she fell for the okie doke. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Hey, Andre Taylor, I don't know that. And I don't think he was after that. He was after making her a victim. And that's what he did, essentially. Fifi say this was a false sense of winning because he is and was no prize. Thank you, honey. He would have been a prize had he been nice looking, from a good family, with good coin, with great grades, and maybe a double major and already a couple of job offers. Then he would have been a prize. But he was not. He was none of those things. Nina say her family just getting here. Catch the replay. All right, girl.
Literally awkward black girl that went to an all-white high school. So there's a balance there.
What did he see in you? Because he had to have said that to you before. What did he see in you?
Okay. So he said that he liked that I was like smart, and of course he loved my eyes. And I feel like now, like looking back on it, I feel like there was a lot of compliments on like the physical attributes, as opposed to more of the mental and emotional attributes that I had. But then again, we were in love after 3 days. So seriously,
so you weren't chubby no more in college, huh?
I still had a little bit of chub. I was in the marching band for a little bit, so I had slimmed down a little bit there, but I still had a little bit of weight on me, but it was proportion. I feel like,
it was enough for him to like her.
Enough. Listen, he did not complain, and I wasn't complaining either. So there's that.
3 days we in love. We're gonna get married and have a bunch of kids.
Absolutely. Listen, I made him them peanut butter jelly sandwiches. Listen, you ain't going nowhere. White or wheat. I made white or wheat. So you like the crust on or what?
You trimmed a little crust around the side.
Sure did. Real story.
Cut it to a little heart and give it to him.
Exactly.
So she had really drank the Kool-Aid. She was all in. Let's get past some of this.
It started at the beginning.
Yeah, start at the beginning. Okay.
And yes, there was commitment at times.
At times,
but there was a lot of on and off again. Okay, and through college and even after college, lots of on and off again. And so, leading up to our marriage, we were actually off. Right, we were actually off. We were living in North Carolina at the time, 2015, going into 2016, late 2016. We went our separate ways because there was other people involved, and there had already been other people involved even in college, right? And so
be specific. Other people, what you mean?
Other women. There was.
Did you ever have other guys that you were dating?
In college there was a guy, Fabian, who I was
talking. Say the man's name. You say the man's name. Fabian, mind his own business. He's watching the Dear Future Wifey Podcast.
He's not. He is no longer with us, unfortunately.
Okay. God rest his soul.
Yes, and so in college there was that, but it wasn't necessarily a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I actually had used him to I did. I used him to set Derek up because I was tired of him being with all these girls and catching him and going through his phone and watching him do all of his stuff with these girls. And I was working with this guy, and I was like, listen, I need you to help me to get him back. And I want to set this up. We're going to make it look like we're, this great couple. Like I'm cheating over here and all this. So he helped me. He was, he did. And
so what you do? So how'd y'all set it up?
So we had the same car. We had the same type of car, which was a Subaru, one of those like Fast and Furious type of cars.
How you get one of those? You had some little money growing up.
Listen, my uncle is a car guy.
Okay.
And so he gave me a car because I was a straight A student, clearly. Look at my pimples and my straight A's, right? And so he gave me a car.
Subaru. She was fly on campus.
I had a 2000 Subaru Impreza, and it was blue, and we had the same car. His was just like 2 years.
You said you and Fabian.
Yeah, we had the same car. So I would set up times for us to go race, and we worked together. So clearly, I was at work when I wasn't in class. So there's that. And then I would set up times where like I would be like let's meet up at this place, and I knew Derek would find out about it, and I wanted him to, because I wanted him to pay.
You want him to be jealous?
I wanted him to. Like, I've sat there and watched, literally looked through his phone and watched him have sex with other girls.
On the phone?
On the phone. Like, I literally watched it. And so that was soul crushing. At that time, this is well before we're married, but I've seen it multiple times, multiple girls, several.
So you see what I'm saying? This little boy was already putting the screws to her. When he first approached her, he had no good intentions for her from the very beginning. Alex, she laughing because she's past it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know some of y'all really be on that sad sex stuff. Everybody is not. When I talk about my past and some of the stuff I've been through, I laugh too. That's when you know you over it, when you can laugh at it. I know some of y'all don't get that, but it's just not that deep. She's able to laugh at it. And you know what else? I'm going to go a step further and say I'm grateful that she's at a point where she can laugh at it, because it sounds like this poor baby was put through the ringer. So I'm glad that she can laugh at it. Laughter is medicine. Ain't nothing wrong with laughter. Like, y'all going to have to get over that. You just get on past it. It's just not that deep. She lost me there, because I wouldn't have been doing all that. Hey, Daphne. However, she was still a kid. We talking about a 19, 20-year-old. That's a kid. Okay? Fifi say, I joke and laugh because I say, look at God. Same here. The things that God pulled me out of, girl, please. I laugh all the time. It was some life and death stuff I laugh at, because I really shouldn't have made it out, but I really did. And sometimes I laugh because I can't believe I was that stupid. It's a lot of times I laugh because I can't remember. I can't even accept that I was that stupid. Like, girl, you was dumb as hell, but you did that and you survived that. Like, people laugh when they over it. It is what it is. It just is what it is. See, I don't know how much she's over it, and Derek is the one who had to divorce her as an adult. So what does that mean? She is over it. The girl is healed. She's doing a lot better. Y'all really think because a man filed a divorce that he won something over you? Don't you realize sometimes when you ain't strong enough to pull the trigger on something, God will do it for you? Maybe this baby wasn't strong enough to do it on her own, and God had to push that man's hand and force his hand to do it. It don't matter who filed first. What does that even mean? Yeah, laughter heals the soul. All that sitting up, that sad sex stuff, look, everybody ain't with that. I know I don't live like that. When I'm past something, I'm past it. Philly Joy say the laugh can also be a defense mechanism. It could, but this girl is cracking jokes this whole interview. She has a very dry humor, but she's funny to me. Absolutely funny to me. Okay, I don't have no problem with her laughing. I don't. It don't bother me. Nina say, yes, it's a lot of stuff I look back at and laugh. I laugh my butt off. I sit up with people who knew me win, and we laugh about how ridiculous I was. It means she not over it. I'm speaking about winning and losing. I'm not speaking. So if a man files divorce, you can't get over it. Child boo, I don't know what world you live in, sis. I don't mean no harm, but I don't. Just because a man filed divorce, she can't get over it. She gotta stay in it forever. Y'all, do you see like how that makes it look like y'all want a black woman to remain a victim forever? You realize a man can do something to you. A man can hurt you, reject you, cheat on you, and you can still live. There is still tomorrow. You can still get over it. There is still God. The sun still shines. The world still spins. Just because a man rejects you, that is not the end of your world. It just ain't. I feel like she won by not being involved with him. It sounds like psychological trauma. Exactly. And then when we get to how the marriage ended, oh, baby. That's why I say that girl is over this mess. And she telling it all. And I'm going to tell you something else. For anybody to be as transparent as this young woman is being and telling everything, even how ridiculous she was with trying to set stuff up to make him feel what she felt. Oh, yeah. Little mama's over it. Because that type of honesty don't come when you still hanging on. It just don't. It don't. This baby is telling it all. She telling it all. I don't have a problem with that. And you know what else? Auntie gonna let her tell it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let her tell it, and I'm gonna give her the grace to laugh at whatever the hell she want to. Okay, because this is her past. This is her pain. If she can laugh at it, I'm gonna grant her that, and I'm not gonna judge her for it and nothing else. Anybody else that wants to internalize somebody else's pain and tell them how to experience it and how to express it, I can't tell you not to do it. I can only tell you I'm not gonna participate. The policing of Black women and how they process their pain is never gonna happen on this porch.
This is just in college. We're not talking even about marriage.
After that, we're going to get there in a little bit. We're going to talk about straight college. How did we get here?
So there was a lot of anger and bitterness, and I never once really confronted him about it. I always kind of like sat on it and just buried it. Mostly I feel like now I'm looking back on it, it was a fear of rejection.
Yeah.
Bang. Y'all remember what I told you earlier, right? This is the game they play. He dangled this love, relationship, acceptance, elevation. This is what it is. Me and you, we together. I got my shirt off. I'm holding a heart on Valentine's Day. And look what happened. She see him dragging her through the mud and she's afraid to speak on it. Why? Because she don't want him to throw her away. She don't want him to reject her. She don't want him to reject her. I'm so afraid he's going to go away. Public perception of me is going to change because of a man. Y'all got to quit centering your entire lives around men. You just got to. You just got to. And as mothers, we have to train our daughters not to center their entire lives around men. It ain't healthy. But that's all right. Let's let her get a little bit more. We might fast forward through this because I really want to get to part 2 because part 2 had a lot in there too.
And abandonment.
You feel like if you spoke up, he's gonna leave.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, I don't want him to leave me. Like, so I have to just take this. But then at the same time, it was creating this deep-seated hatred and resentment and spitefulness. And so here I go, setting him up. And it worked.
Fabian. So how'd y'all set it up?
So we would be at work conspiring, and there's actually a group of us, right? We would be at work conspiring, and I'm coming over, like let me come over to your house, after this, or I'm gonna come out late, or I'm gonna tell him that I'm with all the girls, but we're gonna like link up and do this, so he can. I want him to see it. I want him to catch it. I want him to feel everything that I have been feeling with all these women.
See, she was hoping that she wouldn't have to address it. Hear her now. He really hear her. And I want us to draw them parallels. Because some of y'all probably have done some of this. Y'all know, listen, don't get quiet. Don't get quiet. Because y'all know Black women, we good at knowing stuff and not saying nothing. We will see everything. We'll know everything. Bank account numbers, hotel room. We'll know everything and won't say a word. And if I'm lying, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in there or just say, Nitra, you lying. Y'all know I ain't lying. Y'all know I ain't lying. I know you know I ain't lying. She sat up there and wasn't gonna say nothing because she didn't want to end the relationship. I don't even think at this point it was so much about being in love with him. It was the relationship that she was in love with. It was the way people viewed her that she was in love with. It was the way she was able to view herself because of this relationship that she was in love with. You get what I'm saying? So she wasn't gonna say nothing, but I'm gonna play little games and pull pranks because I want him to feel what I'm feeling, and then maybe he'll just stop hurting me. That's what she doing. African Violet say, right, Nitra, people want her to roll around on the ground and wait for the rest of her life and wail for the rest of her life because that boy divorced her. God's plan for her life is unfolding, and now she will truly be loved. Exactly. I'm not a big fan of trying to force victimhood on Black folks. Was he? I didn't see him in the manosphere. I saw him pandering to women. Yep, she wanted him to feel her pain without her having to confront what he was doing. Y'all, please hit the like button. That's what it was. I ain't lying, Emma. Y'all will know stuff and hold it. I know I've known stuff and not said nothing. Now I ain't do no spying and tracking down, but a lot of y'all sisters do be spying and tracking down. A lot of y'all turn into Columbo. It's in a relationship she was chosen, but when she went to her dad's house with the stepmama, she wasn't. Ooh, you better say it. He gave her that chosen feeling that her daddy didn't give her. See, it's a little different with us girls that our fathers, doted on us. We don't go around with that feeling like I need to be chosen. I need to be chosen. That's why I said, like, that's not, even though it's not a part of my story and I can't identify, I can still understand what caused her to attach and allow this creature to prey on her. I totally get it. I totally get why he was able to prey on her. Lord CSI agent, I'm through. You know what? Y'all sisters is bad. Y'all ain't got the FBI, CIA, ain't nobody got nothing on black women. Y'all will track it down. Y'all will get down to the bottom of it. Y'all will get down to the bottom of what's going on. Y'all have the other woman fingerprints, DNA swab, references from her favorite third grade teacher and everything. Y'all will get it all. So that's what she was doing, but she was scared to speak on it. And there it goes. And that's how she ended up in this situation with the game plan and stuff. Well, I'm going to let her say a little bit more of this, and we're going to kind of get through it because of time, because there's a part 2. And the part 2, I felt like really gave more about what went on in this marriage, so we can really break that down. Because to me, a lot of it seemed like common sense, but when everything was happening, people were intentionally being obtuse, intentionally not understanding, so that they would have an excuse to attack this black woman because the man was a hoe. So let's go.
All these girls that he's been with, I want him to feel all of it, and I'm here for it.
Let's get on past
all
that.
Absolutely nothing going on with me.
Hold on. Y'all know people got to get their ad revenue, child, and I want them to get it.
The effects of it, because I never really confessed to setting him up until way way later.
So you and Fabian never did nothing?
No.
Y'all ain't kissed, y'all didn't do nothing?
No.
And so you just kept that lingering for years as if y'all really did something?
Yes. I wanted Derek to feel all of it.
And so what did he catch you doing? Just walking out of his apartment one day?
I honestly, I don't know what he really caught me doing. He never really told me what he caught me doing, but I know that he's at least seen us doing some racing. I know he's seen us maybe going to a meetup point and all of that. So
he never confronted you about that and was like, I know you're cheating on me with
Not
Fabian.
in college. No, we're in marriage when we were dealing with unpacking that. And then he was like, you were cheating on your husband. And I was like, okay. Okay. Maybe I was emotionally cheating. Okay, I'll give you that. In college, 9 years before we ever got married. So I didn't cheat on my husband, but it was like, no, you cheated on your husband while we're in marriage. I'm like, no. You can't use that because we weren't married at the time. So
now y'all caught that, right? 9 years. 9 years. So they've only been married a short time. They ain't been married but a minute. Because them whole 9 years, he was out there, hoe hopping off again, on again, all that there. So while he's giving all this fabulous, advice to women coming out here being Captain Obvious, saying all this, real elementary type stuff that black women were clapping for, he wasn't nobody's husband, and he was a whole hoe out here in these streets. And this is who people was clapping for. This is who people were clapping for. So let's move ahead some, because I want to skip around.
That was a long year before marriage. There's a lot of stuff that went on in there. We tried some marital counseling. We did not finish that. There was,
You said premarital counseling?
Premarital counseling.
Y'all didn't finish our premarital counseling?
No.
Why not?
There was a lot of issues that arose. So as we were doing the counseling, I started to come out with a lot of the hurt that I was hiding from from college days. I started to come out with that and how it made me feel. And it was a lot, I think, for him to handle all of that.
Like, oh my God, how you know all this stuff?
Right. How do you know? Right. How did you know? But then also, like, why are you just now telling me about this?
Still here?
Right.
Like, you know all that, you still
Right. And so it was a lot for me to just like be like, and you did this and you did that. And I feel like I did do a lot of shame and blaming in communicating all the things I had been holding on to. So it was a lot for him to handle in that time. But anyway, it was all of that. He was like, I'm not doing this anymore. So we never finished.
So he stopped the premarital counseling because it was premarital counseling. She started opening up and letting him know, you thought you got away, but y'all, she hit him with the Kelly Price. Something that you must know. There is something that you must know. She let him know, hey, I know about this, and this. And he's like, I'm not doing this no more. Why? See, what is given from this little boy, Derek. Derek didn't want no accountability. Derek was only liking the version of Danae that didn't know about his dirt, that he had fooled, who thought he was God's gift. The more she let him know that I know you ain't God's gift to nothing, you a curse from the depths of Gehenna, he ain't like her so much. It was hard to like her because she wasn't looking at him with stars in her eyes. It was hard to sit through marital counseling with her letting him know, I'm choosing you, being fully aware of your flaws and your shortcomings. See, he wanted her to have this idealistic picture of him. He didn't want nobody who actually knew who the hell he was and was choosing him anyway. And there's men like that. And some of us done dealt with men like that. They only like you when they think you naive and wide-eyed and country and silly. The minute he realized that she wasn't naive and wide-eyed and country and silly no more, thanks to him, oh no, he couldn't even go through with the premarital counseling. Yeah, he wanted her to stay naive. Once he saw that she wasn't naive no more, premarital counseling wasn't working for him, honey. He needed something different. Y'all, please hit the like button. We're gonna listen to some more of this. Let's go.
And then and then here we go in the marriage. So
So you said he said I'm not gonna finish marriage counseling, but we're gonna continue going on with the wedding.
It was looking a little bleak at first, right? Because at that time I went back to the gym and started working out, and then I had a male trainer. And so then at the time that we're going through premarital counseling, then it's like, oh, you're talking to your male trainer, and you're having a relationship with him. You're trying to hide it from me. And I'm like, I'm all these things. And so I'm like, I'm not trying to hide this from you. Like you see him, we go to the same gym. You can have a conversation with him. His wife is a trainer at the gym too. Maybe I should have asked for his wife to, I didn't even choose the trainer, but basically it became an issue. And so then that became the focus, as opposed to me having a male trainer, and what I'm doing over here became the focus of the conversation.
And be clear, did you have anything inappropriate with the trainer?
I did not.
And did he ever say, well, you need to have a female trainer then?
He did not, but I took it upon myself. I went to the little desk and was like, hey, I need to change trainers. And then the trainer was like, well, did I do something wrong? Whatever. Can we have a conversation? I was like, it's nothing that you did wrong. It's just, I got to do what I need to do, and I need a woman. And so then I got another trainer, Serena, and she got my whole life together after that. But yes, that became the focus. There was a lot of issues that came from that, and pretty much triggered the toxic behavior in him, triggered the toxic behavior in him to where now we have all these things going on in our marriage. So
such as, you said triggered what? Well, you said that triggered what? To accuse you of infidelity, to give him a pass to cheat on you? Essentially.
So
now I'm gonna stop her right there, but I understand she's still young, so she ain't peeped game yet. She passed it, but she still ain't peeped what he was doing. He started accusing her and attacking her because she knew about what he did. That's what all this was about. because she let him know that she knew. As long as she played naive and he didn't know that she knew, oh, he didn't accuse her of nothing. In his mind, in his little sick pea brain, the only way she could have stayed and been cool with what I was doing is if she was doing the same thing. I need to vilify her because she knows. She looking at me every time she look at me. It's an indictment of my character because I know what I've been doing to her. Every time I look at her, she not looking at me with adoring eyes. She's looking at me with eyes of judgment because of what I'm doing to her. He needed to dirty up her character so she could look at him gratefully with the cow eyes again. Ed said, you can't trigger toxic behavior in him, girl. He is toxic. Exactly. He was trying to punish her for knowing. That's what he was doing. Hey, Miss G girl. Definitely he was playing mind games for sure. Welcome. He was trying to punish her for knowing because he knew at that moment when every time she looked at him, it was through the lens of a woman who had been hurt by him. He didn't fool her. What he thought was behind her back was not. He thought he was slick. That's what it was. Here you go.
So me bringing up all these things and then him feeling or accusing me of having this relationship with the trainer, which I did not have, but allowed him basically like, okay, I'm being like in his mind, I'm being disrespectful, I'm being unappreciative. He's done all this changing and actually asked for me to marry him, and here I go, just bringing up all this stuff from the past, and
would you say he was on his best behavior during that time?
Define best behavior. Okay. So if we're talking about, yeah, so we have to define best behavior.
Okay, we're going to define it as not messing with other women at this point.
Okay, we're going to have to define that too. Okay, so listen, I'll put it this way. Were there women that he had still had contact with in some way that he's had a sexual relationship with or some sort? Those people were always there. That he was always constantly having at least a minimum a dialogue with them.
Okay.
Like if they were friends.
And was it discussed that he would no longer have those conversations with people in whom he had sexual relationships with?
No, so that wasn't discussed until after I left the marriage for 8 months. That wasn't discussed until after that. So, but going into marriage, no, there was not really a dialogue about like, hey, all these people that you've had a relationship with or whatever in the past, like all of them need to cut out.
I'm not even getting into that because what that gives me is two children got married. Okay, two children got married. Wasn't no marriage counseling, and the mamas really didn't do no counseling either. Okay, his not hers. I don't know his story. But now listen. Y'all, they was together 9 years before they got married, okay? Then this baby says it was 8 months that she left out the marriage. So I want to know exactly how much time did they spend in the doggone marriage? I have so many questions. Yeah, she was the wife. But he still had girlfriends that he had done slept with before, talking about they was always in the picture as friends and stuff. And the poor baby, she was just accepting all this for fear that he was going to walk off and leave. Trina say, child, if you did sleep with the trainer, you needed that relaxing feeling. Dealing with the honorary bear. You so silly. I ain't fooling with you, Trina. That's right, y'all. Please hit the like button. Thank you. Oh, let me get one more comment before we start this back. Say the whole thing don't sound like a marriage. Just an entire stage for him. That's all it was. We're going to get a little bit and then we're going to jump on part 2 real quick. If y'all don't mind, if y'all got the time, I got the time.
No friends. There was not, or people are supposed to like a distant relative. It's like one, like, their cousin married my dad, so that's my cousin type of thing situation. But like a relative, essentially claiming as a relative, they met up, this is somebody that he had a conversation, like sexual conversations with and things like that in the past.
Sexual conversations, they didn't have sex.
He says that they had never had sex. It didn't go past their sexual conversations and things like that, but they did meet up not too long after the marital counseling.
The premarital
counseling that we had. So
You don't know what happened. If anything happened, they just met up to just...
Right. So outside of that, I don't know. When something did happen, let's see, that was like a couple weeks before we got married. And I didn't even think we were going to get married because it was such a big blow up. And so he got his hair cut by a girl that he used to have sex with, and she posted a picture on Instagram with hearts. He was standing behind her, and there's hearts surrounding them, and
weeks before the marriage, a week before, did she say weeks or a week? Either way, it's bad. Child, I need some pressure medicine. I don't even take pressure medicine, and I need some pressure medicine. And she still went through it. Lord have mercy. Okay, let's go, y'all.
Lost it on him. I lost it. I did not use any kind of biblical words at all. And I didn't even know biblical words at that time. So I lost it. And, at that point, it kind of triggered, like, he was like, you don't trust me. Like, you're supposed to be able to trust me. Like, I'm not even I needed my haircut because I'm trying to make a living for us. Like, this is important. There was nobody else available. And I'm like, you didn't even tell me about this. At minimum, you tell me that you have to get a haircut, and you didn't even do that. Not only did you not do that, you hid it from me. You sent the haircut appointment confirmation to the work email, and I'm running your emails. What kind of... Right. And so it was at that point where I blew up, where I was like, okay, I need to get help. I got to figure out myself. And I actually got therapy. I got 3 therapists.
You got 3? Why you need 3?
I needed all 3. All 3 of them.
I got one of them miss something, the other one pick it up.
Exactly.
Miss something.
Yes. And I did that for about 3 months until I settled on one. And then I was with her for about 1.5 years. Yes.
So you said this was a couple of weeks before y'all said I do?
Yes.
And then after you got over that, y'all just decided to go ahead and get married at the same time. Y'all didn't change the date. 2 weeks later.
Yeah, no, we did not change the date. We still got married 3 weeks later. We did it. I was pregnant actually with our son. Nobody really knew I was pregnant because I wasn't really showing that much. And I didn't tell a whole lot of people I was pregnant.
So you're pregnant with the second child?
Yes, our son. And so, yeah.
And so now you get pregnant.
And he made her a baby mama. Lord have mercy.
It's a trip. You're getting pregnant in trauma. It's like the first time you got pregnant, you're passing women down the stairwell or passing them as you leave. Y'all making y'all D appointments. Yeah, and so then you end up getting pregnant. You said 8 o'clock. That was your standing appointment. 8 o'clock. On what day was it?
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Listen, before that her song came out about, only on the weekend, listen, that was already going on.
That was already going on in your life.
I had to renounce that, by the way. That is not okay behavior. I do not endorse that behavior. I'm just testifying.
You're testifying right now. And so you had your standing appointment, and then you end up getting pregnant, and then I don't know what motivated him, but he will have to tell that story of what made him decide, well, let me marry her.
Yeah, I'm not sure what really prompted him. Was his
family that told him that? Was it he always promised himself that he'll never have a kid out of wedlock? I don't know what his journey is.
Well, I don't know like all of his story, but from just some conversations that we had, it was like when we were in college, I always said that I would leave and go back to Denver if like the certain situations happen. I'm leaving, I'm taking the baby with me, and I think that scared him. So I think it was like, okay, he's living his best life, and I'm sitting up here allowing it, right? Because I'm a willing participant, and now
okay, she owning it. Okay,
he's almost in fear that I'm going to leave because now I've sat down and had a conversation with his mom, and I'm like, I don't have 7 additional years to give him. I'm tired of doing this life.
And his mama told him too, said, baby.
Right, and and I believe she did because he brought that up to me like, man, you told my mom this, and I'm like, okay, your mom clearly told you that, so cool.
So now he mad because she told her mama. We gonna fast forward, girl, y'all. We got to go to part 2 because this is, little mama long-winded. She got a lot to say. She telling the whole story. Shout out to Dear Future Wife channel on YouTube for getting the info. Shout out to him. Like I said, and I'm gonna repeat, I have no critique for how this man conducted this interview whatsoever. And I'm grateful to him for conducting the interview because nobody else got the interview. And I'm going to be very clear about that. Okay, so I'm very appreciative to Mr. Whitfield for getting the interview. So let's get part 2 popping so we can get that going. Because I want y'all to hear what she said about the marriage.
We'll be there in November.
Let's define a lot of things. Okay?
Is defined XYZ is going to be what it is.
Define it.
Define commitment.
We have to be very specific and crystal clear on here.
Define wedded bliss.
What is that?
Define not being inappropriate.
Right. Define it.
Define it.
Let's define a lot of things. Okay. So
I understand what you mean when you go through what you've been through, because when you deal with that certain type of personality, it'll make you have to rethink and restructure and reimagine what words actually mean, because those words can be used against you, and we'll dig deeper into that. And so now we left off, you're in your first year of marriage.
Yes.
And you found that Derek was having inappropriate conversations with people from his past that he had a sexual relationship with, and then later on you began to find out that it wasn't just conversations, it had moved to actual sexual acts.
Yes. And again, I didn't find that out until 2019. So we got married January 2018. I found out in November of 2019 that there was a lot of conversations that had turned into physical interactions.
So about a year and a half later, she finds out. So he didn't even marry this girl until January 2018, and by November of the next year, she finding out that he out there humping. He humping around like Bobby Brown. Hey, protect my energy. Oh, I miss you. I'm glad you popped in. Yeah, she said that. She's owning it. And, I like the fact that she said she does not condone that behavior, but she was participating in the foolishness. Okay, so that's why I say she testifying, in my opinion, her testimony appears to be truthful because she's telling the truth on everybody, including herself.
From that point. So in that time span, I had actually began working on myself. I had 500 followers at the time.
Oh, look at you, 500 followers.
500. I was doing big things.
It's like you're doing something. You like, I
all
got
kinds
500.
of big things. I was known. People knew who I was. Okay.
He over here with 1 point something million. You had 500.
Everybody knew who I was. Okay. And so I had actually started a little journey on Instagram at the time with like losing weight. I lost 66 pounds. I told you I had enrolled. Thank you. I had enrolled in therapy. So my therapist is like helping me through this time as I'm losing weight. And I'm like, yeah, I'm becoming a better person, a better woman. I'm becoming more secure, like in myself and confident in myself. Look at all this weight I just lost. I've been putting this work in. I'm fine.
After 2 kids.
2 whole kids. I'm looking fine. Okay. And then it was at that point I like, I want to start traveling with you. I'm going on tour with you. So then he did the self-love tour with Steven Speaks and all that, and I was there at almost every tour stop.
Did people know who you were when they saw you?
They did not know who I was until I said I'm his wife, and there was a few times where I had to, literally our team, because I coordinated our team to travel with us, the people that I hired to come with us, and they were literally like holding me back at some of these events, like, don't do it. And I'm like,
well, what you about to do?
Listen, I was not always saved. Okay, so there's when you have a husband that is in the spotlight, women feel like they can do whatever they want. They can talk to him out. They can touch however they want. Oh, you're so fun. These little touches turn into something else.
Some more touches.
Other touches, right? There was a lot of that. There was a woman that was bold enough to sit on his lap, and he didn't even do anything about it. And I had better words from at that time because I had been in therapy, so I was practicing those tools. And it still was like, okay, well, this is part of my job. This is what comes with it. You have to be more secure. And I'm like, I'm secure, but it is not okay for this to happen, And so that just kind of became a dynamic throughout the rest of the tour, but we made it through.
He told her she need to be more secure while he had women sitting on his lap. Now, baby, thank God for Papa, because he ain't never tried nothing crazy like that. It ain't had nothing to do with her security. It had everything to do with him being respectful. It was the fact that he didn't even market himself as a married man. He put himself out there as though he was single. Okay? So people didn't feel like they had to respect the wife because they didn't know a wife existed. Okay? I'm gonna just let it go because he told her to be most secure with women in his lap and touching on him and stuff. Okay? Let y'all finish hearing this.
But God's grace. But yeah, there was a couple times where they had to hold me back.
So he welcomed you on the tour. It wasn't like he was trying to tell you to stay at home.
He didn't tell me to stay. He let me come. I was running things. I was taking pictures of him and all the people. Mm-hmm. And I, when it got out of control, I would give a look and be like, I am his wife. And I, oh my gosh, can't believe it.
Because I didn't know he was married. I didn't know he was married until the infamous Bonnet video. I never knew he was married.
A lot of people apparently didn't know he was married, but he did make a couple of videos here and there that said he was married.
What video was that?
It was a long, probably when we first got married, he did a video on YouTube where he was actually live on YouTube. And it's still, I don't know if it's still up there, but he talked about our marriage and how we got married and all that. And then Don't Forget Your Crown, he talks about me and him and our relationship and us getting married. Yeah, that's one of his books. And he talked about us getting married, which was his number one,
here's how we're going to stop making excuses.
Okay. What a fitting commercial, honey, because, the excuses. That's how Danae got in this trouble, because Danae was making excuses for this Negro. She was excusing his behavior.
Outside of the Cheating Man's Heart series, I got something for y'all.
I saw some shit.
I'm done. This Negro, now why y'all ain't tell me Derrick Jackson had the nerve to have a series of books called A Cheating Man's Heart? Now, he is an expert. Now, that's one thing he had every right to write a book on. He could have wrote a book, a manual, a how-to, a tutorial. He could have did practicals, had the cheaters come out and meet him, at the mall or the club or wherever they congregate. Yeah, now he was special. He was special. Yes, he know all about the cheating man's heart. Not going to jail, Queen. Don't go to jail about no Negro, baby. Go to the courthouse, sign some papers, and get rid of them. Yes. Not your twin mama say she wish a nigga would. I know that's right. Child, it's too much. Fifi say it literally was one video. I saw it. I'm so through. Ed say, I wouldn't be married to someone writing books on the cheating man's heart. Girl, me either. Hey, Cassie. Cassie said, I hope she was paid well for this interview. She sounds loony to me. She don't sound loony to me. She just telling what happened and being honest. Her part in it as well as his. See, this, I'm going to tell you why it sounds crazy to you. You want to know why it sounds crazy to you? It sounds crazy to you because y'all are accustomed to people telling you the man did this, the man did that, the man did this, without being honest about the part that they played in it. She's being honest about the part that she played in it. I don't find it crazy at all. It's good to be honest. Bianca say, he got what? Shadidra, you gonna have to stop shocking me with this man's foolishness. Child, I didn't know about the cheating man's heart. I'm just glad she telling it all. That boy is a mess. You heard about the books, The Cheating Man Heart. Hey, not The Cheating Man Heart. Okay. Listen, he missed a monetary opportunity. I'm gonna tell y'all why. After he wrote The Cheating Man's Heart, right, he needed to have The Cheating Man's Cookbook, The Cheating Man's Guide to Home Decor. You know how to switch it out. For the different women, have a picture frame with everybody picture in it, so you can switch it out when the different women come over. He could have had the whole Cheating Man series. He could have did Cheating Man fragrances. He could have did the Cheating Man baseball cap. Like he missed out on a real monetization there. I'm telling you. You say it happens to many women more often than not. I'm glad she's free. Yes, and I'm glad she's being honest, because a lot of women it happened to, they lie. Everything is, oh, he did, but they never talk about the role that they played in allowing that man to do that to them. Can't nobody just eat you up. You served it. Ed say, OMG. Did Tasha K say, yes, she did. Yes, she did. Latasha did this. Latasha Transarena did this. Mr. James say, I'm stuck on heart. What heart? Mr. James, nah, he said it was the cheating man's heart. Now, he said he got one. He said he got one. Fifi said, recognize your part so you don't repeat the behavior. Hello. Nisa say, not the fragrances. Yes. Listen, you say that smell will be musty and frowsy. See, the cheating man fragrance probably smell like reefer, collard green juice, and gray flannel. It's a mix. It's a mix. And some Issey Miyake, because you know all the young cheating men like Issey Miyake. Nicole said, I can tell she's over it, and it's self-therapy to be able to laugh about it. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, we got to get past that, honey. Philly Jones say Martell got the cheating man's cookbook covered. That's Derek Jackson series. He can't steal from that man. He already stole that suit from Whitney Houston. We not letting him get in on none of this. Yeah, go ahead and free yourself. Cassie, what you say, girl? Did he admit to cheating in the books? I don't think so. I think I think his whole platform was pandering to women and telling them how to recognize when a man is cheating. But who better to do it than a Negro that's a serial cheater? Nacho Twins mama said that cookbook could be full of ramen recipes. Yes, with the prison spread in it, where they put that tuna and the macaroni and stuff. Protect My Energy says, trying to articulate the levels one has lowered themselves to, and the fool they played is difficult. I know that's right. So many women will lie. Truth shall set you free. That's right. That's why I'm like, no, I'm not going after her, not one little bit. Tell the truth, shame the devil. That's how you free. Can't nothing hold you in bondage like a lie. Tell the truth. Tell your part. Tell everything. If you did it, you did it. If you allowed it, you allowed it. Tell the whole truth. Say Tasha's skills was used for good. I don't know too much about her other than the case, but this is the right direction. Well, she did it for spite because Tasha's spiteful. That's how she got that case with Cardi. She was being spiteful because she wanted that girl to come on her platform because she had that Star Brim person over there telling lies. And when the girl said no, she went after him. She wanted to collaborate with this little funky pissy boy, and he didn't want to collaborate, and this was her going after him. But all things works for good for those who love the Lord and call according to his purpose. The bottom line is this. This girl was in the middle of all this. By the time he went side, by the time all this here blew up, she had already, met the Lord. I believe God used this to free her from that man. Because ain't no telling how long she'd have stayed up under his foot, because she just didn't seem like she was free enough to, strong enough to free herself. Cassie said, I think she'd take him back in a heartbeat. I don't think so. Queen say, now she need to write a book. Yes, she do. Because this young lady is funny. Trina said, I feel bad for her, but after seeing all this stuff he was doing in her face, how was her mind at ease when he was out of her sight? It wasn't at ease. Didn't you hear that baby say she was depressed and malnourished and people was force feeding her? She wasn't at peace. This girl was catching hell. Yeah, I don't believe that girl going back to that Negro. That's a done daughter. That's a done daughter, but that's how it is when it comes to black women. Everybody always assume a black woman got to be desperate and wanting to go back. Child, bye. Mr. James said, speaking of fragrances, does anybody get a body odor vibe? Yes, he looked musky. It's not just you, Mr. James. He give me musk. I can't explain it. Just a slight odor. Yep. I just go to the corner. If it ain't you, don't you go in the corner. Stay at the corner. You telling the truth. You telling the truth. Thank you. Child, please. There's plenty of women didn't have the strength to break away. All they needed was the man to make the move first, and now they good to go. I witnessed that with my own first cousin. That man jumped up and left after 20 years, and baby, she was down for about a minute. That heifer bounced back and ain't quit bouncing yet. So, Then this little boy, they wasn't married but a minute. Here we go. Let's go.
Right there.
But it is. It's called A Cheating Man's Heart, and it's the 3-part book. Outside of that, Don't Forget Your Crown is right there, where he talks about me and us. My name is all up in the book, and our relationship, parts of it are in there.
You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Quiet Storm 87. Did you say smegma? You left out an M, but I know what you're saying. Not smegma. Oh. Quiet Storm. Oh, you saying the man got the nasty cheese? Oh, okay. You know what they used to call it? From under cheese. Ew, I'm done. Trina say, so this is the diary of a mad black woman. True story. She left him before, went back. Maybe she's strong enough to stay away this time. I think she good. You know, she got her Jesus on. I think she good. Let's see.
Little shake. You got to catch it because she just toss it out there a little bit.
I am a woman of God. You know, like I have integrity, and
she said parts of it.
It is. It's the truth, though. There are parts of it in there, and parts of it are true. So he did talk about it a little bit, but it was not.
Cassie, how you get an olive branch out of this? Maybe you didn't listen to this whole interview. Don't nothing about this sound like no olive branch to nobody else. I think you on your own with that one, sis. I ain't had nothing sounding nothing like an olive branch in this whole thing. This girl been airing him out. She has aerated him. Every time she said she understands, she was being shady as hell. Now, I don't know how you missed it, but I got it. Nicole, now this I do suspect, even though later on she claimed, oh no, I'm not dating. I'm not interested in that right now. Danae is giving me, she done met another man and it ain't the man from Galilee. Now that's what it's giving me. Nicole says she probably got a new one. I think so. She claims she don't. I don't want to call her no lie. But it's telling me she met a man that was not from Galilee. Okay? Now that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But let's go.
This, you know, how we see most people like, oh, this is my wife.
Yeah.
You know,
you ain't gonna see no Gabrielle and Dwayne Wade type of stuff, right? Or Sierra and Russell,
right?
You know,
right. And then when I started asking for that, it was like, you gonna make the block hot? And I'm like, I don't care if I make the block hot. I'm your wife, and
you're gonna make the block hot.
So,
what did that mean to you? What do you mean by that? When you say you're gonna make the block hot?
Well, by the time I was really like forceful, like, hey, you need to take a stand for who you're. If you're saying you want me, you need to take a stand. I need to see this translated. Yeah. And it was like, well, you know, it's like, okay, I'm just coming off of this, gonna make the block hot. You know, like I had to let go of these people, and they're gonna be upset. And I'm like, I don't care.
Cassie, I see what you're trying to say, but I don't get it. Why would she do a tell-all book? She doing something else. That girl done went and got her master's in divinity. I seriously doubt she wants to do a tell-all book about the women that her husband slept with, even before he was her husband. No. She's been plenty shady. Plenty shady. Writing a book ain't shady. That's giving I need attention. That's giving I need attention. Trina said, y'all said she need to write a book. She already did. She wrote his book. He ain't smart enough to write no book, maybe a pamphlet. So you better say it again, sis. Protect my energy. Say, I think she's saying she understands that she accepts it, leaving no room for change. Exactly. She also understands that she deserves better. Not she understands and accepts it or thinks he'll change. No. Right. That's why I say maybe Cassie didn't hear this whole interview. Because as it goes on, it's very clear that Miss Thing has put some finality and a nail in the coffin. That's why I say I don't want to, accuse her of nothing. I don't believe she would do anything that's untoward with any man, but I suspect, Auntie suspects that she done met a man. That's all I'm saying. Lita says she telling her story. How does that translate to a plea for his attention? That's what I want to know. I would love to know that. Essay, the block wasn't hot. He didn't want to upset who he was really with. Child, but who was he really with? I don't think nobody can trust him. I don't think Derek can trust himself. I don't think Derek was with nobody but Derek. But hold on, let's let her tell it. Now, I can't tell it like she could tell it. This is her life, not mine.
What are you talking about?
The women.
He didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you that if you come out and share, if he comes out and share that y'all are married, that he would have to let go of women.
He was saying that he had to let go of these women, right, behind the scenes. I'm going to make the block hot, or he's going to make the block hot, or I'm going to make the block hot for him posting me after he's let go of these women because their feelings are going to be hurt, right?
Are you talking about women that you knew about prior to the marriage?
Prior to the marriage, in the marriage. Okay, so when I was very forceful about it,
yes.
When I was very forceful about it, we had. This is, like 2 years ago, so we already in the marriage. So when I was like, you need to take a stand. You want me back. This is what needs to happen.
Okay, so we fast forwarded.
Yeah.
So this is when you took because you mentioned in part 1 that it was an 8-month.
Yeah, so I was gone for 8 months. So I left in...
I'm here playing Prize Kingdoms.
Hold on. We got to let people get their ad revenue, y'all. Hold on. This is crazy. She was gone for 8 months. So I'm like, how long was she actually in this cotton picking marriage?
February of 2020 I left Georgia and I went to Denver and I slept on my mama's couch with my 2 kids.
Okay, so they got married January 2018. Did she say, hold on, let's run this back because I want to get when she say she left.
That's forwarded.
Yeah.
So this is when you took because you mentioned in part 1 that it was an 8-month.
Yeah, so I was gone for 8 months. So I left in February of 2020 I left Georgia and I went to Denver and I slept on my mama's couch with my 2.
February 2020. Where is my ink pen? Hold on. Because we finna get this math right. I need to know how long she was actually there. Okay? I need to know this. For my own satisfaction, I need to know how long she was there. So, January 2018, they got married. Okay? She found out he was tricking and treating November of 2019. By February of 2020, she went to mama house for 8 months. Okay, so February. So what that means? She went back in October. Let's let her talk because I want to get this thing right because it don't sound like they spent a whole lot of time together. Okay, and then we're gonna talk about this condo too coming up.
It's for 8 months, and I stayed away. There was a lot. There was a lot going on at that time. I had already knew about the infidelity since Thanksgiving, around the Thanksgiving time, where we hosted his whole family in our house. And that was the hardest thing I had to do, to sit there and be with his family and all that. I went to Thailand with my mom and my best friend a couple weeks after that. And I was talking to the Lord and I was like, okay, Lord, I can't continue to do this. And I was like, okay, you need to choose between the condo and the family that you created. Right. And I really feel like I heard that from the Lord to tell him to do that because he was spending a lot of time. We had a condo and then we had a mansion. And I was in a mansion, a 9,000 square foot mansion by myself with 2 kids, more nights than I should be.
And he had a separate condo now. I want y'all to hear that.
The people that clean our house were in there more with me and the kids than he was. And so, I really felt like I heard that from the Lord, like, hey, choose between the condo you're spending all your time and the family you created. And he got so upset. Like, what do you mean? This, and I'm like, you need to choose what you're going to do. And at that point, I still had not told him that I know about all of the stuff.
Again, that's amazing how you came out and talked about it in premarital counseling, and then now you withdrew again and didn't bring it up again in marriage.
Right, because that scared me. Okay, all of the anger that I received after just telling him how I actually felt, like how I was impacted by his decision making in that time, and his reaction to that. It was not like that. Didn't invite safety.
Yeah.
You know, that didn't invite like, oh, continue to do this. Like, I at that point still had not even unpacked the rape trauma. So
Right.
all of that is like fear. Like, okay, if I continue to talk about this, it's going to push him away. We're married now. I'm
Yeah.
definitely not trying to get a divorce, to be left with these 2 kids by myself. And, you know, I quit my job to be a stay-at-home mom and to work with him. And, you know, so I just withdrew within self. I had not overcome all those things yet. I hadn't unpacked all those things yet. So fear, I was almost like intimidated by him. And then you add on some things that I had not dealt with my daddy issue. All of it kind of equated into me withdrawing back into self, into my little shell. So again, I had to unpack all of those things just to get to a point to be in a sound mind.
So when you left, what did you say when you left?
I didn't say anything.
He just came home one day, he was gone.
Well, he was at the condo. He decided he was going to go to the condo because we had a big falling out.
So it's a condo in the same city?
Yeah, it's in Atlanta. It was in downtown, midtown.
So you had a condo in the house?
We had a 9,000 square foot mansion in the same neighborhood that the Migos, one of the Migos people, I don't even know their name, but one of them lived like not far.
So why do you think you need a condo for?
He needed a condo so he could record. I was told the condo was supposed to be for business, for recording.
He say for recording, y'all. Now, okay, let me ask y'all this. Y'all know Auntie O, I be tripping. I be geezering. Wasn't that boy doing them videos from a car? And a lot of times it was the car. The car was sitting in front of their house. Their house. So how was the condo for recording and he recording in the car? He was in the car. It was for business, she said. So that says again, I don't want to mess this man's name up. The gentleman interviewing her said, you retreated again. You knew, but you retreated again. And I understand, and I don't want to beat her over the head for it, because she did make a good point. Like everybody don't have the same level of strength. And I get that. And I don't ever want to attack another sister for not having the same level of strength or assertiveness. Okay. But his reaction to the premarital counseling, how he snapped at her, made her feel insecure, uncomfortable, unsafe, all these things, it kind of taught her internally, don't do that. It didn't foster an environment where she could be open about the things that he was doing that hurt her. So she retreated back, and she learned that that elicits a bad response from him. So do not do that. Totally get it. Yes, as she turned a blind eye, she didn't like it, but she accepted it. She didn't like it. She didn't want it to be happening, but she accepted it because she was afraid that he was going to go somewhere. The car was in front of the condo a lot of the times. Okay, so he just wanted to park in front of the condo. He didn't have to rent it to park in front of it. Right. It was for hunching on the even days. That sounds more like it. Trina say, child, so she was stupid like Rashida and Kirk got the apartment for his business. Child, Kirk wasn't cheating. The Mona and them made all that stuff up. You know that, right? So if there was no room in a 9,000 square foot house to record, what did they have in their house? No, it wasn't nothing in there to stop him from recording, Cassie. He just knew he had bullied that girl successfully, that she wasn't going to say nothing. And so that's what he told her. And then she said when she told him, you need to choose between the condo and your family, he got mad talking about what you mean. Negro, what the hell you mean what she mean? You heard her. I think what was starting to happen here was that she was starting to find her voice a little bit, and it was doing something to him. Ain't but one thing about a sister. You can't kick a sister but so many times. I don't care how soft and malleable she is. that sister gonna get a little strong after a while. That's why I don't like that strong black woman stuff, because that's where it come from. They abuse you until you get tough. And she was starting to get tough. Dialogue sister say one of the mistresses is told it on the interview with Natasha K. What, that she was hunching in the condo? I ain't heard that part. Daphne say, yes, ma'am. Every time I saw him, he was in that car. I thought so. I thought I seen him in that car. Bianca say, because Lord knows I don't know nothing else about this man except he looked like he smelled a little fragrant, and I'll pass on that. Right. He looked like he a little frowsy. Like he a little frowsy. He a little ripe. She had Monday, Wednesday, and Friday before they got married. And then looked like after they got married, she ain't had nowadays, is what it looked like to me. He was too busy at the condo. Ed said exactly neutral. His reaction in the premarital counseling let me know that she was not valued as a wife or a partner. He just wanted her to take the role and play his sidekick. Right. Not just sidekick. I think she was the brains behind the operation. I feel like, and I could be wrong, I don't know this is just my opinion. I feel like he wanted to use her for her smarts and her abilities. And, she was more respectable than what he wanted to sleep with. So he wanted her there because it looked good. It fit the role. No, Trina, he wasn't. The girl that had said that lied. And she came back and said she lied and said she did that to set Tasha K up because Tasha K had did something to her, and Tasha K was so busy trying to get some dirt on Derek that she didn't even fact check it. The house that she claimed was her house initially was actually him and Danae's house. That's what I'm talking about. He was literally doing videos in front of his own house. But you still got this condo, and you telling this girl what she mean because she wants you to stay from the condo. You doing the videos in front of the house. What the hell you need the condo for? Serene said Derek made a video in that condo when he used to have memberships. Oh, okay. Only when he had memberships, he was in the condo. I still don't understand, Serene, why he couldn't do that from the 9,000 square foot house. It had to be a man cave in there, a den, something. Hey, Divinely Country. Say, wait, was we under the C-19 separation in 2020? If so, she didn't leave for 8 months. She just couldn't go back. No, ma'am, she left for 8 months. That ain't had nothing to do with that. Nobody was restricted from travel. She left because he was doing what he was doing. And looked like it took her a few years for her brain to grow in, but it appears that it was growing at this point. Protect My Energy say the more she found her voice, the more he tried to make her feel like she was the problem. That's what they do. The manipulation and bullying and mind effing of it all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not now. Not nowadays. Trina say that's what I said too, Shanitra. She was the face. Yeah, she was respectable because it looked like he liked them hoochie mamas, but she looked more respectable. So, this the one I'm gonna have with the children and show my family and stuff. So I agree. She probably wrote his books. That's why they aren't divorced yet. They still dividing the money based on her contribution. No, that ain't what she said. They waiting on dates. Marriages don't, you can't just get rid of a marriage like that when you got something to split. You got to wait on court dates. Ed say the Hellman of Salvation girl needs to hit the pockets and run it. Well, that's going to be up to the judge because right now they waiting on court dates. Hey, Southern Charm. Okay, yeah, we went through part 1 already. We done made it to part 2. Yeah. And I don't know. Personally, I like the fact that she's being very candid, transparent, and honest about every foolish thing she did, whether she felt bullied, weak, confused. I like that she's owning it. Yes, she does. She seems very sane and very together, despite the fact that the internet at large tried to make her sound like a crazy person simply because she was openly Christian. And like I said earlier, that's all it takes for people to say you crazy. Just go in public and say you love the Lord. They're going to make up everything in the world about you. So I get it. But let's get back to this condo conundrum.
Get this look for the webinars and all that. That was what that was for. But little did I know, we was out here living our best lives. Whole full-blown relationships.
Picture and imagine going.
Child, not that. She say whole full-blown relationships. I'm not surprised. He seemed like the kind to try to have a double life and want her to just be okay with it. You just sit over here and be quiet and let me do this now.
Lives. Whole full-blown relationships. Okay, so
I would want to say duh. Duh.
Yeah.
It's like if you have a whole condo, first of all, if you really want to do something, you got a 9,000 square foot house, you can put a whole studio in that 9,000 square foot house.
Right, but no, we have kids, too loud. There's all these
excuses.
Things. The reason why that couldn't happen.
Sure, you could have built the studio in the backyard of that bad boy.
There was a lot of space.
That's right, Danielle.
So in Atlanta, the 9,000 square foot house, I can only imagine what that backyard looked like.
Ridiculous. Right? And so, so he had the condo it was supposed to be for business, but he spent more nights there than he did at home. So anyway, he ended up going back to the condo because I had said some things like as it relates to scripture that he didn't agree with and all that. And it just turned into a big thing. And I was like, you need to be delivered. I learned a lesson. You just can't come at somebody and be like, you need to be delivered. So I learned a lesson in that.
You said what? You learned that you can't tell somebody.
You just can't be like, hey, you need to be delivered. You got demons. I didn't know that though at the time.
You was a new Christian.
I was new.
Yeah, you was new in this thing.
This girl is funny. I don't give a darn nobody say. And she right. He do need to be delivered. He do. This Negro got a whole sex addiction. Some type of spirit is on him because he can't help himself. He having sexual conversations, sexual activity, extra relationships. Honey, this is funny. So she told this Negro he need deliverance. And he did. She better be glad. He better be glad it was her and not me. I'd have slung so much blessed oil at that Negro. He'd have been slipping and sliding his big tail across that house. He probably would have broke his hip on his left side. I'd have been slanging oil left and right. He ain't nothing but a devil.
I was just like, I just found out about deliverance. So this is okay to say, you need to be delivered. You need to be delivered. This is why. And I know 2 people that can do it. So we need to figure it out so we can go. You can get delivered. I get delivered. Everybody's happy, right? Yeah, that doesn't work out. Apparently, people get very upset. And not only do they get upset, they think you're crazy and you'd have lost your mind. So I went through that. I said that, and then I'm crazy. He said I'm crazy and all these things, and I need to get a mental evaluation. He called my mom, which is how my mom got involved. He called my mom like, hey, you need to come check on her. And then my mom is calling me like, what's going on?
Now ain't this something? Now all of a sudden, right, Miss G girl, she said you need Jesus. And he did. He still need him right now. And then now all of a sudden, now he calling the mama because she telling it like it is. Now I'm gonna tell y'all what's really going down. Yeah, Daphne. Y'all know Tanya TKO called him street meat. I love Tanya. But Tanya really couldn't understand all the nuances in this story because Tanya's not a Christian. Tanya ain't saved. I love her, but she ain't saved. So, some of this stuff went right over Tanya's head. But anyway, I'm going to tell y'all what happened. Y'all want to know what happened, why he got so upset when she told him he needed deliverance? Y'all tell, if I got permission to keep it real, let me know in the chat. If I got y'all permission to keep it real, I'm going to keep it all the way real. I'm going to let y'all know exactly what went on. Exactly what happened when that baby told him you need deliverance. Do I have permission? Can I say that? Can I tell y'all what really happened? Because I want to tell y'all what really happened. Okay? Because see, something was going on there. But because she was such a new Christian, she didn't catch what was really happening. Southern Charm, I can tell it. African Violet say, yeah. Okay, protect your energy. Say I could tell it. Dialogue says, okay, so y'all said I could say it. Okay, now let me tell y'all what really went on. Let me tell y'all what really happened at that time. Okay, when she said that, sisters, the demons in him, because I suspect he got more than one demon in him. Baby, them demons got angry. That's what all the acting out was about. That's what the calling the mama was about. That's what all of a sudden we need to make her look crazy was about. Let me tell y'all something. If you want to upset the devil, start inviting the Holy Ghost. Start talking about you finna bring somebody to arrest them and expel them. Because y'all know that's what deliverance is when your deliverance comes because the Holy Spirit has showed up to arrest the offending spirit. She went to talking about getting somebody with some spiritual authority to come into that house to arrest that demon that was in him. And that's what the hell that Negro got mad about. He was angry, but she wasn't dealing with him. See, Lil Mama was still brand new. Hey, DT, since y'all say I could talk about it, I'm going to go on and talk about it, okay? Since y'all say I can. Since y'all say I can, I'm going to talk about it now. Now, what was going on was the fact that because she was brand new, she knew about a helmet of salvation or whatever, but she was still a babe in the woods, so to speak. The other part of Ephesians 6 lets you know that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness. You understand me? She was looking at his face, but it was the spirit that was in him that was offended, because she was talking about calling the law. She was talking about calling the real authority. That's what caused the problem. And let me tell y'all something else. Since I'm talking, see, y'all said I could talk, so I'm going to just talk for a minute. I'm going to tell y'all what it is. Okay? The truth of the matter is when you're new in Christ, and sometimes when you ain't new, but you done rededicated your life, you done got back to that old landmark, and you start praying like you supposed to, and you start lining them prayers up with that scripture, and your prayer points is on point, and you fasting like you supposed to, and your fasting is on point, and you spending time talking to the Lord like you supposed to, and your relationship with God is on point. Let me tell you something. You start having all type of stuff go on. Your car start acting funny. The people around you that's got devils in them start getting violent and aggressive with you. All of a sudden, stuff in your house go to breaking that ain't supposed to break. Next thing you know, the refrigerator broke. Then the stove break. Then something in the bathroom break. Then the water starts flooding your bathroom. All type of stuff start happening because once you start on the right track, baby, them spirits become offended and then they start attacking you in the physical world. That's what was going on here. That's what part of all the ridicule this young lady was getting was all about. Because one thing about it, and two things for sure, Satan loves for you to ride a fence. When you decide that you getting off that fence and you standing 10 toes down where you supposed to be and you mean what you say and you say what you mean, he coming at you all guns blazing. That's what was going on right here. She went to talking that talk. She was brand new, but she was on the right track. And that's why she saw him go crazy and go to calling her mama and calling her crazy and all that. That's all. Listen, this was spiritual warfare. She was just a baby. She was a rookie. So she couldn't really handle it. But that's what was going on. That's all this was. I'm going to let the baby talk.
Like, what's going on? And then I'm telling her all of it, because at the time I didn't tell her all of the stuff that was going on. And now I'm telling her all of it because I'm like, okay, I don't have the capacity to deal with this. I got these 2 kids. I am not crazy. He has a demon inside of him.
That's right,
like,
baby.
He needs to get delivered. And I'm trying to help him to get delivered, You can't come that aggressive. So that was a learning lesson. I learned that in ministry. That was my first.
She's so silly. But talking about it was a learning lesson. No, you are supposed to be that bold, but you're supposed to be spiritually sound before you get that bold. And you're supposed to have permission or unction from the Holy Spirit before you go confronting spirits. That baby didn't realize she wasn't talking to Derek. She was talking to the spirit in Derek. She couldn't roll in there with that boldness because she hadn't been prepared yet. But I'm just saying that's what was going on. Okay. Hey, Lady E.
That was my first introduction into ministry. So,
what brought you into Christianity as an adult? Because you said when you were younger, you were introduced to it when you were younger, but then you renewed your faith, recommitted. When was this?
So this was around the time I know we talked about how he got his hair cut by a girl that he had sex with, and it was around that time I enrolled in therapy. I had 3 therapists at the time.
Yeah.
And it was around that time I was like, okay, there's something seriously wrong with me and I need to figure it out. I cannot go another year like in this condition. And so I was just doing everything. I'm like, listen, whatever I can get into, God is the
And
answer.
plus I have money, so you
Right.
can just go pay
I'm
for
gonna try whatever I can try. Like yoga, like what else you got? You know, like God is the answer. So let me figure that out. Let me get in Bible study. I'm calling my mom like, when is your Bible study group meeting? I need to get on video.
And that was the beginning of the end for Lil Derek. He didn't even know it. He put this girl under so much pressure. They used to tell us down in the country in Florida that pressure busts are still pipe. He put this girl under so much pressure that she ran the cavalry, and that was the beginning of the end. He didn't even know it. He didn't know it. Let's go.
Call with y'all, you know, because I'm in Georgia, they're in Denver, and so I started doing that, and I was like on and off with that a little bit, but then I started having some like weird dreams and things like that where I felt like I always had to fight. And like I would go through the day, I'm like, oh, I feel like I have to fight, but I don't know what I'm fighting.
That's good.
Like, I don't know what I'm fighting. And then my mom was like, okay, I was waiting for you to get to this point.
Yeah.
And she's just sitting here waiting the whole time, reading me my whole life. And it's just like, okay, there is a spiritual war going on.
There it is.
And you need to decide who you're going to serve.
Yeah.
Hello.
So she said to me, I was like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I already served Jesus. She's like, you need to decide who you're going to serve because you have not been serving my Lord. And I'm like, okay. So
that's good.
once I started pursuing, like taking this, when she said that, I was like, okay, this is real. And then our daughter started having some like night terrors, but it was some crazy like paranormal activity type of stuff happening in our house. Like when I say stuff moving, when I say lights turning on by itself, when I seen our daughter literally get picked up out of her bed, there's a camera in the room and on the floor. Like nobody's in her room.
I believe in all that.
Nobody's in her.
Y'all, that's that stuff I'm talking about. When you really on the right track, it gets nasty. And she had a whole demon in her house. That man had demons in him. He is a demon. He brought them spirits in there. He ushered them spirits in there. What's sad is I wish that she had been stronger in her Christian walk, because baby, she could have did damage in that house. She really could have. But you know, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. I'm gonna let her keep talking.
Boom. And I was like, what do I do besides calling the name of Jesus? I don't know. So that's what really started, because I'm like, okay, now my child is being attacked. I got to take it serious. It's one thing with me, but now my child is being attacked. She's 1.5, 2 years old at the time. And so I started really going down that path. And I didn't really tell him because he was, he's at the condo working. so he's out, he's providing, and I'm out here.
Give you that nice little soft life you live in.
Yes. And I'm like, yes.
So you can have 3 therapists and
exactly. Listen, shout out to all 3 of them therapists. They had their work cut out for them. And yes, so.
And so what was the breaking point for you to get up and leave and go to Denver?
So when he said I was crazy, because I'm like, you need to be delivered and we need to go now, and this is what needs to happen.
So he called your mom and you said, forget it, I'm going.
I was like, it took a couple of days. And I was like, okay, I feel like I can't just leave. So I'm like, okay, we need to go to therapy. We need to work this out. And I'm texting him because he's like not answering my calls. He's like, if you come to the condo, I'm going to call the police on you. All these, I'm like, okay. I was texting him. I'm like, okay, we have to figure out how to work this out. The best way for us to do this is for you to come here and we can figure it out. Like, and he was basically like, I'm not coming back there. Like, I would rather be separated from you than to be miserable with you in the same house. And I was like, Mom, my bags are packed. When can you be here? And she was.
Y'all catch that? This young lady went to praying, and all of a sudden the house was unbearable for him. He was miserable there. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna let her talk.
On the flight the next morning, flew in, and we drove, or I can't even say we drove. I drove like 80 miles an hour to
all
Denver.
All the way from Atlanta to Denver.
Yes.
How long was that trip?
it's a 24-hour drive. I drove the first 15 hours pretty much straight through. She had to force me to stop driving.
You were just motivated on adrenaline.
I was, adrenaline, and I was just like so upset, and then I was kind of scared too because I'm like, I can't believe like I'm actually doing this. He's gonna freak out when he realizes that I'm gone, because I didn't say anything. I didn't send. My phone was actually right. My phone was actually turned off at the time because there was like a little financial crisis that started happening around that time too. So my phone was actually turned off. So I was like, "This is perfect."
You don't just slide by that financial crisis. Had your phone cut off.
My phone was cut off at
Hell,
the
in
time.
a 9,000 square foot house and your phone get cut off.
He was working at the condo, so
It could have been a financial crisis, just oversight of
okay.
the bill being paid.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a 9,000 square foot
I
house.
don't know. I wasn't even involved with the finances, so that's what I've been told. So
you've been told?
Yeah, because I wasn't involved in it. So
he told you what?
It's a financial crisis.
Child, not the financial crisis. Not a financial crisis, y'all. What y'all think the financial crisis was with the phone off?
It was a financial crisis from what I understand.
Define financial crisis.
Define it, because there was sure a Lamborghini.
That's what I'm saying. And Bentley sitting up here doing car videos with a Bentley.
There was a lot of stuff. So I don't know where it all went, but we had a financial crisis and my phone was turned off. So at that time it was turned off, and
how long was it cut off? About a couple hours?
Days.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Days. And so it kind of worked out, because then he can immediately call me, and my mom's not answering the phone. So there's that. But by the time I actually got to Denver, he was already there. So
he was?
He was.
Oh, he flew down there while y'all was driving?
He flew, and he was at my mom's old address because he had looked her stuff up online and went to her old address. Didn't realize that she had moved. And so he was at the wrong address, and I called him when I got there. I was like, okay, at minimum, I could call him when I'm actually there.
Right.
But, he's like, I need, like, let's talk. He's out standing outside. I'm outside. I'm like, outside where? And it's snowing, and he's like, I'm outside, let's talk. And I'm like, she doesn't even live there anymore. And I'm like,
yep, right, exactly,
right now. Like, we just got off the road, and my mom is in the background, like, you just got off the road, you are not going anywhere. And then she's on the phone with someone and shit. They're like, you get off that phone. He can wait, right? And which then brought in a whole nother dynamic, because it's like, your mom is controlling your behavior and your actions, and she's keeping you away and telling you what to say.
Now he accusing the mama of being in control because the mama decided to help her baby. He wanted that girl all the way from Denver, all the way over in Atlanta, or as Akbar say, Atlanta. Wanted her all the way in Atlanta by herself so he could drag her and lead her a dog's life. Okay? That was the plan. So the fact that you went and got help from your mama, I'm coming to drag you back over here, and I'm going to go back to the condo and hunch, but I'm going to keep you underfoot. Now he accusing the mama of being in control, y'all. This too much.
So then that became a whole nother dynamic, and I'm just like, head spin.
So how long did it take for you to connect with him while he was in Denver?
We met the next day. We met at IHOP, and with the kids. My mom dropped me and the kids off. And he was like, how long are you going to be here? And I was like, I don't know, a couple weeks. Still not saying like I know, about all this stuff that's going on. And he was like, well, like, you just going to leave? Like, how do you just going to leave like that and not say anything? And I'm like, yeah. Like, you decided you wanted to stay at the condo. I can't stay in this house by myself. And so he's like, so you're just going to keep the kids away from me? And I'm like, I'm not even trying to do that, but I take care of them pretty much by myself. Been doing it by myself since they were born, essentially, mostly, as far as the main care of them, outside of financially, which apparently that's a big deal. If you provide financially, that's the only job you have. So I did not know that.
Mama was okay. She was okay because Mama wasn't taking his calls. Did you hear her say that? Hey, U.S. Army brat. Mm-hmm. She was perfectly okay. And Dialogue Sisters, I want to go back to your comment because sis, you keeping it all the way above. Sometimes what you think that is the worst thing in the world is God trying to bless you. God be trying to bless us, and we literally be holding on to poison, be holding on to what's killing us, be holding on to what's eating you alive, and you holding on for dear life. God was trying to violently rip that man out of her life, and she was holding on. Still, like she said, she still wasn't even tell him, like, I'm leaving you, and this is what you did. She didn't even have the nerve yet. She was really being spiritually oppressed. Y'all hit the like button. This is interesting. This girl went through heavy manipulation and spiritual oppression. Hey, my argument is.
And
Divide,
right. And so, yeah,
And so he's there. How long did you stay in Denver before coming back?
I was there for 8 months, and he traveled there almost if not every week, every other week. He was there every month.
So what was your plan?
I was just trying to survive. At that point, by the time I got to Denver, I was like unhealthily, like skinny, like I was malnourished. I hadn't been eating. I was depressed. I was malnourished. Like literally, I'll try to pull up a picture of my phone so you can see it. But I was malnourished. Like they had to like force feed me to like get me to back to a state where I could just eat properly.
Why?
All the stuff that I had been dealing with and holding in, like I was dying. Had I not left Georgia at the time, I would have died in Georgia. Like I had been in the hospital. They couldn't figure out what's going on with me. I'm bleeding out of places. They're like, I don't know why you're bleeding like this. There was so much stress and stuff going on with my body at the time. Had I not left at the time that I did, I think I would not be here right now.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
And so I stayed there for 8 months, and literally my family that knew that I was there, because everybody in my family didn't know I was there, and they were feeding me to make sure I got back to helping me with the kids, taking that on so I could really just do my therapy and just recover.
They will actually pay you.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I'm glad that her mama came and got her, as mamas will do. What's sad is even after she got there and finally, like, let me just let him know where I'm at. He was, she was still entertaining the idea of going to meet him. I'm glad they stopped her. He could wait.
Mentally and emotionally. And I started going to one-on-one sessions, Bible studies, counseling, and really unpacking some things from a spiritual aspect and going back into the spiritual aspect of like not having the father with the abandonment and the rejection, and then learning about how that translates into like Jesus was rejected, he was abandoned, and all that. Like I had to relearn all that happened in that 8 months. And from there I started journaling to the Holy Spirit and giving him all the details. And this is where the Lord began to speak to me like, hey, you need to write out all these things that you've seen, that you've been trying to tell such and such, you've been trying to tell that, you've been telling the therapist, you've been telling all of them. That's great, but they can't take the pain that is in your soul. They can't take that out of you.
Yeah.
Only I can take that out of you. And so I began to do that. And then I have literally notebooks of the trauma and the pain and the videos, like the details and all of that I have seen, all of it, of giving that to the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit.
Oh, this baby was purging. Yeah. That whole situation with him going to the condo, cutting off the phone and all that, it drove her back to her mama so she could get herself together. Because this baby had a lot of purging to do. A lot of it.
I invite you into this. I'm giving you the details of this down to like the tattoo, the mole, this, like all the details. I'm giving you all of that.
What tattoo?
I'm saying like of what I've seen of the women, of the people.
Seeing everybody's body parts.
Right.
How does that feel? I want to spend a little time on that, because that's some serious trauma. When it happens the first time, like I said, I've been in environments where I've walked in and seen stuff that I didn't want to see. So what did that do to you?
I became a shell of myself. I didn't know who I was. I actually have a couple posts on my page where it's like, I have a post that says, I knew her body better than I knew my own.
Stop. Let that sit there. said you knew another woman's body better than you knew your own.
Yes, several women. I knew several other women's bodies better than I knew my own, and I spent a lot of time. Like I went in such a deep hole where I was like studying these women. I would go to their profiles and I would study their pages and like what they wear. I knew when they had met up. So I watched their videos of them having sex. So I would try to imitate that and recreate that in our relationships so that he could choose me.
Lord, did y'all hear how sad that is? She was trying to be like the whores so he would choose her. Yeah, this baby was broken. She was broken. That's a shame.
And want me. And that is a low point to be. And I'm tearing up a little bit because I hate that I even got to a point where that was a thing, but that it was just that. And so I knew several other women's bodies better than I knew my own. I completely lost myself. I became a shell of myself. I tried to imitate their hair, their actions, even sexual things that I had seen him doing with them. I tried to recreate that in our life when we were engaged, and none of it amounted to anything. And so I just became more like depressed, more withdrawn, because it's like, I can't share this with him because then he's going to leave, right? Because I'm still operating off of that abandonment and all of that. And so it's so crushing. And there's not really words to put like what happens to you when you see that. And you don't just see it one time, but you see it multiple times, and you see it multiple times over years, what that does. And then you compound onto that rape trauma. You compound onto that daddy issue. Like, there's no way for anybody to survive that mentally and emotionally without God like intervening in some way to literally pluck that out. It's so crushing. There's no breath in my body.
What brought you back? 8 months you were away. You're restoring yourself not only physically, because you're malnutrition at this time. You're about to lose your mind. You got 3 therapists. You're now participating in your mother's Bible study groups and all that. So you've been edified on a spiritual level. 8 months away, he's coming in to see you and the kids. What made you say, I'm going to go back and I'm about to recommit to this marriage?
I gave him a list of 13 things that I needed to recommit. I had fasted and prayed on it. And I'm like, Lord, if I go back, there's some things that I need. I gave him a list of 13 things that absolutely needed to happen.
Do you remember some of the things on that list?
Yes. The first thing was that we needed to have spiritual counsel. Like, we had to engage for a minimum of 6 months. He had to schedule time for me and the children within his work schedule. And he had to create the schedule, not me create it for him.
Fair enough.
Okay, he had to change his numbers because he had 2 phones at the time. He had to change both of those numbers. Then he had to get rid of all of the women. That means like anybody that he had any type of relationship with, whether it was sexual conversation or it was actually physical, they had to go. All of them. That we had to renew our vows. And those are a couple off the top of my mind.
Why was it important to renew your vow?
Because I feel like we built it on a faulty foundation.
Good.
Our marriage was built on a faulty foundation, so we had to reset that thing. And the vows that we took were not necessarily rooted in God, at the time from either side.
Yeah.
And so we had to really reset that. And again, I spent some time in fasting and prayer to develop that list with the Lord. And it's like, okay, this is what needs to happen. And so he did not do that immediately, which is why I spent 8 months away. But towards the end, he started coming into doing a lot of those things. And then he started pursuing one of the deliverance ministers that I had told him about. He started flying everywhere this minister was. And I could see that visually.
And see, this is where she fell for the okie doke. He was trying to lure her back in, y'all. And I want y'all to know, men will try to pimp God. When they trying to control you, or you start getting your freedom and they see that you've been liberated, because y'all know who God set free is free indeed, baby. He wanted to trick her back into them shackles. And so he was willing to try to play the role. Did y'all hear that? He went and he started pursuing one of the deliverance pastors that she told him about, and started going to every time the man had a speaking engagement, he flying all over the place, going to all the speaking engagements. I had a man try that with me one time. I've been there. I had a man try that one time with me. I mean, a whole terrible character. All of a sudden, I'm getting calls talking about he went to Bible study. See, she shouldn't have fell for this, but I understand why she did. She's still a young woman. I ain't gonna judge her, but that's what was going on there. I wanted to be clear that that's exactly what he was doing. He was trying to pimp. Okay.
Watch it on YouTube. I'm seeing him there, and I'm seeing him get some deliverance, which he did. And I'm like, yes, Lord, you're answering my prayer. Okay, I can feel good about coming back now. And again, this is against like my mom and the other people in the Bible studies. Like they're like, you need to wait and let him continue to go through the process. I'm like, I'm grown. Yeah. I could do this. And so I came back off of that, and I believed in that, and I knew that he was like on the path, and we were very heavily connected with some people in the church that were helping us and all that. So,
and I would say, fair enough. Like you're the wife. Your mom, of course, she's trying to cover you. She was going to advocate for you, but at the end of the day, you had to make that decision to say,
"Welcome to the Matchmaster's turn."
Okay, hold on. Yeah, and her mama was right. And see, I bet you right now she done wished 100 times she had just listened to her mama. See, had she listened to mama, she wouldn't have been on social media for black folks to be, harassing and haranguing her.
At the end of the day, it's not healthy for a wife or a husband to be living away from each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You work through those problems with each other. But I do believe that at the state that y'all were in, that he did need to actually show and tell, and to prove that he wanted to fight for the marriage. And so you saw that and you felt the unction to go back. Yeah. And then, so when you got back, what happened?
When we got back, when I got back.
Give me time frame. So this was in 2020 or 2021 now.
Okay, so this is 2020. I came back. So when I came back, I didn't go back to Georgia. This was part of the parameters. Like, we need to leave Georgia. Georgia's not the place for us. There's too much.
Access. Emphasis on access.
Lots of it open,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And so I was like, I'm really feeling Texas. I feel like it's equal distance between both of our families as far as travel time. I'm thinking Houston, but he was getting Dallas. So I was like, okay, like, let's go. Okay, so we're going to Dallas. So he ended up packing up the whole house pretty much in Georgia. And after I told him he needed to get rid of a lot of things. And and then I met him here in Texas, and we started here in Texas, and it was like, it felt great. Like, it felt good. We had people here in the church that we were meeting with regularly. And we were looking for different places, like where we wanted to settle down. We started in Plano and went to a couple of different places. And so I felt like it was like on track. Of course, there's always issues, right? We're still recovering from whole trauma, right? Yeah. Like, we're not going to.
I didn't see this girl attack everybody on social media. I saw social media attack this girl because that boy cheated on her, call her all kind of names, talk about how she looked, her hair, her bonnet, her Christianity, everything else. And then what I saw her do was respond to it. Because that's what social media does. They will attack. And then if you respond, now you're attacking them. You're doing something to them. Black folks attacked this girl. Black folks mocked this girl. They picked at her. They made fun of her. They blamed her for a man being a demon-possessed whore. Now, that's what happened. I remember clearly.
Get past the fact that there was all these women involved in the marriage,
right,
that I'm still dealing with. On top of, now I'm actively unpacking the rape trauma at the same time that I'm dealing with the betrayal trauma from the infidelity. Like, all of it's happening at the same time. And so he was very supportive. I feel like he was very supportive and understanding, and like, okay, what do I need to do, and all these things that I couldn't have asked like for more of, so.
And then when did the infamous bonnet video, when did that take place? When
So
was he outed?
That was 2021.
So
that
everything
was in
was going. So everything was going pretty good.
Overall, yeah. Overall, everything was
new start.
Yes, overall, it was a new start. We're still just kind of unpacking just all of the stuff, right?
But he's doing the work, y'all.
Yeah,
y'all have a spiritual oversight that's helping y'all walk through some stuff. He's spending time with the kids now.
Yes.
He's scheduling time with the kids. Did y'all renew y'all vows?
We did not. That was one of the things that did not happen. And, that was something like, okay, we need to put it on the priority list, and it just never happened, clearly. But that did not happen. But all the other things were little. I'm like, okay, we can get there. All these other things are important.
Both his numbers.
He changed both of the numbers, but apparently people still had access. So did not know.
That was, it's stuff like that with her that lets me know she was on the right track, and she was getting better with trying to set her boundaries, but she still had the mind of a child. Because, okay, change the number. Don't you know that this man just gonna get a new number to the whores? Don't you know they still gonna reach him on social media? Don't you know he's still gonna reach out to them, girl? Okay.
That, apparently iPhone has some weird technology where you can have like these secret messages.
Oh, for real?
Listen, I don't know. I don't have an iPhone, so. But apparently there's a feature on there. So.
There's a feature on there.
There is. So, but yeah, so, he was doing some things that I was like, okay, we can work with this. There's progress in this area. I don't expect perfection. I expect progress, in tangible progress.
So would you be okay with, I'm not messing with 10 women right now, but I got about 2.
No.
That's
so
progress,
it was,
ain't it?
Right. So
define
that was
progress.
Right, define progress, which I did. Surprisingly, I was very specific. I said none. Right, because we do have to be very specific here.
This little girl
we cannot
crazy.
leave any blurred lines
or
nothing like that. I did actually clarify to him directly. I said, like when I say 0, I mean 0, right? Because then we have to define sex, right? Okay, oral sex is still sex, which was not counted as sex for some reason in other conversations. So we had to get very specific. So I was very clear. Hey, when I say 0, I mean nothing. I mean, like, I don't want, like, no friend, everybody. I don't care what business connection they are. I don't care what their status is. I don't care how many followers they have.
Yeah.
I don't care. All of them need to be gone.
Facts.
And so,
but for everything was going great.
It was going well.
Till when?
Well, everything was going well until the Tasha K came out with all the stuff, and that was in March of 2021. And so from there, it was just like everything just came back up to the surface again, like
was
fresh,
that new
open
to you?
wound.
But when she revealed in 2021, was you blindsided by that?
No, because he had already confessed to the 11 women that he had been with, which the 2 that were on there, or the 3 that were on there, had already been on his list of people that he gave me. And we had already been working on dealing with it and all of that. And so that information wasn't new. But what happens is that, it uncovers that wound all over again, right? Yeah. Because not only on a private level, but now on a public level. And so now it's like open wound all over again. And then at that time, just 2 days before that, found out we were expecting our 3rd child. Literally the day it was released on that platform, we were at his stepfather's wake. And so we're dealing with grief, we're dealing with expecting our next child, and now we're dealing with this all at the same time. And then it's like that following Monday, we're on camera, and I'm like, it's a helmet of salvation. Yes, this is what's needed right now. That's all I got.
That little girl crazy. I like her. I don't mean crazy like the way he tried to make her look or the way social media tried to make her look. I mean, as in she's funny. She's really funny. Because that was a lot going on right then. And it's like, I understand Tasha K felt like she needed to get back at Derek for telling her no, which is weird behavior. Like, people should be allowed to tell you no. But in her get back, I feel as though that allowed, even though I know it was unpleasant for Danae, I feel like it allowed her an escape route. So shout out to Tasha K. You know, sometimes, you know what the devil means for bad, God means for your good. Okay. Sometimes, just sometimes it's just like that. But yeah, she was living in this delusion and didn't even realize that he was right back at the same old stuff, and she would have been trapped there, and it might have took her another 3, 4, 5 years to escape if it hadn't been for, you know, Tasha letting the Lord use her. Okay. Yeah, she's very witty and she's funny. She's a funny girl. I'm telling you, like, God used Tasha. He used her. He did.
Right? All I know is it's a spiritual attack. Helmet is something. That's all I got. It's protect your mind. Right now, my mind is being attacked, and I need something better than therapy.
You know what? A lot of people don't understand this too. Is that you're in the midst of trauma. A lot of times, people can never. Most people can identify with what you were going through. They may have dealt with somebody that have cheated on them, but they've never dealt with somebody that was cheating on them. They got, 2 million. How many combined followers does he have?
Over 4 million.
4 million between Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. 4 million. Now, here's this private woman who has always been shy her whole life. She's been the quiet girl sitting in the college campus. And now she has always played, back office to his brand. And now she's thrust. The first time we ever hear her was in this video dealing with trauma of him saying, hey, listen, yes, I may have been I may have done this. And it's the first time we see this woman in front of this large, vast world of judgmental people saying, why she got her hair like that? Why she look like, why? And now they're picking you apart.
Yep.
Some people giving him an excuse. Oh, we got to rebuke people who do that.
You better say that, sir. I ain't never seen him before today or before this video, but he better tell the truth, and that's exactly what they did. They picked that girl apart. Oh, she looked like this. Oh, she looked like that. She ugly. Her hair, her nose. Look how she dressed. Look how she act. I think this. They ripped her to shreds, and I'm glad he said it. They gave that Negro an excuse. They made excuses for him, as though it was perfectly okay what he had done to her. And the target, magically, the minute her face was shown, became this young lady. And what's worse is she ain't never asked to be in front of nobody's camera. He did. And then when he said no to Tasha K and became a target for her vitriol, instead of the attack dogs going after the demon-possessed whore, Derek Jackson, they went after the poor girl who just trying to survive his satanic torture. It was black women. It wasn't just women, Southern Charm. We got to tell the truth about the stuff that we do. Black women attacked this girl just for being married to that piece of trash. And if we gonna tell the truth, a lot of them attacked this girl because they saw something they admired in this man. So it's never gonna be his fault. Because a lot of them, if they could have got within 5 feet of him, they'd have slept with him right then, knowing exactly what he was and everything he had done to this girl. It was, we want to get you because you had the nerve to be married to him. And it's just a shame. It's just a shame. Protect my energy. Say, look at how she looked. No wonder he cheated. What? People say anything sad. Girl, they did. They talked about her hair, how she dressed. Oh, she's crazy. She's a Christian. She's in a cult. That's the reason. Right. Protect my energy. Say, I saw that at the time and logged off. That's what I had to do too, because it was very annoying to see how many black women attacked this girl for no reason. Yeah, and she was pregnant to boot.
People an excuse, a married man an excuse. Well, I see why he cheated on her then. Look what she looked like. She probably was the type of woman that didn't keep herself up. No one knew that you were pregnant at that time. No one knew that y'all had just came back from a funeral and a wake. No one knows that. No one knew that you had been covering him all these years up until this point, being this supportive wife, being this woman who was not some girl that was like, I don't want to have sex with my husband. You're saying, I want to perfect this thing. I'm over here trying to model what these other women are doing so that I can give my man the best sex so he can choose me and leave them alone. No one knows the inner struggle that you're going through. No one knew the abuse that you had come through. Haven't overcome it yet, but you have come through it. No one knew that here it is, this woman who never wanted to be in this spotlight is now sitting right here in front of the world being picked apart. Right. And that's the reason, Danae, I said I want to make sure that I had a makeup artist come make you look absolutely beautiful and like you needed it. But I said I want to make sure that they have nothing to pick you apart.
Thank you, because they would.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate all the care and the just basic human dignity and respect that you've shown me, which apparently is hard to get just being me for whatever reason that is. And so, you know, all of the...
Baby, the reason is that you're a black woman. And what's worse is that some of the most anti-black womanist people in the world are black women. There's a lot of black women that are very anti-black women. They experience it themselves and they still impose that behavior on other black women. That is why she couldn't get decency or respect. You got black women right now on social media defending the likes of Erica Mena, a piece of trash who has made colorist statements, been a whore and everything else, going with people's husbands, just the whore of Babylon. The whore of Babylon. And black women are defending her and attacking a dark-skinned girl for dating the girl's ex. But this black girl who did absolutely nothing wrong, black women attacked this girl, her looks, they did everything but critique her pubic hairs. And that's only because they didn't see them. That's what they did. DT, what you say, baby? Say they was attacking her and he totally enjoyed it. Oh, yes, he did. You know he did. In fact, there's people right now that are probably attacking her for speaking up for herself. Yes. And then mad at how she's speaking. That's why I said, no, we're not going to bother her about laughing about her past. That's what she lived through. She got a right to process it and express it any way she likes. Because let's be very clear. This young woman didn't ask for that. She didn't. Somebody gave her a platform and allowed her to tell her side of things because she is human. She's not a dog. She got a right to say how she felt and express it the way she wants to express it. Because she didn't ask for none of this. She didn't ask him to cheat. She didn't ask Tasha K to expose it. She didn't ask the hoes to sleep with him. She didn't ask the black people in social media to attack her. She didn't ask for none of that. None of it. But we will sit up and defend people who look nothing like us. Throw on a cape and go trudging in to mammy and mule your way to heaven. But when it's this young black woman who literally did nothing wrong except be naive, the attack dogs were out, and some of them still are. Hey, Tip, you know I got to keep it real because it was shameful. It was shameful, and I saw some of them in the comment section on this channel, this particular channel, Dear Future Wifey, that some of them were apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry for, I rushed the judgment on this girl, blase squaze. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, but you need to correct the behavior and understand why you're doing it. Look at the root cause of why your first instinct is to blame and attack a black woman in defense of somebody who's abusing her so you don't continue to keep doing this sick crap. Because that's sick as hell. Debbie said that's why you can't judge a person out with appearance if you don't know their internal struggle. My smile is my camouflage. That's true. But if that sister can't smile, if she ain't comb her hair, whatever the case may be, you don't start making excuses for why somebody abusing her. Dialogue sister say he did it to take the heat off of him. He knew his audience. Yeah, he knew his audience. was a bunch of floozies that was sitting up there in their flesh, lusting over him. And quite naturally, whatever woman is married to him occupying a space that all of them wish they were in, he knew they would attack her. And I agree with you. He drug her in front of that camera to get them to attack her so he could save his own neck and still keep making money from the mammies who are still supporting him, knowing he's a piece of trash. Protect my energy, say sitting on a keyboard passing judgment as though she isn't suffering already. Right. And a whole lot of them was some lethal weapons. Going by their profile pictures, a whole lot of them was Danny Glover in the face. They was real strong, but attacking this young woman. Debbie say that's why you can't judge a person if you don't know their internal struggle. That's right. You typed it twice, but it was true both times. So let's hear the rest of this now.
Public scrutiny that I endured in that time, I'm like,
Tomorrow evening at 7.
Hold on.
like a headspin. It's like, what is going on? I don't even know how to respond or react. All I know is that my mental and emotional state is right now in danger. And if that goes, then everybody's going to die.
Yeah.
Literally, physically.
Yeah.
Had I not had the helmet of salvation, or at least knew that scripture,
Yeah.
I really would have committed suicide. And that's the state that I was at in that moment. And I'm pregnant with a child, right? And that embellishes all the emotions that you already have just outside of that.
Postpartum depression twice with the other kids, and here you are right now dealing with all this.
Severe postpartum depression. I'm pregnant again. Just found out I was pregnant again, and I'm like, Lord, I mean, when am I going to get a break? And you know what? The only thing that came to me in that moment was Job, when he was getting attacked. You know, and his finances, his marriage, and all that. And that's where the whole helmet of salvation thing came from. It's like, I'm recognizing this as a spiritual attack. I understand clearly we have some real serious things that are going on, but everything right now, my mental health, my health is being attacked. My child, the seed in me is being attacked. If I don't pull through this, not only am I going to die, my child is going to die.
Yes.
You know, and I cannot get to a place to allow that to happen. And that's the scripture that really fueled me. And then, like, literally, I knew 2 scriptures, which was that and helmet of salvation. So I went with the helmet of salvation. And
I'm proud of you, Queen. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, because at the end of the day, if that's all you had to hold on to
that's
for your
right.
sanity, to be able to be present in your kid's life, there was that post for Mother's Day that he made. He made a post.
Hold on, before I even let them finish talking, let me address this. She didn't wish nothing. What she did was read what was in the book of Psalms. See, if y'all show up to Bible study on Saturdays or on Wednesday at y'all church, y'all will understand that book of Psalms has everything you need in it. What she did was read what was in that book. And what's wild about that, ain't none of us wrote the Bible. Ain't none of us old enough to have written anything in there. But that's what's in the Bible. That's what's in it. So if we're going to be mad, we're going to have to be mad at I don't know if that was a psalm written by David or by an unknown psalmist, but that is in the book of Psalms. So no, she didn't go after anybody. She read that word is what she did. Which is why, you know, you used to hear people warn you about Christian folks, because we'll go to God on you. When you mess around and start using that scripture and going to the throne and reminding God of his word, then people want to start screaming and hollering and crying and squalling, talking about, oh, you went after, she didn't go after nobody, baby. That word came after you. It's called touch not my anointed. Heathens need to be more careful.
Acknowledging you, and he made a statement of saying in times where you didn't have the strength to show up for yourself, of course you showed up for your kids. How'd you feel about that?
what? Like, that's how I felt. Like, what is going on here? I was completely confused. I'm like, somebody sit me down and explain this. We need to define a lot of things.
You didn't look at that as, wow, he's celebrating me on Mother's Day?
No. And so that's where I'm like, okay, should I feel bad about that? Like, this is like a real internal doubt. Like, am I ungrateful? Am I like, these are the questions that I'm going through, like real time, real life. Like, I don't feel that. I feel confused about it. And I feel like, was that really for me? Because when I'm looking at it, I was blocked for months until apparently just recently, which I didn't even know I was unblocked.
Unblocked from what? From social media?
His social media. He blocked me on everything. And so I didn't even know I was unblocked. He didn't tag me in it. So I'm like, was that for me? And then my name is DA apostrophe capital NAIA. He didn't even have the decency to
spell your name right.
Spell my name right. And so I'm like, okay, am I being nitpicky because I want my name to be spelled right after all these years?
Well, I mean, it is your husband.
But I don't even know. I mean, can we define all these things? Is that even a thing to add to?
Can we define husband?
Right. Can we? Is that? I don't even know if that's a thing to expect your husband to spell your name right. So, I have questions about it, and so I have real questions about it. Do I see in a general sense that it can be viewed as sweet and all that? Yes. I can recognize that, but then there's so many things like on the back end that are not acknowledged and that have been going on. So I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. So now I'm just confused and I need somebody to explain it to me.
You said he didn't tag you, so it couldn't have been for you.
He didn't tag me in it. I didn't even know about the post until Monday, like at 9 p.m.
Now, y'all, you know what that's giving. He didn't tag her. He didn't spell her name right. He unblocked her, didn't make her aware. It's given this was for public relations. This was to look good to the public, to the mammies that still following him, to the mammies that still giving him money, to the mammies that still support his page, his brand, and his products. And to make it look like, oh, see, he's such a good guy. He still respects his ex, and and still celebrates her as the mother of his children, blah, blah, blah. All the platitudes that simple heifers like. He did this for public relations. That's why he misspelled her name, didn't tag her, unblocked and everything. So that way, if they went looking, as the CES, the cook, eat, and sleep crew will do, they'll say, see, he got her unblocked and he mentioned her. He didn't mean for her to see that because it wasn't for her. But I'm going to let her tell it.
And it's messaging me. We're having a conversation. And she was like, girl, I almost hollered when I seen his post. And I was like, what post? And she was like, you didn't see the post? I'm like, he blocked me on everything. I didn't see nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not stalking his pages. Like, yeah. I'm trying to build my stuff over here. I'm everything new. Right. And so she's like, hold please. So she sends me a screenshot and I'm like, what?
Yeah, they posted it on the Shade Room. It didn't go as planned because a lot of people saw right through it. A lot of people were mad at it. They was like, you made her a single mother, because he talked about, you've been a mother, whatnot, and said, imagine this backhanded compliment. You've done all this. You drugged this woman through, and they kept the part that they kept referencing was a part about you being able to show up for yourself at times when you couldn't show. I don't want to butcher what he said, but it was something about the being able to show up for yourself at times when it was hard for you.
So he's referencing, okay, this is how crazy this is. He's referencing the post where I just told you guys about, where I knew her body better than I knew my own. And I had made a post and I'm like testifying like all the things I went through and all of the demonic spirits that I allowed into myself, like with just trying to do all the things that I was doing. And I said how it affected me, and that little segment of his post was referencing that, even down to our daughter. Like I had some issues, just with the complexion of our daughter, because that was the type of woman that he would go after. And I'm not dark, super dark skinned woman. And our daughter's like a little chocolate little princess. She has it, and I'm just like, how does she look like the women that he wants?
Wow, that's deep.
How does she look like the women that he wants and he desires and he loves? I don't understand. It's like they had her even though I carried her. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to work out.
Wow.
You can't go. You said they had her even though you had her?
they had her even though I carried her. That's what I felt like for.
So this poor girl was so traumatized. She looking at her own little baby and thinking like, dang, even the baby looks like what he finds attractive. You know, she looked like she belongs to the women that he actually desires. She don't even look like she belonged to me. Like even it's almost in a way she felt rejected by the way God made her child. Like, God, you didn't even make my baby look like me. In order for her to be pretty, she had to look like them other women. Ooh, y'all, this deep. This deep. I'm glad she addressing it though, so she don't turn into a Giselle Bryant. Because I think that's part of what's wrong with Giselle, y'all, over on Potomac. She sat there and watched J Mall go after all them dark girls, them brown, them chocolate lattes. And baby, it do something to her. It do something to her. And she might be feeling that way looking at her pretty brown girls. But this young lady is acknowledging, accepting it, voicing it, and like she's dealt with it. And ooh, child, this deep. This deep.
Long time I had to really sit down and
because her skin tone represents the type of women that he would cheat on you with.
Yes.
Want a second income stream?
Child, this thing getting deep, y'all. It's getting deep. I'm glad she got into the murk because it's murky. It's murky. And a lot of times people don't want to talk about this stuff, but you got to go there.
Cheat on you with.
Yes. Yes. And so then it just played on the rejection and the abandonment.
See, that rejection.
And not like, choose me. What is there about me? Right? Our daughter even has everything that you.
So it's almost like she felt like in utero, the child chose not, her baby even chose not to look like her. I ain't gonna look like you. You ain't pretty enough. I'm gonna look like them pretty dark girls. I don't want to look like you, mama. And even though I'm pretty sure she knew rationally, logically, in her conscious mind that that's not possible, on a subconscious level, she felt rejected even by the baby. Lord have mercy. I'm gonna let her talk, y'all.
Like search for, or at least preference.
Yeah.
In a woman. Now every woman wasn't dark skinned clearly, but there's a preference and a type, and a lot of them were. And so even our daughter came out in that preference, and I'm like, you know, and that I feel like the Lord did that intentionally so that I could really deal with that. I could really deal with that aspect and be able to teach my daughters, because I have 2 girls now, but be able to teach them, and one's lighter and one's darker, right? So I had the experience of being in this weird world where I'm trying to be these other women and all these things, but I had to really sit back and deal with that. It affected I feel like my ability to mother her and to nurture her and to just have that mother-daughter relationship that I always desired, but I didn't know how to get there because all this stuff was in the way. And so I had started telling him about that and trying to be vulnerable, because when you decide to come back, you got to be vulnerable still, even though it's scary. And so I had started telling him that. So he referenced that in his Mother's Day post. And so I'm like, I don't know how to, I really don't know how to respond to this. I don't know that it was for me per se, as much as it may have been for, you know, image. Like, that's how I feel. Like, this is me working it out. And he did, behind the scenes, he did give me a big thing of flowers and a card. But he didn't say any of those things to me directly. So I'm like, I don't understand.
And he gave that to you at your son's birthday party.
Yeah, at our son's birthday party.
The day before Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord Jesus. So let's go back. You're recording this video. How did the video come about? Did he say, hey, I need to record this video. I want you to be a part of it. I want you to stand by your man. Like, what?
No, he didn't coerce me into making the video. He asked me, like, would I feel comfortable? He's like, would you feel comfortable? Because I don't want you to do something you're not comfortable with. And I'm like, I feel like I have to do this because I decided to come back, and I've been putting pressure on you to make a stand for me. So if I'm going to put pressure on you to make a stand for me, I need to sit up here and be in the fire with you.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, it's only, I signed up for the worst, the better and the worst and all that, right? So here's the worst, and we are here. And do I like it? No, but he didn't coerce me to do it. I made the decision, like, okay, I'm going to do it, especially since I've been putting this pressure on you to make a stand for me. So if this is the way we're making a stand, this is how we're doing it. So there wasn't a whole lot of preparation time. Again, we did it like the following Monday. The wake was on Friday. We went to the funeral Saturday. We drove back. Back on through Sunday. Monday, we're sitting there recording. Like, there's no sleep. We're still grieving. You know, I'm whole pregnant. Just found out I was pregnant. Like, still got to make a doctor's appointment just to confirm the viability of it. Whole 8 weeks pregnant at that point. Didn't even know that, but so it was a lot going on. It's like we have to do something because this is getting out of control and this is our source of income. So financial crisis on top of all of the other things, right? So that's where I told you the Lord just brought me to Job. Financial crisis, house is being marriage is being attacked, children are being attacked, right? I'm pregnant, so my children are being attacked. Mental and emotional.
Let's get through some of this because we get it. We get it, baby.
I'm so obsessed popping my husband's.
We get it. I'm gonna skip through some of that if y'all don't mind, because it's just a lot. We get it. They got you to do the thing. You stood by your man. Okay, you got ripped through the mud. We got it. We were here. We were here when it happened. So let me try to fast forward through some of that.
Forefront. It wasn't just like him hiding me either. It's like I don't really want to be at the forefront because I know people are cruel and
are my adversaries, but I give myself unto prayer, and they have rewarded me evil for good and hatred.
So now we're about to get into that book of Psalms where everybody accuses this girl of being a witch and cursing people and going after people. So let's go here, because we have to.
For the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of
against false accusers.
What did you
firm in my beliefs? Am I going to stand firm in telling my story in my testimony, or am I going to allow the world to tell me what my story is?
There it is.
Or am I going to allow the world to define who I am, or am I going to believe God's report about who I am and what he's called me to do?
There it is.
So
what did you someone was telling me about the video. I was going to look for it before the interview, but I didn't want to be brainwashed and all this stuff. What did you curse? What did you say to people?
Psalm 109. I mean, literally, it is a plea for help against false accusers.
What'd you say? I want you to put this up.
It's a plea for help against false accusers, okay? It says, let their children be vagabonds on the earth. Let the mercy of God be withdrawn from them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's my Bible at? I didn't bring my physical Bible in here. Psalm 109, go to verse, it's like 9, 10, 11. Okay.
You said you found that.
Let their children be fatherless. Let their I'm quoting the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
It's a plea for help against.
This is the thing, and y'all know I'm a Bible teacher. This is the thing with the book of Psalms. Some of them are simply songs, and some are prayers. So if she read that prayer, she read it. Oh, well, if you somebody that's bearing false witness against her, and if you hit, then you hit. How about don't lie on people? Then you wouldn't have to worry about it. But people tickle me with that. Oh, you went after children. No, the Bible went after your children. If you the one that's a false accuser. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was funny, but I just wanted her to say it in her own words and let y'all know exactly where she got it from. Psalms 109. Okay, you might want to put a pin in that for yourself rather than throwing hissy fits when people go lying on you and talking about you. Just go to the word, go to God on them. That's all. Let's get on past there because it's boring, but I wanted y'all to hear it from her mouth.
Cheated on you with?
As a whole in marriage?
In, out, or whatever. Was there ever a moment that y'all had a come to Jesus moment where he sat down and...
Right. Thank you. That's what they mad about, all of them being witches, and she went to the word. That's why they really mad.
Yeah. Listen, to my knowledge, this is how many women I've slept with.
Okay, so part of the recovery process where we were in the program for infidelity and all that is discovery. And in Discovery, it's like we've trickled out a lot of information. Now it's time to go to level 0, ground zero, they call it. And so he had to make a list. And so he made a list of women to everything that he could recollect, and there was nearly 100 women on there. And
so now she talking about why they was in therapy, honey, and he done made a list of 100 women that he done, Lord, this baby, she need to be praising the Lord that he didn't give her something. He nasty, y'all.
I'm at 100. Where you going
that
back
he
to?
wrote on the list. Now,
You talking about why y'all? You talking about in his lifetime, or you talking about why y'all were dealing with each other?
okay, so we have to define these things. So I did not do a good job at defining if it was the lifetime of his lifetime or if it was specific to just
Well, heck, he been dating you since he was 19.
right. So in my mind, to me, that's a lifetime, right?
Yeah,
in my mind. So I'm thinking at least since we have met.
Let me get his comment. What was the false accusation against her? This was brought into the marriage because of her husband. Oh, no. People were making false accusations against her. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. The public need to quit lying on people. I don't know why y'all think it's okay to lie on people. It's not. They literally called this girl a lesbian, said she was in a cult. They said she was going with the women with him. They told a bunch of lies on this girl. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. And when somebody lie against you, you got every right to go to your father in prayer. I got every right to get down on my knees. And I'm going to tell you up front, anybody that comes slanging at me, I promise you I'm getting down on my knees. I promise you I'm going to the throne. I promise you I'm going to offer him up a sacrifice of a contrite heart. I'm going to lay my broken heart at his altar. And I'm going to cry out against you if you lying on me. I'm telling you I'm going to do it. Ain't no secret I'm gonna do it. I'm telling you up front. I'm running straight to my father. Straight to the hills. That's what she was supposed to do. And people need to quit lying on folks because it's not cute. Simple as that. Simple as that. That's right. They was attacking her instead of him. They ain't have no right. They had no right to that. Yeah, it was common knowledge, S. It was going on all over the internet. I don't know where you were, but it was very much common knowledge. Very much so common knowledge. That girl had every right. And I'm telling y'all right now, anybody, if you are somebody under the sound of my voice and you have ever told a lie on me, whether I confronted you or not, please already know that I have run to the hills on you. I have. I promise you. I'm just saying for the record. Now back to him and the 100 with his nasty self.
Since we were 19.
He wrote down 100 names.
Yes.
What did you think when you saw that?
That.
The day you said that.
Like,
oh God!
I mean, what do you really do with that? Like, I don't know.
Right.
I was just
what
like,
can
okay,
you do?
I forgive you for all these things. We got counsel, so it wasn't just like he gave me this list and it's nothing, right? We actually had counsel, like, okay, walk us through this. We're revealing this stuff. Like, what did you think? How are you feeling today? I'm just like,
They will actually pay you.
Hold on, because I need y'all to hear this, honey. It's about to get ridiculous. All the way down to what led up to the filing of the divorce, because that was entertaining too. But this young lady is nothing like what Satan and his acolytes tried to paint her up to be.
how are you feeling today? I'm just like, that's how I feel. You know,
No.
right? And it's like, okay, well, now that this is ground like level 0, now we can
Rebuild.
move forward and rebuild. And so it's from there, it's like, okay, I have to make a conscious choice every day to not think about or not to re-bring it up, you know, unless it's relevant to like this phase of the healing that I'm going through, because we're dealing with it through therapy or whatever, but not just to be like randomly, yeah, I remember 99, you know, like I you know, so it's a process and it's a shock, right? And again, there's a crushing that goes on with that, but I made a choice like, okay, I'm deciding to be here. I'm deciding to go through this process. I'm going to try this. And again, I'm dealing with this pregnant, guys. I'm whole pregnant. Right. So did I do that successfully? No, I got whole pregnancy hormones. I'm mad. There's days I'm just mad. I'm just like, get out, like, get out. Like, I don't want to see you right now. Don't touch me. Don't like look at me right now. Like, I'm just upset that you even allowed it to get to this point. Like, why were you so careless? Like, did you not think about this? Why didn't you get a gag order on these? You know, like
you over here trying to protect the bag. Like, you should have did this. You
right. So there was a lot of that, and then so with that, I think that took a toll on him too. Just like he's still a whole person that has feelings and all that.
Would you been okay with this?
So
let's reimagine your marriage. Would you be okay with him saying this? Danae, it is what it is. I love having sex with multiple women. I'm never going to dishonor you. I will make sure that none of this is brought out in the open. I'm going to have this on the side. You're going to provide the lifestyle that you dream of. I'm going to honor you. I'm going to respect you. I'm going to take care of the kids. I'm going to be a very present husband. But you have to allow me. I'm a man of means. You have to allow me to have sex with multiple women as I see fit. Can you agree with that?
What Bible verse is that?
We ain't going to go by no Bible verses. The book of Derek.
No.
Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this?
No.
That's right. No.
And then I want to know what scripture that's in.
That's right.
He say there's a story about King David. He had multiple wives and even more concubines.
Okay, but
and the Bible called him a man after God's own heart.
Did we read the whole thing, or are we just reading the
We're gonna read what benefits me in this situation.
Okay, well,
so can you do this for me?
No. It's gonna be a hard no for me.
Oh God. And so what broke? He sent you a text message. You told me he sent the text message you saying he wanted a divorce. When was that?
That was
the text message, y'all. Text message.
And where were you when you received that text message?
We were both at home. He was upstairs and I was downstairs on the couch. I had just actually come back from, I did a freedom group where you basically, you're going through freedom with all these people. You're talking about stuff with a group of women and stuff like that, confidentiality. And we're talking about forgiveness. And I was like, I'm going to go home. I'm going to say, I forgive him for anything that I've been holding on to or has been coming out of me. And I did that. I said, I forgive you. Anything like that I have been doing that has shown unforgiveness, I forgive you for that. And the next words out of his mouth was, or via text, should I say, was, I was done with us in this marriage after I said that. And I was like, okay, Lord, this is what forgiveness gives you.
You said, I forgive you of everything. And he said, I want out of the marriage.
Yes.
Bingo. Y'all know what it was. He could deal with her broken. Even with him pretending to go following the deliverance pastor and pretending to be in the church and pretending to do all the stuff he's supposed to do. He could deal with her broken. As long as she was holding on to that unforgiveness, as long as she was broken on the inside, he could still deal with her. Baby, that sister came home and said, I forgive you of everything. Honey, you won't criminal jail. Honey, she said, I forgive you of everything. He said, I want out. And couldn't even say it to her face. He had to send it in a text. And I feel like that was another maneuver from Satan. He sent that text message thinking that this ought to break her. Baby, when he sent that text message and it ain't break her, listen, y'all will hear what she say happened next. Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat. Nicole say David was a king. That's why he was able to do that. Not for all men. Right. That's true too. Yeah, that was her freedom. When she said, I forgive you. Because see, as long as you hold alt against somebody, you hold the debt over their head, but you also hold that bondage over yourself. See, when you don't forgive, then you can't be forgiven. Baby, this was real live spiritual warfare. This young lady was going through it up in here. She was going through it up in here. It was happening. Yes, he was scared. Baby, she forgave him and he sent a text message hoping, well, maybe this will break her. Because he couldn't deal with her empowered and redeemed. That part, redeemed, healed, rejuvenated, refreshed. He didn't want that one. He wanted broke down, busted the nail. Cassie said all those muscles, and he wasn't strong enough to face her. No, baby, them demons in him wasn't strong enough either. They couldn't do nothing with that. That's right, Cassie. Cassie on point. He ain't have enough to face her. He wasn't strong enough. Them devils in him failed him at that moment. It was in that moment they knew they had messed up. It was in that moment that the devil realized, I put so much pressure on this heifer, I ran her to Calvary. I can't do nothing with her now. And y'all, I don't know if you know this, and I don't know who need to hear this. Sometimes Satan overplays his hand. He'll keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And before he know it, he done drove you down on your knees. And then here come the Holy Ghost. I'm going to shut up because I ain't here for no preaching. I'm just telling the truth. Hey, chubby girl cuteness. Say, right, her being broken benefited him. He couldn't handle her free. No, he couldn't handle that. That liberation was too much. Peanut say Derek was under the complete demonic influence. Yes, that's what your mama was telling them earlier. That man has a demon in him. That's why when that girl went to talking about deliverance, he got excited, honey. He was upset. Yes, Southern Charm. That's exactly what it was. Okay, let's go on here the rest of this because we got to talk about this. I know we've been talking through the whole thing, but we got to talk about this. Okay?
Yes. Now, to spice it up, because I like spice. A couple days before that, about 2 days before that, we were intimate. And then the next day, he's like, this is leading up to the text message. The next day, he was like, I don't want to be intimate with you anymore for 2 months. I just want you to be completely whole and healed because I know you're still uncovering your rape trauma and all this stuff. And I was like, how does that make any sense? How's that helping us? We just got done talking to someone that said that we need to come closer together and that I need to be communicating to you whatever discomfort I do have, but I'm still able to do something, which I was doing stuff, I was doing stuff. And so he's like, I don't even want that because it just feels like constant rejection. And I'm like, okay, well,
baby, his spirit them spirits in him couldn't agree with them spirits in her. Ooh, listen, it's so many lessons in this, y'all. It's so many lessons in this. This girl was growing and they became unequally yoked. Them spirits in him couldn't work with them spirits in her. Then it was, I don't want to sleep with you again for 2 months. He needed time to try to break her down. Okay, let's go.
He felt rejected by you, and even though you were. So wait, what do you
I was accommodating in other ways. Even if it was like, okay, right now, like penetration is not like the best move right now, but I still care about pleasing you.
Yeah, so you
and
take
so
care
I would do other things, right? And so it's just like, I don't even want that, like it's just constant rejection. I'm just like, okay, well, this is about both of us, right? So I have to communicate to you, like, this is what's going on with me. And I'm like, I need help. I need deliverance. I'm speaking to such and such. You see me speaking to such and such. Like, I'm trying to figure this thing out because this is important to me. Like, I want to figure this out. And he's like, I want you to be completely whole. I don't want to do anything for 2 months. And then I was just like, okay. And I walked away. And then the next day, 2 days after that, then he sent me the text message. It said, I'm done with us in a marriage. And so I was like, okay. And then the next day after that, he said, he came to me in person and I was like, do you have any questions about my text message? And I was like, no.
What you
see, y'all see that? He came to her in person then. He thought that text message broke her. Like, now I'm gonna approach you in person. He wanted her to beg. Oh, the devil is he's so crafty and dirty and dingy with stank drawers. He wanted that baby to crumble. He wanted her to beg. He wanted her to say why. He wanted her to say, please don't go. Please don't leave. Ooh, child.
Fine, you just responded, okay.
Yeah, I said, okay, if that's what you want. And then the next day, he made a video. He's wearing all brown. And it's like, if somebody says, okay, if that's what you want, it's manipulative. And I was like, oh, and then I commented on it. I was like, facts. And I got blocked, I think.
She's silly, but I like her. Then he gonna make a video talking about if somebody say if that's what you want, that's manipulative. That ain't no manipulation. What it is, you felt manipulated because you tried to manipulate her and you got blocked. The Holy Ghost said, not in my house. That's what happened. All of a sudden, now she manipulating you. You poor, big, demon-infested bear. And the court junkie say, notice he said, I want you to be completely whole, not I want to be, or we need to be. Right, in. What he meant was, I need some more time to break you down because you over here with this Jesus stuff, and this is too much. You over here on Team Jesus, and it's hot over here. It's getting hot in here. Okay? Of course he was. He needed to break her down so he could continue to lay out here with whores and traffic them spirits back in the house and deposit them spirits back in her body. Mm-hmm. And then demon possessed real bad too.
So
You got blocked.
yeah.
He said that if someone says okay after you make a statement, that's manipulative.
Yeah. I mean, literally, that's verbatim what I had messaged him when he sent me, hey, I want to end the marriage. Like, I'm done with us in the marriage. And I was like, okay,
oh,
that's
I
what you want.
This. So he said, if you tell me I want to get a divorce, and I say, okay, if that's what you want, I'm being manipulative because I'm saying, okay, if that's what you want.
Something to that effect. Yes, he. Mm-hmm.
Here's how we're going to stop making excuses.
Child, what it was is he had played it out in his head. What reaction that he just knew he was going to get from her because he felt like, okay, Satan, I'm on assignment. I'm an agent. And I know what reaction I'm going to get. And he didn't get it.
I didn't say your name, but I'm saying, I'm just talking about the statement isolated.
Yeah.
How is that manipulative if someone says okay in agreement to something that you said? If that ain't some backwards stuff.
I'm still trying to figure things out. So.
I ain't never smoked weed in my life, but I think I'm gonna start smoking.
No, we rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
I need to understand what this thought philosophy is because that don't make no sense.
We rebuke it in the name of Jesus. You shall be free from marijuana in the name of Jesus.
Girl ain't smoke weed. You gotta watch what you say about the nation. Like I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. You better not.
No, I'm talking not you. I'm telling the thought.
She said the thought.
The thought about it. You don't have to do that in your life.
Then it was a joke.
I know. Come on.
I mess with you.
I like I joke in weird ways. I'm gonna stop. I'm be serious.
No. Be you because I'm loving it. And so when you look at that, then you commented, and then what happened? How did y'all's relationship because technically y'all are still married, correct?
Yes, we're still married. We're just filed.
Y'all filed. He filed. Who initiated the divorce?
He filed. He filed on October 13th, and then I counterfiled on October 25th.
Why did you counterfile?
Adultery.
What did he file?
Irreconcilable differences. Adultery because when he sent me the text message on the 29th, that was a couple of days before our daughter's 6th birthday, and our friend that wanted to speak about me on his page was in town on our daughter's birthday weekend, and so he spent a couple hours with us, and then they went and did whatever they were doing.
Okay, so the rest of this is mostly wrap up. You know, again, I must say this young lady is very refreshing. I actually definitely like her personality. She's not at all what Satan and the crew tried to make her out to be. It's very sad to watch. But if I'm being honest, this is what Satan and his crew do. You got to be careful. It's a few things in here that we need to look at as women, young and old. Us older women need to make sure that our daughters understand certain things. First of all, a man, even your husband, can be an agent of Satan. You can go and link yourself up with somebody who's a whole agent of Satan. There are some men that come into your life just to dismantle your life. They are on assignment to destroy you. Oh, yes, I said it and I meant it. I don't care. There are some men that will come into your life. They are on assignment from the adversary to destroy your life. Listen, when you praying, sometimes Satan be ear hustling on your prayers, man. And everything you say you want in a man, he will send a Negro that appears to embody all of those things. And before you know it, you will have fallen for the good old okie doke, and now you laying up here sleeping with the enemy. This man was the enemy. From everything, from all indication and everything that Danae has given in her testimony in part 1 and part 2, again, shout out to my Future Wifey channel on YouTube. The link for the actual video is in the description box so you can get that. But from all indications, Satan been after this girl since she was small, since she was in the womb. Everything that went on between the mama and the daddy, making her feel unloved, unwanted, and rejected. Everything that went on with the daddy and the stepmama and her having to be away because, you know, her presence caused the problem. Her being assaulted as a first-year college student. Her not telling nobody and internalizing it. And then Satan sent this serpent. And he drug her down, around, and through there. Turned her into something she didn't never intend to be. Had her doing stuff she didn't even want to do to hang on to a man that she didn't even need. Even the way he first approached her, while she not looking her best and her skin not right and her hair not right, and she a little chubby, and she got these please notice me pictures on the note on her little notebook in class, asking her stupid questions. Are you a model? He knew darn well that baby wasn't no model. He came in like a predator. He came in like what he was, a wolf. He came in like what he was, a wolf. Y'all got to be careful. When a man walk up and he just, you know, just saying everything right. She talked about how he love bombed her, set up there, and they supposedly was so in love after 3 days. I felt like I known you all my life. He's sitting on the phone with you till you go to sleep and all this bull crap. That is an agent of Satan. He came in to destroy this girl. And those of you who are still young ladies in your dating age and you're out there, be careful. If you are older lady, you done divorced and you re-entering the dating pool and all that, be careful. You better put on the full armor, including the helmet, the feet. You need to be girded about the paps and have your sword, your two-edged sword and everything on deck. Because some of these men work for the devil. This Negro worked for Satan. The fact that this girl said something about getting deliverance for him and he snapped, and that was immediately he went to calling her crazy. And let me tell you, mama, you need to come check on her. And you angry. He was angry because he had a demon in him. That demon was reacting to her saying, let's bring in the Holy Ghost. This man was an agent of Satan. He was sleeping with all them women, infesting them with them demons and everything else. Y'all young women, you got to be careful. Hey, my sunflower, how are you?
Hey, Snitcher, how are you?
I'm good, baby. It's so good to see you.
Oh, thanks. Sinitra, I was listening to the show, and like in the beginning when you were talking about this year being like tough on you, or not tough on you, but you know, that was really, you know, that resonated with me. So I really send like good vibes your way.
Oh, thank
something
you.
similar happened to me, but like I'm listening because like, so not Snitcher, Danae, like when she talks in the interview, it makes a lot more sense, right?
Yep.
Than the experience in the media. When she talks, like, I get the story, but for me, this whole thing is Derek's fault, because a marriage is between two people, and she didn't open the door to her marriage. He did. So I feel like, he should have been the one. I feel like he should have received a lot more backlash than he did, in my opinion, because he should be protecting his family, and he's not thinking about he's just a vile person, right?
Definitely.
To break her down, and then not only that, he has daughters, so he's not thinking about what they're seeing. He's not thinking about what he's normalizing for them, and they're supposed to be like Christian people, and he's not even being a leader of the household. He's just so self-centered that I don't really get why people ride for him the way that they do. But for her, I will say that I thought she was a little off. But the more that I heard this interview, I realized I don't think she's off. I actually thought that she was just very not like positive thinking, but she was very hopeful and very like naive in thinking
Mhm.
when I do X and Y and Z, this is gonna happen and that's gonna happen. And I also like her mom in this scenario. Like her mom is the person that I draw to in the story because at least I feel like someone's looking out for her, you know? That was
Yeah.
good to yeah.
It was good that she had a good strong mama there. And I find it interesting too that her mother took an approach that some mamas don't take. And also the fact that she wasn't telling her mama everything. Did you hear that part, Sunflower?
No, tell me what you mean by her mom took an approach. Like explain that part.
Well, the approach that her mama took was waiting for her to realize it. And then she told her, that's what I was waiting on. And I like that approach. You know, as mothers, there's no handbook.
Mm.
You know, nobody tells us exactly how to handle you beautiful young people. The Lord hands y'all to us, and we get a Bible and, you know, some blessed oil, a prayer cloth, and gas money to get back and forth to church. Nobody gives us a manual, you know, on how to handle you all, especially once you become young adults. We don't know how to really navigate. You know, I'm more of a battering ram. I ain't waiting on nothing. When I see you going sideways, I'm coming to get you.
But I felt like I felt like her mom was handling. I honestly feel like
Her mom was cool.
her mom was already praying about this whole situation, and that's why she was waiting. That's how I took it. Her mom was
Yeah, definitely. And I agree with that. I'm not saying her mama wasn't handling her business, but I mean, like, as far as her mama not really going to yoke her up, she kept her cool. That's what I'm applauding the mama for. Mama took a different approach, and I liked it. I kind of liked it. I
yeah.
like mama's approach
I
because
like
she was like, "That's what I was waiting on. I was waiting on you to realize it. I was waiting on you to get to that point." And I like that. And I did notice that, you know, when after he called her mama, then she told her mama everything because she hadn't been telling her mama everything that was happening.
and I understand that too. Like when you know, because as an adult, you just want to feel like you're grown and you're handling everything. So I understand why she kept things to herself. In moments with the story, you know, there were times where she kept distancing herself. Or, you know, something was pulling her away to safety, and
Mm-hmm.
she probably didn't even understand everything that was she couldn't process everything that was happening. But I like that she was getting away because that was a lot better than
Yep.
that was way better than just her being like with him just a doormat. I don't get a doormat when I listen to this. I just get like she didn't know how.
She didn't know how, but I'm gonna tell you something. And this is just from a mother. Okay. Some of us been alive long enough. We can tell you how it go with these men like this. The ones that are working for Satan. Because he clearly works for Satan. I'm just gonna tell you. Right, Evie, and the people attacking her, I believe a lot of them are followers of Satan too. I definitely believe that. But here's the thing, right? Satan knows, the enemy knows your weaknesses. They study you. You ever watch those shows, how they show the football teams watching tape on the other team, and they know which guy runs really fast and which guy, you know, you got to put defenders on him because he's going to score. You seen that before, right?
Yeah.
That's how he watches us. He knows okay, she's gonna fake to the left because she's got a bad leg. Like, he knows your weaknesses. So he sends people to prey on your weaknesses. Not so much that she was a doormat, but it was that she had a deficit. She had a weakness of those feelings of rejection, the wanting to be chosen because she felt like her daddy didn't choose her.
Yeah.
All that stuff. And he preyed on it. He dug into it. You don't have to be a doormat to have a weakness, but your enemy will always find the soft spot. That's why it's important to be prayerful and vigilant at all times.
I like how I process this as well, right? Like if she has all these young children, then
Mhm.
her, you know, she has two small kids taking all her attention. She's already feeling drained. She's already going through it with him, psychologically. That compounded together is a lot on a person. So I give her credit for that.
Absolutely. And let me address this real quick. No, ma'am. People were attacking her before she read Psalms 109 on the air. Reading the book of Psalms is not attacking anybody. Anybody who felt attacked were probably the people she was praying against. Because there's no such thing as a cursing prayer. Psalms 109 is a prayer. If you are a Christian, you have every right to pray anything that's in that Bible.
Yeah,
and people were attacking her. Hold on. People were attacking her long before that. The minute they saw her, they attacked that girl. And the people attacking her were absolutely demonic. But go ahead, baby.
Oh, I'm one of the people who didn't know about the attacks on her. So, I just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I didn't have that perspective either, right? Like I didn't know what was going on behind the scenes because I don't know these people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he knew the whole story, and
Yeah.
he knew what was triggering her. He knew what was riling her up behind the scenes. He didn't step in front and protect her. He didn't come and say, "Hey, blah blah blah, this is my family." Like he didn't take the rap for it. And I felt like that was very telling for me that
He
he
set her
needed
up for the
her.
fall.
No, yeah, he needed her to stand up and cover him. And I wonder if that is the nature of their relationship where she's the one who covers them in real life when they're talking to their church people or their family members. I feel like she probably has done that before and he knew it. Because if he was this celebrity, or I don't really know, right? If he was this known person on the internet, he would have known enough to give her a heads up about how things were going to come across. And he should have known enough to say, look, I can handle this a little bit better. Let me go ahead and protect my family. He didn't do that. And
No, he used her as a human shield, and people obliged him and came to cut her head off just for existing. And I honestly, I don't know how y'all missed it, because I saw it from the minute the story broke. Even on the top, even right after Tasha K did her live, the minute they saw that girl, the attacks were immediate.
no, I missed that because like Sunitra on this live, even you were telling like when you were sharing like Tasha K and stuff like that, I didn't know all that. So
But that's the other reason why I look at people crazy when they start lashing out at people. It's like, okay, too many things have taken place here, and I understand if you don't know what happened, but I feel like a lot of people did because they were there. A lot of people did because they were there. They were watching in real time, just like the rest of us. They watched them call this girl everything but a child of God and blame her for her demon-possessed whore of a husband's behavior. Mm-hmm. They did it. I mean, from the minute they saw her, they picked at her. And you know what's even funny is the fact that they mocked this girl so bad, accused her of being in cults, made fun of her, laughed at her. They did skits and spoofs, picking at this girl like they did everything they could to this young woman, laughing at her. But now that she's gotten better and she can laugh at what she's been through, now she wrong for laughing at her own pain, but it was okay for them to mock and make fun of her and laugh at her. I say, whoa, the world is so demonic. The world is so satanic.
I blame him for them coming at her. Even like I may be like old school in that thinking. I blame him for the whole thing. Like I get it. People shouldn't be the way they are. But the way how I look at it, this is all his fault. Like, I don't understand how he can live with himself knowing that the whole, like, people are attacking his wife or ex-wife or the mother of his kids, all based off of actions that he did, not what she did, right?
What he did, because he's not a man. Evie says, I feel like her mama knew that if she would have intervened, she wouldn't have got it. Yeah, she probably wouldn't have gotten it. And then too, the girl was hiding stuff from her mama.
No,
she hid stuff.
What Evie said made a lot of sense too, right? Like her mom knew enough to know when.
Yep. Oh yeah. Just Jewel said, I remember other women blasting her looks and appearance. Yes, they did. And I'm like, what does her looks have to do with what he is and
But
what
she's not
he's done?
ugly. I don't know. Like maybe
There's nothing ugly about that young woman. She was pregnant. They just got back from a funeral. Nobody, they didn't care why she wasn't glammed up. And oh, she need to get her hair done. She need to do this. And they went to her Instagram. Oh, she's dressing like she's a lesbian. She's in a I mean, they were nasty.
what?
I'm
Like,
telling you, they were just that nasty to this young woman. And I'm telling you, if you go over to the channel that the gentleman who did the interview, My Future Wifey, that channel on YouTube, go to the comment section. I'm not kidding. Matter of fact, let me read you some of the comments from the comment section. I want you to know just how serious the dysfunction was. The dysfunction was so serious, Sunflower, that these ladies are now so apologetic for how nasty they were to this lady. They're not apologizing for nothing. They're not saying they're sorry for nothing. They're sorry because they know they attacked this girl. Comment number 1. If she decided to build a platform, she'll be bigger than him and she'll help so many people, women and men. Her testimony, her grace, her journey, etc. She's powerful, blah, blah, blah. Next one, moral of the story, don't mock a pain you haven't endured. Next, he lost the gem behind the spirit of lust. I can't wait to see the blessing God is about to pour down on her. Next, him asking for a divorce is the best thing that he could have done. I want to get to the ones where they were apologizing because now everybody's so favorable of this girl, but they weren't favorable of her before. This is the first one that got it. I apologize for ever thinking this woman was mad. She's so relatable and likable. I hope she continues to grow. I want to get to the ones where they were apologizing because there's been so many comments just from yesterday to today. I can't believe I judged this woman without understanding her pain. I'm sorry I did that. She's funny, articulate, stunning, and so much to offer the world. This is the type of woman who needs a platform. I pray for her healing, and I pray that for all the lives she's changed, blah, 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 blah. When we judge others, we don't fully know the truth about that person at all. I know when I seen this young woman, her husband was full of it. This one, I'm glad you had enough decency to admit you were wrong. It's quite a few of them. Definitely judged her wrongly by just watching her past video. This woman is in pain, and we mocked her. We mocked her pain that we haven't endured. Sorry, girl, you're definitely healing. Yeah, so they knew that they were not fair to this girl. They knew it.
I mean, yeah, I can see where some are, but I can, like, if I didn't know all this kind of stuff either, I'm gonna leave room for that too, because I didn't know, right? Like,
Right.
I personally don't think she's ugly, or I don't think she's the cause of anything, right? But like the little that I knew, it felt like she was just her husband did XYZ, and she was just like, back off, this is my husband. That's the vibe I got from the helmet salvation video. Other than that, I don't know enough, but I can't blame someone if you see her husband doing this, and rather we didn't see her attack her husband, or I don't know if there's a video with her attacking her husband, but
she didn't need to attack her husband. Like she literally did a 2-part interview and gave y'all a complete timeline. She had already left him behind what happened. She had already gone to therapy behind what happened. Like, there was no need for her to attack him. She didn't come out and attack the public.
We got that video just now, but back when it happened is what I'm saying. Like,
but back when it happened, Sunflower, they were very clear that this was something that happened almost a year prior, the prior year, and they had already dealt with it. So nobody should have been expecting her to come out and re-attack anybody. They had already separated over it and everything. And we knew it because they were very open about that.
Yeah, well,
nobody cared. The thing is, nobody cared about it. They just wanted to attack that girl.
Yeah, maybe I don't know enough about this, but like for me, because I'm just be real honest, like I don't, I'm learning. But for me back then, if no one really dug into the story, like I can't see everyone just automatically hating her for no reason. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like I just can't see that. Unless maybe I'm being like super naive about the situation.
You are. I'll be honest. Black women are very anti-black women. All they need right now, Sunflower, as beautiful as you are, if we go and celebrate your wedding tomorrow, we celebrate your amugo next month, and all of a sudden, God forbid, the man that you married, who is after your heart, does something terrible, these same black women will attack you. They won't care about details. Even if you tell them all the details, you're still going to be in the wrong.
That's sad because I only experienced that from white people.
Well, black women are very toxic and vicious toward other black women because it was not black men. It was black women who attacked this young black woman. That's why I called it out, because even though I am a black woman, I'm an old one. I've been a black woman my whole life. I'm going to tell the truth and shame the devil. That's who did it. Black women attacked this young black woman. We did not support this young black woman as a whole. Of course, there were people like me. There were a few black women. Of course, there's never any absolutes. There were a few of us black ladies, us elders, that called it out and said, no, why on earth are y'all worrying about how she looks and attacking her and saying she's in a cult just because she goes to church? Stop it. But the vast majority of black women in social media spaces attacked this young woman because her husband was a whore. And at that point, everything she did offended them. If she batted her eyes, it offended them. If she drew a breath or drank a glass of water, it offended them. She read the book of Psalms. Oh, she a witch. She cursing us. She attacking us. No, she went to God on you devils.
I didn't feel like I never felt like she was a witch, because true transparency, my family's completely Christian, right? Like we go to the Bible a lot, but I never got the witch vibe. Like that's how I grew up, right? We cast out demons and stuff. Like that's a very Caribbean thing. But what I was shocked at, and it's because I didn't have any context, I didn't understand why it was happening to, like, what I thought was the naysayers of Derek Jackson. I didn't realize she was talking about the naysayers to herself. Like I didn't have context at the time. So that's what I'm referring to. But what you're saying is like, no, she had people that came directly to her with all the crap instead of going at him. Because when I hear
they literally were even going to that girl's Instagram page making dirty comments, and she's not even the social media personality he is.
Right. When I hear this whole situation, I don't care how we flip it. It's him. He's the problem. I see him as
doggone right.
He's the target. I don't care how you slice it. He's the target, but I can't comprehend her being the target. And maybe that's why I just couldn't see it that way. So I was like, why is she attacking people who are attacking him? But I guess that's not the case, you know?
Because that's what a lot of our sisters did their best to paint it up to be. Because no matter what these black men do, the ones that just want to worship black men, they're never going to be wrong. And it's going to always be your fault.
Well, I can't relate to that. But I was very, when you said...
That's because, you know why? That's because we're not sick. But a lot of our sisters are sick. And we have to like acknowledge that a lot of our sisters are very mentally unwell.
Okay.
We're not sick. That's why we don't do that. I would never do that. If some man, God forbid, mistreats you, my instinct is going to be protective and supportive of you and to throw daggers at that Negro.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. I see it that way as well.
But all of our sisters are not mentally healthy.
Maybe.
Unfortunately. And what's sad is a lot of them are like that because they have gone through things similar to what this young woman has gone through. And instead of getting help, they've internalized it, learned to hate themselves and hate everybody who looks like them, including us.
I don't know. I don't get the big hype about him either. He gives me the guy who passed, Kevin Samuel vibes, you know, just telling us.
Does he look musky to you, or is that just me and Mr.
No?
James
And I saw someone
musky?
talk about smegma in the chat. I was like, Not smegma, not the medical term.
Yes, she went to the smegma. I wanted to holler. I said, not smegma, but he does look a little frowsy. He looks like,
No, I'm not into I'm not into this at all. He doesn't look frowsy to me.
he looked frowsy to me. He looked musky to me. It's like, I don't know whether it's the space where his arm is right on his chest and it don't move. I don't know. He looked musky and frowsy to me. It don't look right. It don't look right.
Not him. It's his spirit that's frowsy, guys. Like,
his spirit is frowsy. It's not. So you think our nostrils and nose hairs would be safe in his presence, but we would just need blessed oil for the demons.
Right. Y'all just empaths picking up on the
Okay, so our discernment is kicking in and we smelling the demon. We're perceiving the evil coming off of him.
Like, how do you smell a picture?
Not because some people, they look stink. Some people really, you can just smell it.
No, that's
like I'm sensitive like that. And I have been surprised sometimes. Like, people will look stink from across the room, and you like holding your breath, and then they get there and they've had a bath. You'd be shocked. But he's one of those people. Like, I would hold my breath if he approached me.
I don't know. Like, I remember vaguely just looking at one of his car videos, and I was like, "This is a whole lot of nothing," and I just didn't do that.
That's how I felt. I didn't understand how people, like, let me not say I didn't understand, because that's not accurate. I understood that it was based on thirsty, desperate, pitiful Black women who are just impressed by any Negro with a tight shirt. I get it. But it was like, how do you all rationalize this? This man is sitting in a car looking musky and sweaty, stating obvious things that aren't relevant at all. Just water's wet, the sky's blue, up is that way. Like, that's what the videos were.
Yeah, and I don't know. I felt like she was too good for him.
She definitely was.
Because
that's why he kept her broken, so she wouldn't realize it.
Right. Like, if he closed his mouth and never had one of those videos, like, I don't know what he would be today without that.
I love Ian. Yes, ain't no telling what he would have been without her. See, Mr. James said he feels it in his spirit. There's an odor. Trust me. I believe you, Mr. James. Sunflower say he might take a bath. I don't know if he takes baths.
Who look like their breath stinks.
Yes, there are people who look like they got hot breath. There are. Yes. My eyes have fooled me a couple times. Hey, Terrell, thank you. My eyes have fooled me a couple times, Sunflower, but not many times. Usually, if I get that feeling like don't inhale when they walk by you, I'm usually right. Well, he looked like one of them guys that like put on deodorant and cologne, and you could still smell like a tinge of the musk coming through there.
But he can be 10-00 stupid though. Like, how are you over telling people about relationships and you treating this girl like crap, and you think that when you divorce her that you're gonna rise? You fool. And the thing is that she has enough to get all that she wants, because his infidelity was played out on a national platform, right? I want her to take all the money. I want her to run with. She may not though, because she seems like she should be fair. I want her to take all the money. I want her to run away, because I cannot see him bouncing back from this. If women still follow him for any kind of advice, like, that is just a fool. You have
they do. His whole viewer base is Black women.
Since then?
Yes. They still were following him, still signing up for memberships, still taking courses from him, still listening to all his garbage. Yes, ma'am. The same Black women that were attacking this girl for no reason.
Wait, so he wasn't like cancel culture?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Haven't you figured out that these in good old America, in the good old US of A, the land of the thieves and the home of the slaves, the one person you can attack and do anything to is a Black woman, and nothing will happen to you.
Don't I know it? But
everybody will come to your defense. They will villainize and blame that Black woman, and you, sir, will be the victim. and they will support you, and they have been supporting him. His videos are still up.
So he's still eating.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Lola J. That's right, Barbara. This is Shirley. Exactly.
I, I'm disappointed to hear that, but also too, like I prefer. There's just some news I prefer to be filtered through voices. So like, there's some news to nature like if you don't talk about it, I am looking at it, kind of a thing, because I need to hear it from our voices first. So maybe that's why I don't really catch up on him. But I'm really shocked that people still go to him for anything. Like that's shocking. Like I just found that out like right as you said it. It's
And girl, listen, not one black man, because black men hate him. They've been mad at him forever because he kept telling black women, you deserve to be loved and valued and treated right, all while he did not love, value, or treat that woman right.
But that says something, because like there are women out there that are saying, hey, you need to be loved, valued, and treated right as well. But they don't
support that. Oh no. When a woman says it, it's a problem. Hey, nephew, you just getting off work. They don't support that. But when he stood up there in them extra medium shirts in that car saying it, that's what they could support. That they could support. And black men didn't support him because they like, he out here telling these women that we supposed to respect them. We can't stand him.
I don't get the message anymore. Like after this experience, there's nothing that he said that was ever valid.
But this is the thing. He was stating obvious things. That's like saying, if you drop food on the floor, maybe don't eat it. Like you said, you didn't say anything profound. You're saying common sense things. To me, it was common sense that women shouldn't be gaslit and mistreated and lied to. That's common sense.
Maybe
but black women were clapping like they was like they were watching Grace Jones on Boomerang. Strange.
Maybe he provided like reassurance for them, because I'm one of
They wanted to believe that a black man in an extra medium shirt felt that way about them. That was their fantasy. He sold them a fantasy.
And then
even after he did that to that black woman and they knew it, they still supported him because that was their fantasy, and attacked that black woman for being his victim.
I don't know. He disgusts me, but who am I?
Girl, I was disgusted before I found out he was tricking and treating. I just wanted to understand why he always looked like he was stuffed into that car. I'm like, can you get a car that's your size? Like, why are you stuffed into that car? Is it small in there or are you big in there? What is going on? Can you change that shirt? Do I see sweat stains in your pits? Like, everything about him just gave me so many questions and reasons to pause.
He's Jamal, like Giselle's husband, right?
Jamal got that look too, that musky, always look like they 1 second from sweating, just greasy, funky. Yeah, heavy on the fantasy. Yeah. And I'm like, why is that your fantasy? I don't want no big musky Negro anywhere near me. God forbid.
No, I'm gonna need like Dania. I'm gonna need her to be like, look, I mean, in her own time too. I didn't live with him, so I don't know what that's like. In her own time, I like that she filed. I'm gonna need her to collect all the coins. So all you women that were laughing at her, kiki ha ha, all those videos that were belittling her, I want her to reap everything from it and get all walk away. And I want her to I want her to have no mercy on him.
But you know what? I would say that, but what I really want for her, because what I can see happening, this just me. I could be wrong. I'm not saying you wrong, because I could be wrong. But what I think I see with this young lady, is that God has his hand on her, and she has a divine path. So what I want for her, what I wish for her, what I pray for her is that she have everything that God wants her to have. Because see, sometimes all money ain't good money. You know what I mean?
I could see her turn. That's the thing too. I could see her turning it down and starting fresh.
Right. Because see, listen, that same money he got telling lies and swindling and mistreating her, baby, every dollar of that money could end up cursing him. He could end up choking on every one of them dollars. He could end up needing all of that money plus 10 times more than that.
So he must have an ego of something big, like a Steve Harvey. Like, how can you degrade a woman like that and then come back? And I don't know. I don't get it. and thrive. I need to see how this rolls out because I thought he was canceled this whole time.
Girl, he been doing videos the whole time, and black women have been on his platform supporting him after he done mistreated somebody that could have been one of our daughters or our nieces.
And then he turned around and had just daughters himself. That's just sick.
Yes, now. And these girls will have to grow up and be taught to avoid any man that act like you're no good daddy.
Yeah.
You see a man, I would be telling them girls from play school, if you see a man in a tight shirt, run.
You know what? They probably traumatized themselves. They're probably like, every time they see a man that look like their daddy, they're just gonna run. Poor kids.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you something. I don't trust men like that. And I'm gonna tell you why. Look, I'm gonna explain it. Because I know sometimes the stuff I say sound real crazy, right?
All right, let's hear it.
I know I'm a little touched in the head, just slightly, just a little touch. There are certain things, right, that you'll see in social media. Social media is pretty decent for that. It'll kind of show you what's trendy, you know? Like the bald head, the beard, the tight shirts, all that weird stuff that becomes trendy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
When you see a man dressing for trends, be afraid. That's a clown. That's somebody who is putting on all the trappings. He's peacocking. You know how peacocks spread their plume to attract women so that they can mate. When you see a man putting on all this trendy crap, like that guy that Nene is dating, that man with them Easter suits, I didn't trust him from the time I seen him. You got on these extra tight Easter suits that don't fit your arm. You don't wear socks. You got a bald head. You got this ashy beard. Like, you put on every trend you could put on. I know right now you full of crap. You peacocking. You trying to draw women in because you need victims. When I see a man doing that, the most decent men that I've ever met in my life, most of them don't even know how to dress.
Oh my God, Tanisha, that's so sweet. Cause my boyfriend, he can't dress for nothing.
That's a good one.
This is the one from West Africa, I told you. But like,
that's the Igbo boy, yes.
Yeah.
No, that's our husband. That's our husband. We claiming him. Okay,
that's husband. But
that's right.
You know, right? Like, the thing about Danae, it sounds bad, but I like that her story's out there because it, like, you'll be shocked at how many people fall into this trap that probably could have heard about her before, you know? And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, like, what happened to her was, like, the desire, but it's also nice to have a reference point. So, like, when I'm talking to my friends, I can be like, hey, like, this guy's giving me Derek Jackson vibes, and they see or think about how the name got played. So sorry. You know, like, people will try to avoid it, and maybe that's why she could turn around and be the opposite of him. He was like just talking lies or blah blah blah. She could come back out with her videos and stuff and say, look, whenever a guy's acting like XYZ, this is what he's up to. That would sell. I could guarantee you that
it would, but you know, it's different. Once you on the Lord's side, you have to let him direct your path. It may be a whole lot of money and stuff, but unless she gets permission to do that, she should never try it.
I could see her doing that in like the youth ministry. I could see her talking to her churches and being like, look, let's have these conversations together before we get married. I could see that.
I could see her work. Well, she's already working in ministry. She went and got her degree and everything. So I respect it. I love it. I just want for her, whatever God has for her, that's what I want for her. 100-fold. That's what I want for that young lady. And I'm proud of her for making a responsible and a bold decision. Serve God. Live for God. Don't live for men.
You know,
but when you see these men out here peacocking, because that's what we used to call it, understand that man is dangerous. Find a man that barely matches clothes right. That's the one. The one you got to tell, baby, that don't go together. Don't leave the house like that. That's the one you want. Because he's not out here trying to attract victims. Don't go find no man with no skin tight jeans and he got a yeast infection because his pants too tight and he don't own no socks. All his shoes stink because he ain't got no socks on. Leave him. Leave all that trash. Leave that trash out there. You're gonna find yourself in problems.
That's kind of true. Like there's a guy I was dating at first, and he was like a pretty boy, I will say, like very high yellow, and that's not even my type. But he used to spend
Mm-hmm.
a lot of time on what he was dressing, how I
Yep.
looked, if the car was clean when he went out, all this kind of stuff. And that relationship was hot garbage. And since then, I don't go for that. I like a guy that's not like what people would obviously want to go for. Like you have to know him to like him. I like those kind of guys. The ones that look a little
Mm-hmm.
look like I say funny in the face, but you know what I mean? Like not conventionally attractive automatically, but more like emotionally, spiritually, maturity. They're more attracted to me on different levels. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. Look for good qualities in gentlemen, because we, as young ladies, y'all not supposed to be approaching men no way. It's up to you to either accept his advances or not. But just pay attention to his character, his work ethic. You know, does he pray like he's supposed to, and all this other stuff? And check that stuff before you accept a man.
Mm,
Because just because a man approaches you, it don't mean you have to accept him.
that's true. The part where black women on black women, that's a me. I'm not even gonna lie. I always thought that we automatically just,
Mm-mm.
liked each other.
Nope.
Mm.
Some of the most anti-black woman people you will meet are other black women. They've been taught by situations and trauma to distrust and hate themselves, and they hate you because you look like them.
Well, I don't know.
It's just the truth. Look what Ufoma is telling the truth. The fact that he still got has a platform proves just how much black women can hate other black women.
I
You
believe it.
thought he was canceled. He's still thriving.
Yeah,
He's
like
still eating.
I thought he was completely dead. That doesn't even make sense to me.
Let me tell you something. That is the elephant in the room that nobody wants to discuss. That is the elephant in the room. Even the ladies who are not like blatantly just evil and want to attack, they still are overly critical of other black women. Overly critical. They will look for every way that whatever happened to you somehow must have been your fault.
I don't know. Maybe I got a really good circle around me. I never had
That's what it is.
Yeah, because that that feels like so much. And maybe I need to step out of my bubble a little bit, because I was thinking this whole time like, oh, women, we see what he's about. He's another one of them. Let him go. Only to find out that he's out here thriving. That would piss me off.
But the problem is that's just really what the reality is. That's just the reality. And it's unfortunate. I raise girls, they have a solid circle around them. I'm a typical mother. Like, I catch a bullet about mine. Plenty of them. I'll serve a few bullets too. But I made sure they understood, like, this is what you're up against. Do not assume that just because this is another black lady that she has your back. Chances are she don't. Okay? Now you give her respect, you look out for her when you can, but don't just assume that she gonna have your back because she's a sister.
I feel
not in this place.
Things like that are important, because like for me, like no one really had those kind of discussions with me. And then me at my big age, like at the time 28, 27, 28, 29, I'm running into all these kind of people not knowing how to handle it just because I wasn't aware, and it was just painful lessons to learn at that stage. So you're not doing wrong, you're doing right. Like making sure that they're aware and making sure they know how to move in these circumstances. But like if you had if Derek Jackson was your man, right? I mean, I know he wouldn't be. How would you move?
Exactly.
Would you like I know, but would you like cipher money out of his accounts each month? Would you like let him buy a whole bunch of things and put them in your name? Like, how would you move if you were not in that circumstance? If those were the cards on the table, how would you play them?
Let me try to imagine that I could have ever gotten in such a situation.
Yeah.
What I would tell her to do at this stage, now that she sees that there's a demonic influence, I would tell her to go and let the Lord rebuild her life and let him choke on that money. Go through the divorce, whatever the judge handle, take it. Anything else, let him go with God. That's what I would tell her. Because she sees that this man is demonic at this point. Let him go. And everything he got, let him go and take it with you.
Yeah. Like, I can get that. Like, in my head, I ain't that saved yet. But in my head, I would be sliding money out. Oh yeah, Fifi, that's right. He's starving the world, but his soul will need to answer someday. I'm surprised that he could even sleep. This is why I listen to you.
He's satanic.
Yeah, but women are trained to compete against each other. Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah. That's exactly what goes on. You walk in the room, the first thing they do is start comparing themselves to you. If they see that you have a husband that's attractive and he's prosperous, then there's a problem. They're praying and hoping that your marriage will fail. They will do things. They will even try to sleep with your husband to make sure your marriage fails. They'll go to your husband and lie on you to make sure your marriage fails. And then when it does, it's your fault. And they're rejoicing and celebrating. Yep, she thought she had this and that. Now look at her.
That's terrible. I never I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I've only had that with white women. Like, they'll see what kind of car I drive and suddenly I'm a problem. Like, or what kind of clothes I'm wearing, I'm suddenly, like, that kind of thing, but not with our own.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, Sinitra, like, I feel like I take a lot of your time. This live was really long. I'm gonna go back and like watch it. Wait, he said she can't even see herself there? Like, who? Danae?
No, he's saying me. He said he's telling you auntie can't even see herself in that spot. I can't. He'd have never made $1 because I believe the money he made was due to her. And had that been me, that conversation would have ended at "Are you a model?" That would have been the last conversation. Negro, if you don't get your musky, pole living, extra wide back, so and so away, child, please. When I was in college, I had a filthy mouth. You don't even want to imagine all the names I would have called that cornball.
But I got that part made sense to me only after I heard the bit about the stepmom and the dad. Like, first of all, as her father, if his child is coming up in the house, no stepmom, the stepmom should be like making or doing as much as she can to make that child feel comfortable within the realms of respect, right? And that she, as a child, she probably didn't even understand fully what she was experiencing.
No, but she knew that she wasn't wanted there.
Yes, and she was.
And that's what I'm saying about men like Derek, demons like Derek. They see that weak spot and they go in for the kill.
Yeah, I felt like her dad was kind of like, I
He
don't.
was some.
Yeah, because she felt uncomfortable in the presence of someone who was supposed to love her. So of course, when Derek comes with his nonsense, that's gonna feel like the norm to her. Because if it were that she was valued the way that she should have been as a child, she could have seen Derek coming a mile away and said this wasn't enough. But because her dad had already done it so much to her, this is me assuming, allegedly, like, I don't know these people, but her dad had already done a little bit of a psychological number on her. He put the seeds that someone like Derek can come through and reap, like, I don't know, start planting havoc all through this woman's life. Like, I don't know, it's pretty, I don't know. I felt something where that was concerned. Now, I feel too, like, I hope that she has a better ending because we all have such a short time on earth, and I feel bad. Like, I hope that I never experience something like that where it happens in the public and I have to go through like all these people in my business.
But unfortunately, that's the risk you run in tying yourself to men because you can't trust men. You have to put your trust in God and pray that God lead you to the right man and all that stuff, and you are bound to the right man in marriage. Because if that man does something disgraceful and it becomes public, the public is going to go after the woman. Historically, they've always done it. It's always the woman's fault. It's always been that way. Just Jules said, Shanitra, you'd have got up and sat across the room when he approached you. Probably after I went off. I'm telling you, Shanitra at 19, I didn't have Tourette's, but you probably would have thought I did. Like there was no nervous tick attached, but my mouth was good and filthy. I'd have told him so many horrible things about himself. He'd have left me alone. I wouldn't have had to move. He'd have moved.
And then like she was watching the videos with the girls, knowing their like, that was a lot.
And the fact that he sat up there and recorded himself having coitus with these women, and you saved the videos, means that he was reveling in it and watching it again later.
And how old is he? This was back in the 90s he was doing this?
The whole time that he was in his 20s, he was doing it. There wasn't no back in the 90s. These two young people are only 33, I believe she said. Because they're the same age. They're children.
I thought like only like the newer generation did stuff like that, just recording themselves. Because
these are children. These are children, young people. And what's bad is he got a bunch of over 30s, over 40s, and over 50s as his followers on social media, and y'all listening to this little boy who's still pissing on his nuts.
Basically, because he didn't even record videos with his own wife, his own girlfriend at the time. It's only
just random women. Hell, he was probably telling all them women they were his girlfriend.
Maybe. And then
she's just the one who had the ill luck to end up married to him.
I knew why she was married to him. She was married to him because she was the cover. She was the stable situation. She was the one that, like, I don't feel like because I feel like he was a nerd too. And I feel like if he got with someone that, I don't know, like a Instagram model or, sorry for the noise. If he got with like an Instagram model or something like that, I think he had a fear that they would do to him what he's doing to others. And that's why he went with the safe bet. Because he knew that
he knew that those girls that had their look together and had their self-esteem intact, they would want to be treated as the prize. He married somebody that was so grateful just to be with him.
Yeah.
That's why he immediately flipped on her once she let him know, you ain't so much of a prize, son, because I know about all your dirt.
Yeah, I feel like he always had her in his head. She was just always going to be there, take whatever, and then eventually get it right, like some of our uncles do, you know? Like they wild out on the women like all their youth and then come back when they're older and decide to settle down. So he felt like she was supposed to just sit there and take it all. And then, I don't know, this whole thing happened, which is sad that it happened as well, but then it also worked in her favor from my perspective because she gets to live the rest of her life free without dealing with this kind of mental trauma.
Not only that, there's a divine purpose for everything in your life, even the unpleasant stuff. There just is. And sometimes you have to take your flesh out of it to see what God is doing. She was on a crash course for something bad anyway, just with the way she was set up in life from the womb. And as bad as this situation was, as embarrassing, as humiliating, as hurtful as this was, please understand it could have been 100 times worse. She could have ran into somebody 10 times worse than Derek Jackson. God allowed her to go through this to get to where she is right now. Sometimes you have to go through the fire to come out gold. You got to go through something to get where you're at. This was necessary. Every lesson she learned through this heartache was necessary. Every wrong turn she took, every decision she made to do things that she knew was against her raising and her upbringing in order to hold on to this man, all of it. It was to get her where she is right now. All of it. You have to understand, even when things are unpleasant in your life, if you just sit there, and that's for everybody listening or whatever, think about the worst thing that you ever endured, right? And then think for a minute. Your enemy, Satan, he hates you. As much as God loves you unabashedly, Satan hates you unrelentingly. It is reckless, pure hate. Everything that's ever happened, the worst thing that you can think of, understand that was only the part that the Lord allowed to touch your life. Your enemy wanted to do so much worse. I've endured horrible things in my life. People might not be able to look at me and tell, but I have. And no matter how bad something is, I always remember in the back of my mind that your enemy wanted it to be 100 times worse. The part that you experienced was just the tip of the iceberg. And the Lord only let you experience that little bit because he knew that little bit was enough to reposition you, to correct you, to perfect you. And that's just real. We have a God that loves us so much that he wants your salvation. He don't care if he got to burn the sin off you. She had to go through that to get where she is. I believe that young woman's going to be just fine. And I still believe she done met a man. I don't think she did nothing out the way, but I think she done met somebody because she's smiling and glowing and stuff. And I'm like, okay, some of that is the Lord, but some of that look like you done met somebody.
No, she's smart enough to keep saying no, right? Wait till the court case is finished, when everything is settled. Because you don't want to. I don't care if you met someone that you right about to sign your new marriage certificate. You mum's the word, because everything else. The thing about this too is that if people are willing to overlook what she went through, the second she goes in the opposite direction, they're also going to flip the narrative. So if she has met someone, then she's being smart about it by staying quiet.
Yeah, she being quiet, and I honestly don't believe she's done anything. I think that she may have seen somebody who caught her eye, and I think that maybe that person may have let her know that she done caught their eye, and some eyes have been caught. Now that's the mama in me. The mama in me smells that there's somebody sniffing around. Now I'm just saying,
right, and
I can smell it.
And the get money person in me smells that she needs to stay quiet. So, well, I don't think that she may or may not take the coins. I hope she does. If that's the case, then I'm with this. Taking for every single, like, that's how I feel. And yeah, Tanitra, I really appreciate you having such a long life.
We had to get through this. Like, I wanted to talk about this yesterday. Like, I've been super, super, super busy. Relocation is a son of a gun. So I've been super. I've been busy. Like, all this month, I have really been busy. And so I haven't, like, sometimes when there's things I want to talk about, I can't talk about them the day I want to. I have to wait a couple days, and then I'll jump in here and run my mouth.
Wait, are you still in Texas?
No.
Tanitra, where are you?
Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? I know, right? But I'm not far. But yeah, so we had to do some shifting and tossing and turning and moving around. Because family needed us to do something else. So we're, doing things to support the family. But I come live when I can. I'll be back on the night because we got to talk about RHOA, unfortunately. So I'll be back tonight. I try not to miss my Sundays no matter. Like, other than Mother's Day, I was like, bump that. I'm not doing that. But I will be back tonight for RHOA. But no, I don't mind. This one, I knew it was going to be a long live because it was a 2-part thing. And I wasn't able to go live after the first part and then come back and go live after the second part. So I knew that this one was going to be long. It wasn't no way out of it.
That's nice. And I like that you moved for family. I'm thinking of doing the same, like just rearrange my life to help out more of my grandma. Like, that's something I'm thinking. So I'm glad to hear you did it. Me personally, I'm not into RHOA like that. I'm just over.
Me either.
It's stale to me.
It is. It's stale as old communion wafers. But our sisters in here wanted me to review it, so there's no way for me to review it without sitting through it.
Yeah. So, it's a popular. I get it. It's really popular. It's just me. I lose interest. That's okay because I lost interest in Love and Marriage Huntsville as well. Like Martell. I'm only on season 2 and I just can't. It's hard for me to get through it. Summer House Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, I'm watching that and I'm watching Young.
Now Ian wants me. Ian, you're not the first person to ask me if I'm going to cover that. And then somebody asked me if I was going to cover the new College Hill. I thought about it. Like, what I might do for Martha's Vineyard is like do a few episodes at a time rather than trying to do it at the end of the show, because it's not a housewives show. Y'all know for my housewives, I kind of like to go immediately after the show. So I made like watch a couple of episodes and then, give y'all some highlights. Maybe not like a full recap, but I might. I've been trying to make myself do it. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's something about the trailer and all that. Like, it just
That's
didn't.
I understand because Sinitra, like the way how they move, I feel like it will rub your nerves the wrong way.
That's what I'm thinking. And I don't want to be that old lady who sits around just geezering and conjuring up the place
they
and
will.
saying, "You young people, get off my lawn." Like, I don't want to be that lady.
Oh, it's happening to me. And then I young, famous, and African.
Yeah, I know everybody was like, when that the first season, like, are you going? I was like, no, not so much. I heard my boy was on there, Swanky Jerry, and that was like, it still wasn't enough to make me watch it.
But do you know what though? Like, and then I'll let you go. Annie Adibia from Young, Famous, and African, she has.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's on the Danae vibe, but their trauma is kind of similar, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Where the men that they chose is putting it. So I think that angle will be interesting. But yeah, like for me with reality TV, it's a hit or miss, and I'd have no promises of what I would or would not stick with. But
What has me in a stranglehold right now is Real Housewives of Abuja. I ain't gonna lie.
wait, how do
It's
you
got me a
thank? How do you?
hold.
I want to watch it. Where do you watch it? On what platform?
You got to go online and try to get it bootleg because it's on Showmax, and Showmax is not available in America.
I want to watch. I want to get into that.
So I literally watch every review. I try to catch every bootleg thing I can get before it's scrubbed off the internet. But when I say I'm in a stranglehold, I'm in a stranglehold. Like, I can't get away.
We
I
about
cannot
stranglehold together, Sinitra.
like my girl Princess, love her. J Coco, I love Arafa, I love OJ Pasharella. Like, I love them. I can't stand what's that old miserable one? Oh Lord, what is her name? And it's like everybody in Nigel watching, they love her, and I don't like her. That old lady. What is her name? Is it Constance? Patience? Whatever the hell her name is. I don't like her.
No, but I want to start. I want to get into that one because I was watching like young, rich, and African. I've been watching all like my African reviewers, and they talk about the Housewives as well. I just didn't know where to watch it, so
it's on Showmax. Like, and then I had got a VP. I was tried to download Showmax with my VPN or whatever, and they was like, nope. If you got a VPN, they block you. So I'm like, okay, that sucks.
Oh, they're blocking greatness. Don't worry. Thanks for this tip though. That was helpful. I'm about to go figure
I was mad though. I ain't gonna lie. I was really, really, really mad.
But doesn't it make you happy to watch like authentic? All right, maybe that's offensive. I just like to see our people. Let's say that. I love to see our people like thriving and stuff like that on TV without all.
I mean, when you say authentic, like as in, like,
no.
More than just like what the media wants you to see of Africa.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, some of us have always watched, real African television. Hey, All About Eve, girl, where you been? I have always, you know what I'm saying? So like for me, it's not new. I'm just mad that I can't get this show over here.
Yeah, like, that's my stilo. I like it. I'm new to it, so I'm just soaking everything up. And yeah, to me it's better than Housewives of Atlanta with the steel stuff.
That's her name, Comfort. That old miserable one on Abuja is Comfort. I don't like Comfort. And it's like everybody over there watching, they're like, oh, I love Comfort. Comfort is a judgmental, old, dried up stick. I can't stand Comfort. Her or her tired mohawk. I don't like her. And I'm going to tell you something else. She tribalist as hell because she's only being nasty to Princess because Princess is Igbo.
Oh, Sinitra, I like this background information because that's the real thing that I want to know. Like, I remember my boyfriend's mom. I feel like she's tribalist as well, but she kind of got better at it. she got better at it with in terms of accepting me because I'm not like Igbo. But yeah,
Mhm.
I'll watch for these kind of things. I like this little inside knowledge because for
Well,
me,
see, there's one thing to be proud of your culture and tradition, which I am. Like I make no secret I'm an Igbo girl and proud.
Mhm.
But it's a difference in being proud of culture and tradition and background and being tribalist. And what I noticed on Abuja, the house of ladies on there, the older ones, they are very tribalist and very nasty to
Yeah,
the extent that a princess threw a party, Comfort sitting her old tired, dried up tail over there. I mean, she's wearing maiden wear and she's married. She's definitely not a maiden. Girl, this was definitely pageantry. It was just putting on because it was an event. You're mad because you couldn't call her a broke Igbo girl. You're mad because she's got the coin.
but I got a question for you, and I'm sorry if it may be too invasive, but like what I found or what I recently learned is just being Igbo is not enough. Like if you have a tribalist, they're even like particular with other Igbo people.
Yes, there's a difference. Like there's some like if you're a Nambra Igbo, you might not, really kick it with Delta Igbos. Like that's real.
Yeah, but I don't know all of this kind of stuff. I'm learning, but that's why I started to like watch more of these shows. It's really not, I don't know. I find it nice. I don't want to be offensive, but I just find it nice and I find it very educational and it lets you know like there's so much more to learn about us, Um that I
Well,
like.
I think the biggest thing is that it's deeper than just an us. It's not an us thing. It's not all inclusive. So it's like when you get into different ethnic groups, then you learn that they're like in general there may be an us, but when you start getting into ethnic groups, that's when being in the diaspora can kind of like jade your view, and you might start feeling excluded because when you start getting into the diversity of ethnic groups, you may not be included. There is no push to include everybody. You either are or you are not.
So like that's the and I get that, but that's the difference. Well, what I have experienced as being the difference because like being from the Caribbean, there is a push to have inclusion. Like I find a lot of other Caribbean people to be completely relatable, you know? So I don't know. Like
Yeah,
maybe
and
people get,
when you start dealing with different ethnic groups where it's not so much about being black, it's more about your actual lineage, your actual ethnic group, then there is no push to be included in anything. Like you don't have to necessarily include everybody.
but then
It's not.
Tanisha, so if you were, and I'm sorry for taking your time, but if you were me, right? Like if you're an American and
I
you're
was born in America. What you mean?
no, like I'm
You don't
talking
hear
about
this
me.
accent, girl. You don't hear this nasty Florida accent. Come on, go
No,
ahead.
I'm born in the Caribbean, right? But I don't always sound that way. But I like for this exercise, describe me as like American, right?
Hmm.
How would you integrate into the culture in a non foreigner way? What I mean is like I learned to cook the food. So a lot of my West African friends say like, "Oh, I've gotten better." And I try my best to learn the language. I'm not that great, but
Hmm.
I feel also no matter what I do or no matter how hard I try, it still feels like I'm not in it. Whereas there are some other like I'm just break it down. I see white women try to like when they try to like learn more about the African West African culture, I feel like they get praised a lot better than what I've been receiving in my everyday life. And
What makes you feel that way? Social media.
no, I don't have social media. I'm talking about like in my everyday experience, like there'll be uh it's one family, right? And
Hmm.
I'm dating the eldest son and he has a cousin. This cousin is also the eldest of his dad's kids, but
Hmm.
cousin has a white girlfriend. So
Hmm.
basic. And she can just say, "Oh, I'm gonna wear something traditional," and it's like ooh ah. And then when I come, I'm cooking the meals. I'm like at least I can understand the language and stuff like that. And it
Hmm.
just feels like no matter what, like they just see me as an American, even though they seem to have accepted like this other white girl a lot faster than me. So I was wondering, like, what is it like? What would I do? And it's not like I have to. I get that, but it'll just make me more comfortable to acclimate. What would I have to do to, you know, blend in with the culture a bit more? Is it something that are there certain things that well, let me leave it at that. So what would I do to blend into that culture more? Or is it that I just can't do it and I'll just have to accept being close enough?
I mean, like, what I don't understand what you mean by blend in. Just be yourself and learn what you can learn. And if you marry this man, you married into your husband's family, into his culture. Like, allow his mom to teach you how she does things, and just observe. That's all.
Mm,
Like, I mean, it's never going to be the whole kumbaya you get in the diaspora. Like, it's just not that. You either are or you are not.
yeah, that's true. That's what I've been experiencing. But yeah, thanks, Anitra. I really appreciate your input. I'm about to
And
go.
Niecy Rose is telling you too, like, just be natural.
Girl, I am.
and allow people to get to know you and get comfortable with you. Just be natural. Like, I
I
was born and raised over here too, so don't think that some of my family that's from West Africa is not like, oh, this girl or her
yeah.
mom got bad mouth. I hear all the stuff. Like, girl, be yourself, be natural, observe what you can, do what you can, you know, be respectful, and just try to, observe the parts of the culture and tradition that you can without, imposing. And, like, let his mother, like, if you trying to be accepted as far as marriage, allow her to teach you how she does things. Because in essence, for you to marry in, you're becoming her daughter. So go and allow her to train you so she can have her daughter the way she wants her daughter to be.
Yeah, you will see. We'll see with that one. Um, but it wasn't. I like your feedback on this. Thank you. I know this is not what you came on your life to do, but it's
I
pretty.
know. It's
I,
okay. At least you
all
came to
right.
talk to me. Everybody else kept typing. Just be you. Like, don't think too much about it. And sometimes and I'm going to say this, and I want you to carry this with you and, like, internalize it, okay?
Mhm.
Sometimes what you see as being more accepting is patronizing somebody because they think they're dumb. Okay? So stop feeling like, oh, they're so overly accepting of her. Sometimes you just have to recognize that sometimes people, I'm trying to say it nicely, can perceive certain people to be so dumb that if you can tie your shoe, let's clap for her.
Oh, okay. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks, Nitra. You've been just about to drop. Bye, everyone.
All right, dear. Bye. Y'all, I'm gonna get up out of here, especially if I gotta come back for RHOA, which means we ain't got but a few hours, and I gotta eat something because I'm starting to feel dizzy and silly and stuff. So I need to eat food. Okay, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna be back. Shanna, it don't mean that they don't like her. That's not what that means. It's not what that means. It's always a little bit of a dance when you're trying to mix two cultures, okay? Because this young lady is West Indian. She has her own culture. And then now she's learning somebody else's and trying to mix the two. You know? There's usually America ain't usually a thing here. Everybody kind of just do whatever. But it can be a little different when people have, like, distinct cultures and traditions and ethnicities. So I think she'll be fine. That's right, Charlene. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. It's just a little bit of a dance. She'll get it. But listen, y'all, I gotta go. I gotta go. And P.S. If one of y'all find a way for me to get Showmax, okay, and I don't have to, and I can get around the whole VPN thing, let me know so I can watch full episodes and I don't have to try to catch bootlegs, okay? But listen, I'm about to get up out of here because I am hungry. Okay, I'm hungry as a hostage. I'm about to get up out of here. Probably gonna eat some chicken, and then I'll be back after RHOA after the show so we can talk about what these heifers got going on, because you know they're gonna have something happening. Okay, so let me go. If y'all didn't hit the like button on the way in, y'all know the drill. Please hit the like button on the way out. Make sure that you hit the notification bell and click all, so you'll know every time we go live on this porch. Okay, subscribe if you have not subscribed. We would love to have you here. Okay, we absolutely would love to have you here. And if you want to join channel membership, there's a join button beneath the video and a membership link in the description box. There is a link to my Future Wifey's channel on YouTube, so y'all can watch the full interview with Janaea Jackson. My Amazon wish list link is in the description box below, and my Amazon storefront, so you can buy the same craft and supplies that I use when I'm making things and creating things and all that good stuff. Okay, so I will see y'all in a few hours. I have got to eat. Okay, Trina talking about I got her through cooking. They ain't brought me no plate though. Okay, so look, I'm gonna get up out of here. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. I love you guys, and we will talk soon. Okay, bye y'all.